Hello, everyone.
Again, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. Welcome to the day 8 of the Groove-A-Thon. Today, we are here, all of us, to cover a great topic that will help you a lot in your business ventures, and that's GrooveKart. So next to me, you are seeing a person. This is Frank Salinas. He is a person working in our marketing team, responsible for a lot of amazing things, and he is an e-commerce expert. Next to him, there is a person that is grooving very hard. This is Jhon Garcia, our support manager. You may have talked or chatted to him already. Below me, there's a lovely Dana Fox, and we know also Mr. Seralta down below Mr. Frank and Jhon. So these are the people that are going to be here today to show us what GrooveKart is and what it can do in order to help you succeed. So take it away, Jhon. We cannot really hear you very good.
Okay, great start for me. I have my mic on mute. It would have made my style if something wrong doesn't happen. But so good morning, good evening, good afternoon, guys. Yes, as David said, we're going to have a very exciting day today. We're going to go into deep dive in GrooveKart. As David mentioned, yes, I actually am part of the team as a support manager. A lot of you guys that are some of the names I have seen already have interacted with me in the past, but today is going to be a full 4 or 5 hours dedicated completely and entirely to GrooveKart. And with me will be Frank. So Frank.
Yes, sir.
Take it away.
How you doing? My name is Frank Salinas. I help with Groove marketing. I do all sorts of stuff like David said. And I'm happy to be here. Excited to show you some cool features with GrooveKart. Once Jhon is tired of talking, I'll take over for a little bit. And, of course, we'll have the lovely Donna Fox join us whenever she wants us to be quiet. And David and Matt will be here, too. So I'm excited for today.
One thing, and one thing I really want to mention, guys, we really have a team of experts, right? I know that Frank has been running some crazy e-commerce business in the past with a lot of success. So not only do we have a very strong technical aspect here coming from, obviously, Jhon and David and kind of the in and out and how to work the software, we're also bringing you e-commerce knowledge, right? How to be successful, how to sell, how to do more. And we're going to try to incorporate all of that at the same time. You take all of this, you add a touch of just incredible marketing with Donna, and we got a pretty nuclear team today here. So looking forward to get that going.
All right, guys, I'm going to drop into the background and let you take it over. See you later.
All right. Thanks, Donna. So, guys, how about if we start with the presentation? Let's just hide and let's just get started. So we have now a lot of people join us from different parts of the world. So hello, everybody. And let's get started. So I'm going to just start showing my screen. So I might need some assistant, David, here. Let me just share my screen. Perfect. I believe you can see my screen now. Awesome. So let's get into the nitty-gritty of GrooveKart. A lot of people have actually asked me, especially in the support department, how do I get started with GrooveKart? But in order to start with something, we need to know what it is. We need to know how does it work for it, because there's a lot of products that we offer within the Groove universe that a lot of people get confused. Where do I start for my e-commerce? Do I start in GrooveFunnels? Do I start in GrooveSell? So if you're selling a digital product or a physical product, the best way is to start with GrooveKart. Now, there's a little caveat here. GrooveKart has the ability to sell digital products. Do we want you to sell digital products in GrooveKart? That's completely up to you. But we will get that explanation in a second. So let's get started. So welcome to GrooveKart. And let me just move to the next slide if my computer helps me. So what is GrooveKart? It's a complete all-in-one e-commerce platform. As simple as it is. Think of it as the place that you can sell your products. Either you can sell print-on-demand products, which we will discover later on today, as well as drop shipping products and even your own products. And as a matter of fact, we have very good updates that you guys get to see today. Maybe for the very first time, maybe if you have talked to support before, we have let you know that already. But they're very exciting changes that are going to complement the whole spectrum for GrooveKart. So now that we have determined what is GrooveKart, is a simple, very powerful e-commerce platform, let's just move along. So why to get involved in the future of e-commerce? And for this slide, I am going to need the participation of Frank and Matt and Donna if she wants to chime in, because a lot of people undermined e-commerce lately for some reason. They said, yes, dealing with a store is complicated, but they don't see the big picture. So I believe that having the right tool to start in e-commerce is paramount. And in the Grooverse, GrooveKart plays the great role of having that tool for you. Starting in e-commerce at a very low entry point is free, actually. And also, you can actually just discover a lot of different venues to, improve your financial situation if that's what you need to do. Or if you have a passion that you want to put out there, sell your products, create new products. But take a look at the numbers. $4.28 trillion are in retail e-commerce worldwide in 2020. So that number is staggering. I mean, I cannot fathom the amount of transactions that worldwide were done and in an e-commerce level. Also, 2 billion people purchase goods and services online. So everybody is moving online. I mean, the big players, Amazon, eBay's of the world, they actually just make a lot of money. Why don't you want to take a piece of that pie? Also, the US commerce grew by 40% in 2020. So that tells you that a lot of people are implementing different tools to get online. Why not use a tool that allows you to start for free? And as you escalate that tool, you can actually just get more benefits as you upgrade. So there's a lot of good benefits here. And over half of the consumers use smartphones for shopping, which is great because GrooveKart now has the great ability to display your stores very neatly and very functional in your mobile phones. So I would like to invite maybe Frank. Frank, what's your take on right now the future of e-commerce? Now that you have experienced it as well as I have, and Matt and Don and David, what do you think? What the future brings for the e-commerce and how GrooveKart can play that great role?
Well, thank you, Jhon. Well, e-commerce is exploding and it's just going to increase. So think of it as a pie, and right now is a good time to get a piece of that pie, and that pie slice of yours can get bigger and bigger and bigger, especially with today's turbulent times. More people have, some people have a lot more time on their hands. There's people with disposable income. They're on their phones, they're at the doctor, they're at home browsing, and the time is now to get into e-commerce, whether that's doing print on demand, whether that's drop shipping, or let's say you make your own products. Guess what? GrooveKart can help you with that, and there's no better time to get in. Like they said, what's that phrase or that saying? The best time to plant a tree is 20 years ago, and if not 20 years ago, then when?
Now.
So
that's it.
It's exploding. I started in e-commerce late 2013. Me and Jhon Cornetta were testing ads together. It wasn't working. We thought we were cool because we were marketers. We know how to do this and that. And we spent a lot of money, didn't do nothing. And then we just buried our heads and started learning on our own. Next thing you know, we started making money and swapping what was working. And it exploded from there. And I've learned a lot, spent a lot of money on ads, and seen the power of e-commerce. It can literally change your zip code. So get in now. GrooveKart is free, guys. There's no excuse.
Yeah. I mean, as Fran said, once you're given a tool that can make a difference and can actually help you improve your financial situation, maybe you have a hobby, take advantage of that. Just create a free account, open a store. Of course, there are certain things that you want to study first. What you want to do with the store, what products, what kind of situations, which we'll definitely take a look at a bigger picture today during the next couple of hours. Now, Matt, what's your take? I would like to hear your take now from the point of view that I know from the past you have a great experience with e-commerce as well. So let's hear what you have to say about the future.
So I think, obviously, I don't think it takes a rocket scientist to know that more and more stuff is going online, right? And it's even true for local businesses. Everybody's scrambling now to deliver product locally. Walmart, Instacart, all these companies, Uber is doing some crazy stuff. So there's no doubt that everything is shifting towards the electronic world. And as of today, it's only going to go that way, right? So I don't think there's even a matter of wondering around that. The question is just like Frank said, are you going to get on that tree, and when are you going to do it? I think one thing that's worth mentioning in my particular case, right, starting the journey in e-commerce is extremely interesting. There are so many things that you learn, right? In between, one of the main four concepts is obviously how you're going to bring customers to your website, how you're going to increase your conversion rate, how you're going to increase your order value, right? And how do you build good enough and strong enough relationships so that those customers come back over and over again and purchase from you again, right? So these are the challenges that you always have to solve and improve on e-commerce. If you get those four basics, you get a lot of things right? And obviously, for this to work, you also got to have a good product in the back. My journey in e-commerce has been incredible, and I've done well in e-commerce, to say the least. But just like Frank, him and I, and Jhon Cornetta, we have one thing in common. At first, we had to learn it. And at first, we had to take some trials and error. And at first, we had to get up and say, hey, this is not working. I'm going to try again. But I can tell you, if you kind of a good winning product, you know how to drive traffic, you know how to increase your conversion, your average value, you get to a point that maybe you spend $100 in advertising, and you know from that $100 that you'll make $150. So then you're feeling good about spending $200 on that ad, because now you're going to make more money. And then you feel good about spending $1,000, and you're going to spend as much as you can, as long as you get that positive return on investment. And that's the beauty about e-commerce, right? But there's some investment. There's a lot of investment you have to make in terms of learning and understanding the business, a little bit of studying, right? One of the good things you have is that with GrooveKart, I wish I had that. That's all I got to say. When I started, I wish I had that. And that's how GrooveKart was born, is because I looked at all the features I had in the past that I couldn't do, right? I couldn't design a web page the way I wanted to easily. I couldn't drag and drop and create stuff. I couldn't add to cart button if I wanted to. I can even do stuff like upsell and cross-sell and post-checkout upsell, right? There's a lot of things I couldn't do. Had that tool available from the beginning, I could have done a lot more, even more with e-commerce. So I'm sure it's the same for you, Frank, right? You're like, only if I would have had the opportunity to do an upsell after checkout like we can today, because we've learned. So the good thing I did, my participation in e-commerce in the overall picture, is to say, hey, we can do better, and that's how GrooveKart was born, right? This is what I really would like. This is what I want to be successful. So again, e-commerce is a journey. There's a lot of learning required. And I would say when you open a normal retail store, you got to get a 10-year lease. You got to buy a sign. You got to buy some shelves. You got to put a public bathroom. You got to do this. You got to do that. The amount that you have to invest to open a regular retail store is a huge amount of money, right? You're talking about hundreds of thousands of dollars. And furthermore, you still have to find a way to bring traffic. Find the right price point, right? Have a relationship with your customer. Make sure they come back over and over again. So those challenges that you have offline are a lot of challenges you won't have online, right? So your barrier to entry to e-commerce is much lower. But things are not necessarily as natural, right? And when you open a retail store, you're like, well, if I put this product in the middle of the store and I put a beautiful sign, and I'm going to do this, maybe some of the knowledge flows a little bit more natural. Whereas online, you really have to learn what to do because it's more virtual, right? It's not right in front of your face, right? So, but it's an incredible journey. I know, to say the least, I don't know how many people that are extremely successful in e-commerce personally, plus obviously our customers at Groove. So that's kind of my story, right? I want to make sure that you know that there's some learning to be done, but then you can be extremely successful. There's no ceiling in what you can do, right? And it's so interesting, right? And the more you build knowledge, the more it becomes fascinating, and the more you realize there are some cool stuff you can do. You eventually get to a point where you become an innovator, and then things go,
That's right.
That's my e-commerce story. If you fell down a couple times, if you try a couple products that didn't fly off the shelf, it's okay, because you will find a product that will work.
Exactly.
And that's what we're here today. We're going to try to facilitate that a little bit for you guys.
Awesome. Thanks, Matt. And yeah, pretty much to resume, everything has a beginning. Every journey starts with a single step. So let's continue that journey. So, David, if you don't mind, let's just go back to the presentation. Thanks, Matt, for that information and that little piece of information that you provided. But let's continue. So we talk about the future. We talk about why GrooveKart? I mean, right now, GrooveKart is free commerce for everybody. I mean, if you happen to have an account, or if you are just joining us today, go and get an account in Groove. Which is the link, David? If you don't mind putting the link in the actual stream, appreciate it.
Groove.cm. If they
CM.
sign up through Groove.cm, then you have a Groove account, and then you have GrooveKart stores for free.
Right. So I had a little brain freeze there. So it's Groove.cm, guys. Get in there, try to get your account activated, and you can start exploring. And with today's event, which we're covering every aspect, we're going to go step by step. Frank Salinas and I, we're going to cover a lot of the new things that are happening. And maybe I will discuss the past a little bit of how everything started and how everything is progressing and where we're looking to go. So what is more powerful than free? I believe that free will give you a lot of freedom to actually explore and try, and having the peace of mind that you're not going to invest a lot of money from the beginning. And I know that these times, as Frank mentioned it, they're kind of tough. But when we offer you a tool that you can create a store that now has the ability that you can charge your customers when you deliver the product with the cash on delivery, which Frank will probably showcase, that will make the difference. Because if you are working from your house, when you're working, what am I going to do? But you have a great talent of maybe building lamps, or maybe painting, or maybe doing some sort of craft product. You can sell it online. You don't have to be constrained to your geographic location. Now you can sell it to anybody. And if it's within your graphical location, within your vicinity, you can actually send that product to them or deliver the product to them and get paid on the spot, because now we have the ability to do that. And with other many great additions that you will see in the next few hours. Unlimited products. The GrooveKart is for everybody. A lot of people, especially in support, they ask me, but how can I use GrooveKart if I am a realtor? Guess what? Realtors need marketing materials. And some such marketing materials can be t-shirts, maybe a mug that you can connect print on demand. And if you're a realtor and you want to create a store, all that you have to do is connect Printful or connect Tscape and sell t-shirts with your realty logo. Or maybe just promote it that way. Maybe do as posters. There's many products that you can actually include in your arsenal of marketing tools that people might feel compelled to buy, so they can just help you promote your brand. And here's the cool factor. And there is no extra charges for additional stores. Most of our competitors, if you have one store, guess what? You're going to get charged every single time. Every time you open a store, you're going to get charged. With GrooveKart, you have no additional charges, no extra charges for additional stores. So the free account will allow you a certain amount of stores. When you upgrade, you have now truly unlimited stores. You have a waiting period, because we don't want you to overwhelm yourself, as I always say. Just because you have the access to something unlimited, that doesn't mean that you should use it. It's always good to start with one store, test it, learn it, and then scale your business along the way. And also, there's no charges for additional apps. Right now, we have a lot of apps for upsells, for emails, for marketing lists, for your taxes, for any other aspect that you might need within the actual app. So if you haven't got down to another window and get your account right now, this is the time to do it. So get it. Now, I am going to, again, bring Mr. Frank Salinas, because him and I, we have a little bit of experience with print on demand. And now we're going to get into the nitty gritty of the functionality of GrooveKart, because print on demand is one of the biggest aspects that we can actually help our customers with solutions for products that they want to sell. Print on demand is really big for the past maybe 5-6 years. And I remember that Frank mentioned something. Frank, if you want to come in screen and share that with me. I know that when we started, I remember the first time I saw you online, you were with, I don't remember the company, if it was either Teespring or something else.
Yeah, it's Teespring. That was my first introduction to e-commerce, selling shirts, just shirts, nothing else but t-shirts and hoodies.
So print on demand is a great ability because, and the reason why I brought you in, because you have a lot of experience with that. I started a little bit late with also Teespring, and we started selling those products because that's the great ability that print on demand offers you. You can have any products, and now we're expanding, and with a couple of companies like Printful, now is not limited to t-shirts. Now they offer a broad range of products. Now they have housewares, they have jackets, they have accessories. So print on demand is here to stay. So David, if you don't mind sharing the screen at the same time that we share, perfect, awesome, thank you. So Frank, let me have your take on print on demand, because, and I brought you in first because I know that you have a lot of experience as well. And what's your take on print on demand?
The beauty about print on demand is you can take your brand, or you can create something out of the blue, brand new, and you don't have to carry inventory. Like Matt's, if you do e-commerce versus having a standard brick and mortar business, you need to put things on the shelf, right? Print on demand allows you to go out there, offer things to the market without worrying about buying up all this inventory, without getting printers, without finding people to fulfill your stuff locally. We have apps that plug directly into GrooveKart that allow you to showcase your products. Mary Jane orders your product. Next thing you know, the print on demand company fulfills it, ships it, and before then, you take the money, you pay the print on demand company, you keep the difference, that's your profit. So that's the beauty of it. And you can make unlimited designs. You can upload all your different stuff in one spot. You can put them on phone cases. You can put them on leggings. You can put them on sweatpants, shorts. They do dresses. One of the main apps that we use right now is Printful, because it allows you to do all these things. You got tote bags. You have drawstring bags. You have bikini tops, bikini bottoms. You have all sorts of stuff where you, especially like, let's say you already have an existing audience, go put your brand on all different designs in a GrooveKart store. Printful can fulfill it, and there's no charge for how many products you add or anything like that. I know I transitioned from Teespring into Shopify in 2015, and the more apps you add with Shopify, especially if you're new, your bill starts going up, right? And if you're new, I'm sure you've heard, I think it's in a song, scared money don't make money, right? If you're new and you don't have extra cash to test and buy apps, that person gets freaked out, they get nervous, and next thing you know, you don't want to test because oh my God, my bill's $300. Well, guess what, guys? GrooveKart, you can get started for free, and later on, I'm going to show you some of the things you can do with GrooveKart. It's built in. It's beautiful. I get excited. Print on demand is one of the easiest ways to get started. And the beauty about it also is the ship times are typically faster with print on demand stuff versus drop shipping. Now, don't get me wrong. There's nothing wrong with drop shipping, but that has declined a little bit over the last couple years because print on demand is so much faster, and you don't have to worry about shipping times from China. We use Printful as one of our main apps, and they have warehouses not just in the U.S. but in other places, so that if you have a customer in the UK, Printful might have a warehouse that they can print from closer to that customer than if the warehouse is in the USA.
Right. So and guys, one of the things that Frank mentioned is when we started. And when he started, when I started, I remember that when I started, my very first shop was actually created by adding PayPal buttons to an HTML code. That's what I call, and I started back in maybe 1997,
Whoa,
98. Yeah, but it was not even for me. It was actually for a friend of mine. Said, hey, I heard about this thing, PayPal. You can get money online. And we started, and that's how, and I'm going to mention a word, please, nobody just start throwing things at the screen. Front page. Front page was my e-commerce start, because I designed these pages in front page, uploaded to a clunky hosting site, add the button. So the simplification through the time of how you can start a business is amazing, especially with tools like GrooveKart. Because as you guys are seeing on the screen, with print on demand combined with the powerful GrooveKart, you can get started for free and really quickly. All that you need is a little bit of inspiration to decide your products. If you want to do it yourself, you can also get all that information or those materials somewhere else. But you have a lot of possibilities. And not only that, but as you can see there also, you can create the design, either you own or you can sell in any other. You can get your products or your design somewhere else. You can create as many items as you want. So you decide how big or small your store is. If you want to have one item, 2, 3, or 10, or 100, you can do so. Actually, right now, GrooveKart has grown strong through the years, and now we can do way more than that. Now, and within some of the third parties or apps like Printful and Tscape, you can design that for free. So you can play around, design the product, send it to GrooveKart, and start selling. So go, Frank.
Yeah, I'd like to, you just reminded me of something. In Printful, let's say you have a design you paid somebody to make for you. Well, in Printful, they allow you to tweak it. You can add little icons, you can text, you can pattern it. So you can get very creative with it. And let's say the designer made what you wanted, but then you get in there and you say, you know what, I have this cool little, logo for my brand, and now I want to make it a pattern all over, so an all over hoodie. Well, you can do that in Printful. So that's kind of cool. It gives you more power to customize those products so that you're not just having, let's say you're a realtor, like you mentioned before, and you have your realtor company logo. Well, now you can offer stuff with Printful that is not just a logo. It might be patterned, or it might just be straight across like this all the way around. You can do all sorts of extra cool things inside of Printful that a lot of people don't know about. And I actually just discovered it like last week playing around with it. I'm like, oh, wow, you can make patterns. So you can take that one image and make all sorts of other variations with that same one image.
Nice. And yes, you said, I have discovered that along our growth within the application, along our improvements and updates, our partners are actually improving as well. Printful is the biggest example right now, because we have, of course, our very own groovegear.com. Actually, your store is powered by that specific company, and what they do sometimes is really amazing. We have newer products, we have now a larger selection, and we can actually just offer more. And those tools make the difference, because they make your life easier, as long as you are willing to put the time to learn the tools, because this is important. And at this juncture, we haven't really kind of just touched that you need to learn all this, but it's very easy to learn. All that you need is test one product, and then you just go with it. So Frank, don't go anywhere. Let me just now go to the next slide, because this is another part that you are being very successful. And I think that with drop shipping, it has a lot of pros and a lot of cons, but it is a way, and I would probably call it an industry now, the drop shipping industry, that it is making the difference for a lot of people, because they make a lot of money. And what's your take on drop shipping?
Drop shipping is just another way to get into e-commerce. You want to offer physical products, and with drop shipping, you're able to connect to a marketplace such as AliExpress, and Mary orders your product. She sees it. You've added a profit margin to the product. And next thing you know, you have a company, a store from China sending it to your customer. Now, here's one tip. If you're going to drop ship, I recommend light items, things that aren't going to be too heavy, so that they go through the EMS, the e-packet fulfillment. China has this deal with the U.S. that makes it very cheap to ship from China through the U.S. mail. So what are light items? Let's just say jewelry, watches, hats, You can even do T-shirts, but I would stay away from T-shirts because that's what Printful's for, right? And drop shipping is a way for you to carry many products on your store without having to have the physical inventory in your warehouse, in your garage, in your office. So visitor hits your store, they see something they like. Maybe it's a hat that matches their passion, what they're passionate about. They love it, and you've put an amount on there for them to pay, which is 2, 3 times, sometimes 4 times the amount of what you pay. And there you have your profit in there. It's really up to you. You got to decide how much profit you want to make when you make that sale, so that, perceived value to be there, but you don't want to overcharge them, especially if you're drop shipping, because the standard wait times right now, they're pretty good, is usually between 12 to 21 days with ePacket. Now, I'm not going to lie, with what's been going on with in the last year and a half, sometimes things get delayed based on if they're on a certain container ship and things like that. But for the most part, right now, what I've seen with customers and people I've worked with is they're pretty good. So within 3 weeks or less, the item gets to the customer. Now, people might say, well, there's Amazon. I'm used to getting products, 2 days from Amazon. Well, that's why you want to sell things that have a high perceived value, that match either the person's passion or it fixes a pain point, something to where it's not something they can go pick up at Walmart, Target, Macy's, etc. You want to make sure that it has a uniqueness to it, a high perceived value. They get excited about it, like, oh my God, that's me, or I got to have that. And don't try to sell, blank mugs or napkins, something that they can just go get at any store. You want it to be unique so that they know they can't find this at the mall. So they're like, oh my God, I got to have it, right? So drop shipping allows you to do that. Another tip is if you're working with AliExpress, you can go and look at products that are only in USA warehouses.
Correct.
So they use the US mail and they get them in 7 days or less. So that's another thing. And here's another tip, guys. If you're going to be doing drop shipping, only work with vendors on AliExpress that have high ratings. AliExpress has this rating thing on there. I forgot the name of it. I'm drawing a blank here. But what I have told students in the past and people I've worked with is don't use any vendor that's lower than 97%. Now, why do I say 97? That's pretty high. Well, you want to set the bar high so that you are only working with people that are going to get the product out the door quickly, okay? So if they have 95%, that might sound high, but some of these suppliers have tens of thousands of orders. So think about it. If I have 40,000 orders on my store and I'm at 95%, that means 5% of the time I'm dropping the ball some way, right? And then when you look at that supplier, you want to make sure there's a place where you can hover and you can see how good they are on product description, how good they are on communication between you and them, and then how good they are on shipping times. That it's broken down in 3 different numbers. You want to make sure you see all green lights. If you see red, I tell students, even if they're 97% or higher, don't work with them. Why? Because you want to ensure that you give your customer the best chance of having a good experience. And so that's a quick tip, using an AliExpress drop shippers. And drop shipping is another way to get started in GrooveKart. And here's another tip. Let's say you have a supplier, they're doing well, you're making sales, you're making profits. Guess what? Reach out to them and see if you can get it sent to a USA warehouse. Hey, can I buy these in bulk from you? Next thing you know, you order from them. Instead of getting them to drop ship for you, you buy 1,000 at a time, and then you get them sent to a USA warehouse. So guess what? Now you have even happier customers because they're getting it faster.
Nice. Yeah, and as you said, the weakest link of any business is the one that you don't know a lot about. So I think it's very important that you investigate, you talk to the suppliers, you talk to those companies that are going to provide the customers with their products. So it makes it easier for you to actually understand the process expand the communications with them, but also offer the end consumer a good product. Because if you talk to your suppliers, definitely you're going to be able to improve the relationships with them, and of course make more sales. So now, thanks for that, Frank. Now let's move along with the presentation. We have a lot of questions, and I think it will be a great idea for all of us. Every hour, at the top of every hour, let's just have 5 minutes or maybe 10 minutes for questions. I see that we're piling up a couple of questions, David. And since we're closing now to the 40th minute of the first hour, so let's just dedicate the last 10 minutes. So within the next 12 minutes, around 11:50, we can actually just do a session of answering questions, so we don't have all the pileup of the questions, because I know there's a lot of people excited and they might have questions, so we can address them like around every hour. So, but for now, let's just move along with the presentation and let's talk about something else, and something that I know a lot of people have been asking for. And David, perfect, thank you. Your own products. A lot of people have talked about, hey, I do my own products, but GrooveKart doesn't have the stock options, that they don't have the stocking ability, they don't have the management control. Now we do have it, and we will actually show it later on the presentation, on the demo area. But your own products, I think I mentioned earlier, if you have a talent, if you're a great person doing crafts or painting, or maybe writing, maybe if you want to sell your ebooks, whatever it is, you can actually sell it in GrooveKart. So you can list your product, whether they're digital or physical. You can stock the products, and you can control it now. So if you have made a batch of 35 paintings, like Mrs. Donna Fox, at some point she was started painting, and I know that a couple of years ago, not years, but months ago, she started her own store selling paintings. So now she has the ability to, if she makes 1 or 2 or 3 paintings, and then she decides to do lithographs of those paintings, she can actually sell them and control how much they sell, and control how many of those have they sold. And we will cover that explanation. So we will see how this is a great product for persons or customers that actually have their own products. So stick around, because it's going to be a very exciting part when we do the demos, because there's a lot of things to show. But we wanted to include this in the actual presentation, because for those that are new through the GrooveKart universe and the Groovers, we have a tool for you, especially if you work in the things that I just mentioned. So, and another point in the presentation is that when your orders are made, when your customers are pretty much purchasing in your store, you have the ability to fulfill your products. So the whole aspect of print on demand and drop shipping comes out of the picture, because you are the one sending the product, so you can control maybe a little bit better the cost of shipping and things of that nature. But let's just continue. So we will see a lot of your own products and how to work with them in the next few hours. Now let's talk about benefits. And David, I would like to bring you in, because I know that you have done with me and with about yourself a lot of trainings with GrooveKart. And I like your t-shirt, by the way. How do I get one? Oh, yeah, let's order it from groovegear.com. So don't forget to visit if you want to have one of those great t-shirts like David has, and like mine, the Groove Father. So, David, I know that lately you have been more in communication within the team, and you have seen the progress. And the reason why I brought you in is because since you have the first-hand touch when it comes to products in Groove, you know better about the benefits. And I know Frank and Donna maybe probably want to chime in later on, because the benefits are so great that I can think of so many. But that's why I believe that all of us combined can bring like a better rounded number of benefits of GrooveKart. So I wanted to hear from you. What do you think, not only as a member of the team, but also as a producer of products? What do you believe are the greatest benefits for GrooveKart?
So I made my first dollar online by selling products on an e-commerce store. And believe it or not, it is not related to anything that you would guess I sold. It is a yoga mat. I sold yoga related products. Yeah, don't ask me why. It's just Yeah.
Yeah, you don't look like the type that you do yoga, by the way, but it's okay.
No, so I sold a bunch of these yoga mats through a different platform, and at the end of the month, when I had a look at my profits, as I call them, the money I made, I had to give all away because I was using different installed plugins or apps. I had to use a shopping cart software that was paid monthly, and it took me a couple of months to actually get to a level to sell something. I had to pay for a bunch of other stuff that just didn't leave me anything in a pocket. So it was a good experience to sell something online, but I didn't make any money really. If I would have had a platform like GrooveKart, where actually you can start yourself without any credit card, without anything really that you need to do. If I would have had an upsell platform, a cross sell with related products and things like that, I would have kept that money from selling yoga mats in my pockets. And just this is the biggest benefit. You can keep the money that you make. For other platforms, you really need to do hardcore math in like calculating of how much is left for you. So that's the biggest benefit that I can tell you from my personal experience. But from the professional experience in working with a team, the benefits of GrooveKart is not only the money, but the ease of use, the customizations. You cannot design a drag and drop store with any of the platforms that I have tried in my life as easy as with GrooveKart. You basically have a drag and drop page builder as what you have in Groove Pages. You have the same thing in GrooveKart, so that you really, really design a store as you would like it to be. Upsells, downsells, cross sells. These are very, very high cost plugins if you would like to use another platform. This is all built into the software so that you can make more. And just apps and just the things that are being added on constantly is just like, I think it's a no-brainer, to be honest.
Oh, hey, Donna.
Hey, so I figured I would chime in here, provided that my internet gods are with me. So if I freeze or disappear suddenly, you know why. So one of the things that I really, really love about our software is the e-commerce side of it, because I come from a digital marketing background. And in digital marketing, when you're building a brand and you're selling information products, you often want to recommend some sort of physical product that goes along with it, just to switch things up. So let me give you an example. I used to, my brand back way back when I was running my own company and selling information products was about business credit. Taught people how to get credit and financing for their business. And whenever I saw something that was somewhat related, I might do a promotion about it, but I would do it through Amazon. So I might find like a cool credit card holder wallet storage thing and send an email with an Amazon affiliate link on it because I couldn't get it myself. Similarly, I would do events and seminars, and I'd buy an inventory of t-shirts to have at the seminar. And then you're dealing with different sizes and you know, you order as best as you can, and then suddenly you have only extra smalls and triple extra larges left, and you have this terrible inventory that you don't know what to do with. I mean, it is a mess to try to handle it without the benefit of an e-commerce platform. It's kind of a mess to try to handle physical products that you might want to use to just enhance or build or provide a richer experience for your business. So the thing that excites me is coming from a digital marketer space, finally seeing how a physical product business in terms of drop shipped products for developing the brand, print on demand products for developing and supporting the brand, but also drop ship products for supporting the user experience, or you just find something that's cool, and building an e-commerce platform out of those things to support the digital marketing business, to support your information or your coaching or your services or your passion is so exciting. And so one more thing before I go, our social media manager, Chelsea, is a pilot. And she had, before joining Groove, this idea for creating a line of women-specific pilot pro female pilot merchandise. She has a brand specifically designed for that, and she had t-shirt ideas. And we sat down and started talking about GrooveKart, not only how she could have branded merchandise, but then we took a look at what she could provide on the drop shipping side of things. And we found all sorts of like airplane earrings and necklaces and Alibaba, all sorts of merchandise that she can instantly add to her store that supports and enhances the experience. So now not only can she sell a t-shirt with a slogan on it, but also a t-shirt with an earring bundle in her store. So I am I know nothing about e-commerce. I'll be the first person to say I know very, very little about running an e-commerce business, but I am so excited because I see the possibility and how easy it is to reinforce your brand, to create a community, and to have more and interesting offers to be able to give your person in your information product side of things as well.
Great. Thank you, Donna. And this is why I mentioned your name along with David, because I know that you have been a maven when it comes to marketing for the past, what, I want to say
Too long.
16, I thank you for allowing me not to say a number, but I was the one actually a few months ago when we finished the GrooveKart challenge. I Googled your name. I actually went to Amazon and I put your name on it, and I saw your book. And it's still online. It was about business credit. So that tells me that you actually had some sort of situation with selling products. So
yeah,
I wanted to get the perspective because kind of prove a point that e-commerce can be for anybody. Just in that movie, Ratatouille, and hopefully Disney's not going to get mad because I plugged the movie, but anybody can do it. I mean, there was a chef, for those who don't have kids and they have the movie. I have seen that movie maybe 852 times.
I love that movie.
It actually, the message of that movie, I can relate it a lot to e-commerce, because if you combine a product that has great benefits and your ability to create something or do something with it is limitless. So thank you, Donna, for that interaction. Thank you, David. Now I am going to bring Frank Salinas, because Frank, we need to definitely discuss what benefits you have seen with GrooveKart. I know we have touched a little bit a few minutes ago, but I want to elaborate because this is a crucial part for me during this presentation, because I want you guys to feel compelled to actually go in there, create your account, and start working with Groove. And we have a ton of materials. I know that in the support end, we do have a lot of videos in how to do this in GrooveKart, but one of the biggest updates and announcements will go down today, but it will be in due time. Now, Frank, let's do something, because I know I promised like a little bit of a QA the last 10 minutes of the hour.
Sure.
So before we talk about the benefits, David, if we have a couple of questions that we can answer for the next 10 minutes, then we retake on the benefits of GrooveKart. I think that will be a good interaction with our users that are actually looking at our webinar right now from many different parts of the world. So do we have any questions? And maybe, Frank, you can help me out to also respond to those questions. Will be great.
Sure.
David?
Yeah, so there is a question from Christine here. What ecom features come with a free account?
Frank?
I think all of them. One of the main things that I know, just from, if you're on a free account, I think you can only use PayPal and GroovePay. But if you were on the presentation the other day, why wouldn't you want to be on GroovePay anyway? So that's one of the main things of difference between a free account and a paid account. Other than that, you get the ability to do one-click upsells. You have bundle discounts. You can customize the thank you page. You can pretty much do 99% of everything you can do with a free versus paid account inside of GrooveKart. That's the beauty. The main thing is the difference is how you're going to take payments. You have to use GroovePay if you're free, which the transaction is lower by default than Stripe or anyone else. So I don't see why you wouldn't want to do that anyway. As far as the premium benefits, you get everything in the free account.
And not only that, but once you upgrade, you get unlimited accounts, unlimited stores, I should say. And that unlimited, as I mentioned, will give you more possibilities, because once you get started with the free account, once you learn, and I think coming back to the benefits, it allows you to test everything. It allows you to play with it, to learn it. And once you feel comfortable and once your business is growing, you can actually just then jump to a premium account, and then you can just keep growing from there. Now, thank you for that question. David, do we have any other one?
The questions are mostly for the future, like, will we have this? When is this coming? Like, when is more, like, more suppliers will be integrated and things like that? For
As a
that
matter-
one,
Yeah, for that one, if you want to take it or you want me to do it, I
no,
spoken with.
please take it, and then I can maybe extend on that one.
All right, cool. So we are actually having a lot of exciting news. We are right now working to get more companies in. I know that for the past couple of months, people have said, "Hey, I want this company and this company and this company." We're gonna get more companies. That's what we can safely say. I believe 2 or 3 companies are in the pipeline to actually start the discussions and make sure that they integrate. One of them is ShipStation, to actually just start working with the ease of ordering. Also, Printify, if I am correct. And there's another one, I think, is Pillow Profits. So I know there's a lot of people going to be excited about having finally the ability to bring those partners with Groove and make more products available to our users. So, David, if you want to elaborate on that.
Yeah, so that's basically what I wanted to say. We are doing some technologies that are going to allow not only us to search for the companies, but for companies to actually come to us directly. So it's not only going to be us doing the work. It's basically we are doing a bunch of coding that will give others the access in order to develop connections to our platform, and that's what's exciting. There is a question in here. If you want to elaborate on this,
Yeah,
one?
Frank, you wanted to elaborate on something?
Yeah,
right?
I just wanted. I'm like going back to when I was in school. Listen, guys, there's a workaround right now. If you have a Shopify store and you love an app, okay, one of our master developers is in the chat answering your questions. We have the Zapier app that works, right? I just set up a Zap the other day. You can create an automation. Okay, so listen, check this out. Write this down. Let's say you get let's say you love Pillow Profits right now. You love it. I mean, you have your own Shopify store, but you want to start playing around with GrooveKart, and you can set up a Zap so that when you get an order from GrooveKart, it communicates with Zapier and it creates that order in Shopify. Now you need an upgraded Zapier account, but listen, if you can get that automation going in the background, you can use pretty much any Shopify app now with Zapier, and you don't have to wait. So it might take a little bit of technical knowledge, but listen, if you want to get it done, you'll figure out a way. And I know it's possible because I just tested the Zapier app and it works.
Right. So as you can see, guys, there's a lot of possibilities to work it around as we make sure that all those improvements, and what David was talking about was the API and the webhooks. API will open a great possibility for everything related to GrooveKart. Why? Because there's a lot of companies that want to work with us and we want to work with them. But as you know, we are right now making sure that the core is 100%, which is right now beautiful. I mean, you will see it when we start the demo later on today. You will see how the platform has changed, how GrooveKart has progressed from the ugly duckling to the beautiful goose that has become today. And Max is actually in the chat. Max, big shout out to Max. He is one of the brain kids behind the beautiful things that are happening here with GrooveKart. So let's just move along, right? I don't think we have a lot of questions. We have 3 minutes left, but
there is one short question that we could answer here, and
sure.
There is a question on. Can someone set up an e-commerce site with the phone?
Ooh,
like through the phone. Can we build an e-commerce store through the phone?
I don't advise it. It's kind of like making your own funnel and Groove pages. I mean, you need some room. You need to be able to, doing it like this. I don't know. I wouldn't even try that because the way my mind goes, I know I'm going to click on this, click on that, and test different things. So the short answer is that I wouldn't try it. I guess you could, but I mean, you would have to set it to desktop mode, and then I mean, if that's all you have, then hey, yeah, I guess so.
Yeah, you can try. I mean, that was an unexpected question, and thanks, David, for that curveball. But you see, it was a fun one because now we understand where the mindsets are, and everybody, as we mentioned earlier, is going mobile. I believe that from a cell phone, you can log in into your store because we have the app. Now, can we create a store? Maybe you can start the store, but to edit it, to add the products, to actually include the print on demand, there's a lot of variables. So I would, as Francis said, I would not recommend it at all to try to create a store from a cell phone. Why? Because you're going to create a bigger mess. So you want to make sure that you actually have the ability to get into a computer, get it right, format it, do your thing, and make sure that you beautify your store. But once we get the ability to actually create a store from your cell phone, if that's the route that at some point down several months or whatever development might fit, if that's possible, we will definitely let it know.
Yeah. You can definitely check your stats and stuff with the mobile app, the Groove mobile app. You can check your GrooveKart store and things like that. It's just like if you're going to go into the builder and tweak the homepage, if you got fat fingers like me, that's not going to work. So you just want to do it from a desktop. So.
Yeah, pick your fights. I mean, creating an e-commerce store is a fight that you want to pick using a cell phone. That's what we're saying. So let's go back to the presentation. Right now is pretty much the first hour, and thank you so much for everybody that is with us today. If you're joining us today, we're talking about GrooveKart. We have a great panel of experts. We have Mr. David Levin, Mr. Frank Salinas, and in the shadows we have Mrs. Donna Fox, and of course myself leading the webinar today. And we're just doing the presentation. We're just telling you guys how great GrooveKart is. And here's somebody dear to me, Mr. actually Groovezilla, and he's going to tell us how easy it is to set up a store. In the store setup, as you will see in a few minutes or maybe in a few hours, because we're having so much fun talking about GrooveKart, we want to convince you guys that by the end of this call, maybe 90% of you guys are going to start building stores, because it is so powerful. And as you will see with the demo and everything else that we are going to be showing you, you're going to get so excited that you're going to create a store. So we have a setup wizard. I mean, this is how easy it is to start. Once you create your store, once you log into your Groove account, you just follow 6 simple steps and you get it done. That's it. You create your store, you select a name, and kapoof. Just like magic, just like that one that Groovezilla is holding, that store is created. You don't have to go into crazy, intricate coding or none of that nonsense. We try to eliminate every single possible barrier for you guys to start your own store, which you will see later on today. If we got enough time, we will definitely just show you how to create a store, how to start it, and maybe how to connect a couple of things. We will work it out with Frank and David. And don't know if the internet gods keep working with her and do not kick her out, which we hope they don't. So the easy setup wizard, as you will see, I'm not going to touch a lot in this slide because you can edit the basics. You have your own domain. You can configure your legal and communication pages, the alerts, the header and footers. You can add the products via the apps or manually. You can customize your locations if you have for taxes purposes, also for shipping purposes. It is very easy. It was designed to make it easier. And of course, the look and feel of your store. Now we have a lot of big announcements when it comes to that. And we will discuss it in due time in today's session. Now, let's just go to the next slide and let's talk about the drag and drop page builder. And of course, I'm going to need the help here for Frank and David, because I know, guys, we have stores, we have experienced the builder, and a lot of people have talked a lot. Yeah, it takes a long time to learn it. What is your experience? Because I want to make sure that David, as part of your experience with the editor, what do you think? And I almost want to bring Frank. What do you guys think of the new and improved editor for GrooveKart?
It's great. When I first got started in transitioning from shirts to selling on Shopify, Shopify has themes. So you can't necessarily change just anything you want in Shopify because it's got pre-built themes. You can go buy themes. You can have some customized. I had a theme customized that cost over $1,000. I paid a programmer to do it back in 2016. With GrooveKart, you're able to look at all your pages that are set up by default and change virtually anything you want about the pages. And you can make additional pages just like that on the fly, right? You can tweak the thank you page. I know with Shopify, you have to have Shopify Plus, which I believe the last time I looked into it, this was a few years ago, the minimum was $2,000 a month in order to customize your thank you page, and also something as simple as the checkout page where people go to enter their credit card. You could not edit that in Shopify unless you had the Shopify Plus account. In GrooveKart, you can do that with the drag and drop page builder. You can add additional pages on the fly. You can remove the header with one click. You can remove the footer with one click. You can create upsell pages. You can tweak. We give you like 3 or 4 pre-made templates that you can just go quickly and edit and modify very easily. And it just makes it fun to be in e-commerce because you can literally customize the store to look exactly how you want it.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, the themes right now, GrooveKart allows you to select some themes so you can start really quickly. Money loves the speed. So if you decide those things really quickly and you pick a theme, then you pick the product, you're in business relatively in a few hours. As a matter of fact, in the last Groove-A-Thon, I created a store in an hour from top to bottom, from just adding the store, picking a product. And David and I, we had a session, which was the GrooveKart Challenge, in which in 3 hours, literally, we created a one product store from A to C. So by looking at that, if you guys need some reinforcement when you're deciding to get your store, you can actually take a look at those videos. I believe they're available in the Groove Digital Academy as well as our channel in YouTube. So
Jhon, correct me if I'm wrong. We already have some pre-built already, and we have more coming, a lot more.
Yeah, we do have coming, and we do have a lot of people in our team that are really working hard to get really cool stores out. I know Damien has been working, and he has shared a couple of really cool stores, and they look amazing. They look very, very nice, and the functionality is great.
Way better than I could ever do. I'm more of a direct response guy. Mine are ugly, but they get the job done. Damien's are beautiful and get the job done.
Yeah. So if we're talking about the drag and drop page builder, I can really say that this is something that is really unique towards Groove, because we not only have our Groove Pages page builder, which creates static sites for your websites and funnels, but the similar technology is built into your shopping cart software, your e-commerce platform, so that when you're selling your own merchandise, you can really create your store to fit the brand that you are using for your main website, for your funnels, for your basically your brand image. So a drag and drop page builder creates designs that you want. There are other platforms that work solely on theme-based looks, to say it like that. They are pre-made themes that you cannot really customize. If you want to change from a button to be here to a button to be there, that's not possible. That is possible with GrooveKart. We'll go into more in depth on what's coming to GrooveKart, but this is one of the biggest selling features, in my opinion, because not only you can create like stores like any other platform, but you can create one product stores with this drag and drop page builder and just sell one product as a sales funnel of sorts through an e-commerce platform. So you still have the upsells, downsells, order bumps, and everything, but with the dynamic elements of the quantity being counted and the reviews and all sorts of different stuff, which is awesome. But we'll get to it a little bit later.
Right, that's correct. So we will definitely see all that within the next couple of hours once we do the dive into the demo area. We're going to have a couple of stores that we're going to be demoing and show you guys all the exciting upgrades that we have done for the past couple of months and some of the stuff that is planned and is going to be released in the upcoming months as well. So now, another benefit that we have in GrooveKart is that you have the ability to categorize and create product pages. You have absolutely full control on those sections. So you can manage your tags, your variants and brands and categories. And this one was the next one is one of the biggest kind of topics that we have talked in the past, the SEO settings. A lot of people have called us and said, hey guys, great stuff, but where do I manage my SEO? So right now we have improved that SEO settings, title, description, OG image, and all the stuff that you need to actually increase your presence within the search engines by using the correct SEO settings. And as you will see in the demo, we're going to try to have a full spectrum of how to add a product, how to create a category, and we will be doing that later. So stick around. It's going to get only better. So moving along, adding products that I just mentioned, and we have a lot of places that you can select products with our apps, be either print on demand or drop shipping. So we have Layer App, Ali Connect, Escape, Printful, Slingly, and many other coming soon. The screenshot that you're looking at right now is actually Printful, and as we mentioned, Printful is right now one of the leading providers for our products because the great variety that they have. They do have t-shirts, accessories, and I saw somebody in the comments right now just asking about what is a good print-on-demand company. I think Printful will be there, Tscape as well, but Tscape is more towards apparel. Now, Printful has a little bit more selection. So depending on your idea, depending on what you want to do, definitely take a look at the advantages of each of the actual partners that we have, the apps that we have. And of course, if you're dealing with your own products, now we have the Shopify migration tool. If you decide that you have a Shopify store that you want to bring into Groove, it has been redone and improved. You will see that also in a few hours or minutes, or I don't know how long this will go. But if we go to 8 o'clock at night, let's just do it at 7:59 so we can get the demo done. Also, the CSV product import. That's very important. A lot of people were asking about that. Now it's actually functional, and the export of the data. So those things that a lot of people, a lot of the old backers and the people that started with us back in 2018, now we're going to see that, and we're going to keep going with the progressions of it. So orders, that's what we all need, or products. And what are the features that we're going to be seeing soon is a couple of things in the abandoned cart series. We have improved the functionality, the way that it looks, the way that it functions. We have now customer listings as well as your own help desk. That is, we have a couple of ways to work on the help desk, meaning that we have the options. If you're using your own domain, you can actually customize the email address in such a way that only an email address you can use for your support tickets, let's just call it that way, if somebody has a questions about orders or if they want to communicate with you. And as far as of the abandoned cart series, we all need those. We all need something that allows us to continue to get in touch with our customers to make sure that they can come back and finish that purchase. So we will see that as well. Now, one topic that is dear to my heart is analytics. And I believe analytics is something that is very important for any single business. And for those that have followed me for the past year and a half, 2 years, I believe in analytics should be the way to start any e-commerce store or any digital venture. You need to know where you're doing. You need to know where you're going, and you need to know your customers. You need to know how exactly you're going to move forward. But in order to do that, you need analytics. You need all that data. So now with GrooveKart, we have improved our dashboard and Google Analytics. We can connect to Google Analytics that we have done in the past, but now from the dashboard, you can see how many people are in your store, orders, pretty much the data that you need to review in order to, make your business grow. Also, we have connected the Google Merchant product feed, which is also there, Facebook Pixels, Facebook product feed, and custom analytic options. We have an area that we can actually add code within Groove, that if you are using any extra tool like Oribi or some other tool that you want to connect to your card, you can do that via the custom code that actually analyze your site. So Frank, what is your take in analytics? How important for you has been made, or how important analytics have been made in the past couple of years for you in your business, in your stores?
Well, analytics are important because you need to see who's buying, right? You need to see maybe they have a common trait, right? Maybe you're running a Facebook ad and you're not too good, but you have Google Analytics connected to GrooveKart, and you're seeing, wow, 90% of my customers are 45 and over and female. Well, now you can go and tweak that ad you have on Facebook and do that, make that tweak because you have analytics. Now, GrooveKart has built-in, visitors, how many abandoned carts, how many people have orders in the cart, things like that. That's great. But you want to make sure and connect, which is very simple, connect Google Analytics so that you can see in depth, what products people are buying very easily, the demographics, which maybe you're running Google ads, which campaign is working better. So GrooveKart makes it very easy to connect your Google Analytics account, and takes a few minutes to go look at a couple of videos to understand how Google Analytics works. Don't let that stop you because you don't know how, and then you connect it, and that gives you tons of insight. That's what Google does, right? They collect all this data. We know
right?
So it'd be silly for us to create a whole Google Analytics dashboard style for GrooveKart because you want to connect it. You want to have the intelligence to know, what's coming into your store. Where are they coming from? Is it 30% direct traffic? Is 20% Instagram? Is the other part PPC campaigns? You want to have clear visibility of what's going on. So you want to definitely connect Google Analytics for sure. It's free. And then just logging in to my GrooveKart, if I see, oh man, I've made 5 sales today. I mean, it's just cool to see that, right? So, and then you can just real quick click on the order and then see what they ordered, right? Just to see what's going on. So we provide some very simple basic analytics when you first log into GrooveKart, and we'll demonstrate that later today. And we have some other things here on the slides. You can set up a Google Merchant product feed, so that works along with the Google suite of products, so that you can do Google Shopping ads. Okay, you can connect your Facebook Pixel. Why do you want to do that? Well, you can. If you're going to be advertising on Facebook, you need the Pixel installed so that Facebook can track what the people are doing when they hit your store. Okay, and then you can even retarget to those people. The Facebook product feed, that allows you to do retargeting to the people that visited. Maybe they didn't buy, maybe they added to cart. And so you want to show retargeting ads to those people while they're on Facebook and say, hey, come back to my store. Customers are loving this item, etc. And you can do that with the Facebook product feed. And then, Jhon, you want to touch on the custom analytics? You mentioned that earlier, right?
Yeah. I think I mentioned Oribi or any other third party that you want to connect. We have the ability to the custom code. We can actually just add any analytics situation that you want to add using the custom code for your stores. And that's pretty much it. That covers analytics. So guys, sometimes we want to start a business. We want to start something. But as Frank has mentioned, as his history has mentioned, data is crucial to start any kind of venture. You need to know your target. You need to know your industry. You need to know your product. And all that is data. Because you find a product, but if that product is not popular, you don't want to sell it. But if you find a product combined with the right demographic, let's say, as I think you mentioned, if I have a gadget that guys from 25 to 35 or 55 will buy, just match that. But in order to do that, you need the analytics. You need to know where you want to point your customers in your e-commerce experience. So now let's just move along and let's just continue with the easy integrations. We do have 5, 6 other applications here to make sure that things are easier when you're talking about scaling your store. And when I say scaling your store, like Zapier, for example, Zapier is a great tool to connect to other sources, to other third parties. Like Frank mentioned earlier, Zapier will help you to actually send orders to somewhere else, or maybe your customers to MailChimp, or maybe to create a specific process for your orders. You can actually do that. TaxJar, for example, deals with all your taxes. And I see there was a question, somebody a few minutes ago, I read in the comments, does GrooveKart handle the taxes? Actually, you will have, depending on where you live, because remember, GrooveKart is everywhere. You can use your stores anywhere. And taxes situations are different in the United States than in the United Kingdom, maybe in Brazil, maybe in some parts of Europe, maybe in some parts of Asia. So taxes, we have ways to accommodate those. But for those who live in the United States, TaxJar is actually offered to ease the pain of dealing with taxes. All that you do is create an account, connect it into your GrooveKart, and you forget about taxes. Same thing with MailChimp. MailChimp will help you to actually increase your mailing list. That is crucial for any business. And I know that David, Jhon, and Frank will agree with me by saying that if you have a list, you have money waiting for you. Because the more people you have in your mailing list, using, let's say, something like MailChimp and soon GrooveMail, you will definitely have the ability to get in touch with more people, tell them about your store, tell them about offers. So you do that using the integrations. Runtar and dynamic retargeting as well. You have the ability to, if you have in Facebook or target certain aspects, you can use that, and of course, Klaviyo to improve the experience. Now, Frank, do you want to touch on these easy integrations and see what you have in your mind?
I wanted to touch on reminding people Zapier. When I realized it was working, because we get caught up in doing stuff and then we forget about sometimes features that we have. And I was so excited when I realized Zapier was there again. I don't know, I just totally forgot about it. And so if you have a Shopify store, let's say you're on the basic plan, but you really like a certain fulfillment partner or an app in Shopify, connect it with Zapier, set up your Zap so that when you get the order at GrooveKart, why do you want to do that? Well, because you can take advantage of all the features we have in GrooveKart that come with every account, like the one-click upsell. There's an app that's on the Shopify store that lets you do one-click upsells for Shopify, but it costs you like $40 to $59 a month, okay? Here, it's included, right? And you can customize the thank you page, customize this checkout. You can do order bumps. You can do a bulk discount. If they buy 2 items, you give them 5% off. If they buy 3 items, you can give them 10% off, etc. And all that helps you increase the average order value. So definitely take advantage of Zapier to if you have a Shopify store and connect with other apps. You mentioned TaxJar, MailChimp. You need to be mailing your customers and your prospects. The money's in the list. You can connect with MailChimp. I wanted to touch on Runtar. If you have an active store and you're making good sales, take the time to set up Runtar, because then you'll start having banners that are dynamically created by Runtar that show up all over the web to retarget those people and bring them back to your store. So it doesn't take long. Once you've set it up, you can set it and forget it, set the budget, and Runtar, will dynamically retarget people all over the web, all over the world, and show them banners with the image of the product that they visited on your store. Bam, like that. All you do is upload your store logo, and then you can set whether you want color around the banners, etc. And now Rontar will dynamically retarget your past visitors all over the internet. Okay, Klaviyo, another platform just like MailChimp that lets you build your email list, and then of course get back in touch with those people if they didn't make a purchase and make more sales through email marketing.
Nice. Thanks, Frank. Thank you for participating with that slide. And some things that are actually completely added into the platform as far as of GrooveKart, it's the little elements that will help you to turbocharge your results. And when we said results, mean conversions and the ease of certain things with your customers. For example, you have product reviews, and I seem to find the correlation between a product review and a high selling ticket very in accordance to what people have said. Just depending on the reviews, if the reviews are good, that usually is a product that sells the most. That's why when you go to Amazon or any other big player, you see that the product is recommended based on the actual reviews. Now, within GrooveKart, you have the ability to have product reviews. So if you have a product that you have done yourself, coming back to the lamp example, if you have made a lamp and you have a great review and people are giving you great reviews, so therefore that is a product that is going to naturally stand out because it has some other people that have experienced that product. So the product reviews are going to help you a lot. We have also the live chat, the social proof pop-ups. I saw that somebody asked a question. Oh, if somebody bought a product, do we have the ability to show it in our page once it's purchased? Correct. You can control that as well. We have the Facebook Messenger chat, the discount spin wheel. More importantly, this next point is for people in Europe, and I know David will attest to this now that the GDPR compliance is very important in Europe, and winner coupons and manual discounts. We're going to see all these, guys. We're going to see all of these points within the demo. We're going to try to cover as much as we can so you can experience from end to end the actual GrooveKart. So let me just continue here. And we did this when we're working with marketing team. Why you should choose GrooveKart? Why it's important for us. And I hate to make comparisons, but comparisons are good for business. And I believe personally that when you are well educated when it comes to making a final decision, once you go with the best tool, you can also go and compare with the closest competitors. So here we're comparing in very few points because we couldn't really list all the advantages that GrooveKart has on Shopify and Squarespace. But we want to kind of touch on the sensible topics: pricing, unlimited bandwidth, security, and a couple of others. So here is actually a small comparison between the two closest competitors, Shopify and Squarespace. So you can see the free account allows you to get 3 stores. Shopify, they don't. You have to pay anywhere between $29 to $300 a month per store. So as soon as you are actually going there and start your Groove account, you're already saving money right off the bat. If you decide to go into the route of e-commerce, you're saving money right off the bat because, as you can see, Shopify is $29 to $300 depending on the plan that you select. The same thing with Squarespace, $12 to $40 a month. Squarespace is a little bit cheaper because the features, they do not have a lot of features. Custom domains, yes, you can create any domain. You can connect it to the GrooveKart store. It will work in all platforms. Same thing with unlimited bandwidth, and same thing with the certificates. Everything is secure. Now, that's one point that I want to touch. Security. You got to make sure that whether you start with GrooveKart or with any other company, with any other platform. Call it Magento, call it WordPress, WooCommerce, whatever it is. Make sure that every single piece of your content is secured. Why? You got to think of that as the biggest point to make sure that your customers feel that they're protected, that you care about their security. So make sure that every single aspect of your store is secured. Also, another one, a very important one, additional apps. We do have all the apps completely for free. So as you will see in the demo, we have a ton of apps to connect to to MailChimp, to connect to all other apps that will do the functionality for you, so you don't have to program anything. So that is included. In Shopify and Squarespace, you do have to pay for it. Actually, in Squarespace, they're very limited. They don't have a lot of extra apps. And payment providers. That this is one of the points that I will also bring Frank, because I will need a voice of experience here as far as of percentages and money that you will spend. Every single business will require a little bit of expense. And in this table, as I think Fran mentioned it earlier, that when they did the GroupPay day, I think it was the second or third day, I think GroupPay is one of the greatest advantages now that we have as far as of using GrooveKart in combination with GroupPay, because of the percentages. Is very cheap compared to Shopify and Squarespace. Squarespace is 3%, Shopify is 2.9. Right now, GrooveKart is 2.85 plus 25 cents per transaction. So it is very competitive. It's less than two closest competitors. And Frank, what do you think? As far as the payment providers, in your experience, do you think that for people to make a selection based on pricing versus functionality, or let's just say features, how big is that decision to be made? Would you go professionally? Would you go for the cheaper rates and the greatest features, or for a limited kind of options and more money?
Yeah, well, basically, it's very simple. Like, what's that? It's like 0.05 of a difference. In the beginning, you might say, well, it's not big of a deal. But let's say you launch a store and it starts going really well. That could turn into hundreds, if not thousands of dollars, per month or per quarter, that you could be saving with that difference. Okay. And another thing is, it's not included here, but if Shopify, that's the fee if you use the built-in Shopify payments. If you decide to use, let's say, Authorize.net or your own merchant, they increase that amount. So it's no longer 2.9%. They add an additional amount if you want to bring in your own merchant. Okay. If you're on the upgraded plan with GrooveKart, we have all sorts of payment providers in the back that you can connect to, that it's not going to cost you anything extra. With GrooveKart, the free version, of course, you got to use GroovePay or PayPal. If I'm incorrect, let me know. But come on, why wouldn't you want to use GroovePay? I misspoke. Why wouldn't you want to use GroovePay? You're going to save money on the fees, and you're working with the merchant directly, which is us, Matt Serralta and his team. And so they understand e-commerce. They understand versus Shopify is already a behemoth to where they're already corporate, right? So you're not going to, I think Matt Serralta mentioned on the GroovePay presentation, listen, we're here for you guys 24/7 when it comes to merchant processing, when it comes to things like that. So I'm biased, of course. I would go with GrooveKart. You can get 3 stores for free and unlimited products. You get to benefit from all of the premium features that are included even in the free account. So to me, it's a no-brainer, especially when you're new. You have a full-time job and you don't have thousands of dollars to throw at advertising to test. You just want to get something going and start. I know how it is because I've been there in 2013 where I was new to e-commerce, and the moment you start seeing, oh my God, I just blew $400 on ads today and nothing worked, you sometimes can shrink back and get scared and then stop, and then you stop the momentum. With GrooveKart, everything's included, so you can save hundreds of dollars on what it would cost you using Shopify through all the apps, right, to do all the bells and whistles. And so the solution is obvious. It's GrooveKart.
Right, and I see a comment here really quickly at Edna Jades. I want to just address that comment really quickly. David, if you can locate Edna Jades, she said, what does he say 3 stores free with pay account? I thought they said unlimited free stores with pay account. It is actually limited. As you can see, it says 3 free / unlimited stores with upgrade. So when you have your pro account or your platinum account, you get unlimited stores. But for the sake of the free account, it's 3 stores. So let's just move along. Frank, thank you so much for that interesting input about, the different competitors and pricing levels. And yeah, I know that GroovePay is a great decision. I did switch all my stuff to GroovePay once they released it, and I see the difference. I see that even though, guys, it might sound penny counting, remember, once you do volume, that's when you see the difference. That's when you see the impact of having a great provider for your payments and making sure that you get everything what you need. So now I believe this is one of this is the last slide, guys. We're pretty much at the top of the hour and a half, and this is the last slide of the presentation. Soon we're going to start joining Frank in the dive in, and David will also participate. So will I. But let's just talk about the premium features included in every store. And what else you can do within GrooveKart to help you improve your conversions. So some of the premium features are the quantity discounts, the upsells, the bump products either on the product page and the checkout on the float cart, bundle discounts, social proof pop-ups, the spin wheel, winner coupons, countdown timer for your special promotions when you have one, product reviews, and of course the customizable checkout pages and thank you pages. So there's a lot of features that you guys will see in action within the deep dive that we're going to do. Maybe within the next couple of minutes we'll start it, and we're going to try to touch every single aspect. And I know David and Frank, you guys are excited to start showing up to the world what is Groove been cooking as far as of GrooveKart. So let me just check that this is the last slide. I believe it is. So guys, thank you for sharing the past hour and a half. Right now, what we're going to be doing, we're going to just, how about if with the next couple of minutes, let's just do Q&A. Let's just do questions and answers. And right about the top of the hour, around 1 o'clock, we start the demo that Frank will take a little bit of piece. Then I'll take a piece, and most likely, David, if you have anything else to add, it will be great to have your input. And it will be around maybe 2 hours, so we're going to probably go down to 2 or 3 p.m. this afternoon. So welcome, guys. If you're just joining us, thank you for being here. So, David,
let's do something before we go into the questions. Now everybody knows that we will be answering some of the questions, but let's just do a quick break in order to get people the video that Mike recorded for this purpose, so that it presents this offer in its most beautiful way. You have the choice right now, ladies and gentlemen, to upgrade, to get yourself a lifetime account before this offer either goes to a higher price or is completely out of the market. So you don't want to miss out this opportunity. Put in your questions that you have, and we are going to see you in a couple of minutes.
Perfect. Thanks, David.
Hi, my name is Mike Filsaime, CEO and co-founder of GrooveFunnels, and we hope you're enjoying this Groove-A-Thon. Now, our next speaker is going to be coming up in about 5 to 10 minutes, and now would be a great time to learn more about GrooveFunnels and the GrooveFunnels upgrade. So first of all, if you're watching this on something like Twitch or Facebook Live or YouTube Live, and you're wondering what's going on, you want to check out groovefunnels.com. We have the best software on the planet for digital and e-commerce marketers, and our software is free for people to get started with no credit card required. Now, if you're a little bit more than a newbie, or you know that you will be a professional one day and you're looking to make a full-time income online, you really want to look into our upgrade. So right now in a new tab, you should go to groovefunnels.com/upgrade. or just look at the link right here on this video. At groovefunnels.com/upgrade, you're going to be able to, for a very limited time, get lifetime access to our entire suite of products. There's over 17 different products for you to be a professional digital marketer and e-commerce marketer. All you got to do, go to groovefunnels.com/upgrade. There's a video there that explains everything. And here's the important thing. Right now, you can become a lifetime member for one-time price of just $1,397. And you'll never have to pay us anything again, ever, period. That means no monthly fees. And if you aren't using GrooveFunnels right now, you'd have to be paying over 17 different software products that would cost you about $1,400 per month. Now, if you do the math for that, you're going to be looking, somewhere between $15,000 and $20,000 a year to run your business, which really isn't bad to run a business. But what if you could pay just $1,397 one time and never have to pay anything again? And all of those tools were the best tools out there, and they were integrated to work with each other. Now, you want to do this today because our grand opening is ending soon. And we don't plan on keeping this lifetime option available forever. The reason why we're doing it is right now we are creating more products, and this is kind of like an extended Kickstarter. So you're going to become a backer and a charter member and a lifetime member by paying one-time payment of $1,397. Just check that out at groovefunnels.com/upgrade. Remember, do this now because this offer is expiring. And after that, our prices will be going to $299 a month or $3,600 each and every year for what you can get right now for one-time price, lifetime for just $1,397. Remember, once you pay that, you'll get access to everything and you'll never make another payment to us again for anything ever, period. All right, groovefunnels.com/upgrade. Now's the time to do that. Check that out now. You have about 10 minutes before our next speaker joins us. Thank you very much.
All right, guys, thank you very much for paying attention to that nice commercial that Mr. Mike Filsame, or Fearless Leader, actually created. So take advantage. I think that's what that wanted to convey. Make sure that if you are willing to get started in the digital world, better place to start with Groove. So guys, I think the next step right now, it will be to starting the deep dive. Now we're gonna get started. Oh, actually, no, I am mistaken. We're gonna start with the Q&A. So let's get started, David. So let's just start throwing those questions out in the screen, and we will do as best as we can to respond to those questions.
Absolutely. So there are a couple of questions in regards to the limits. So let's just maybe answer this one first. I'm not complaining because I love GrooveKart and I'm a platinum member, but why can you only create one store every 7 days?
Mr. Matsuroka, how are you?
Good, everybody. I think that's a very, very good question. And part of the reason why we actually had to do that is because some users were coming in and were creating hundreds of stores at a time within minutes, and stores that they will never use, right? So for example, I can remember of a guys that added a store that was called Nintendo.groovekart.com, and then Xbox.groovekart.com, and this.groovekart.com, and this.groovekart.com. So some people took that, and with never really the intention of creating a business, but rather, can I say, hogging the system, right? So the idea behind it was really to not put some restrictions on what you can do and develop your business, but rather to keep people from misbehaving, and that is the reason why.
Awesome. Yeah, and I think complementing to what Matt said, just because you have the ability to create unlimited anything, that doesn't mean that you should do it. Especially
it doesn't make sense anyway.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, when you're starting to learn the process, I'd rather start learning with 1 instead of 10. Why? Because all the moving parts. I know it's easy. I know it's just as easy as just typing a name and create store. So let's just avoid doing that. Avoid just doing more stuff that you don't need to do. Unnecessary stuff in e-commerce, it makes you waste time. You don't want to do other processes. Just start with 1. So next question, David.
Absolutely. So there are There are questions about European tax. So we mentioned that we have systems that handle tax. Does it also cover the European taxes?
Matt, I will let you take that one because I know we have within the settings we do have the ability to control the taxes manually, so that can be customized to each geographic location. Correct.
So some of the issue with European taxes is the fact that they're always changing very fast, and then you have the rules between each country and the cross-country rules and all that kind of stuff. So as of right now, the way taxes are set up is you can create regions with different tax rates. You kind of have to create them manually, but you can say, hey, if I'm in France and I'm shipping a product to Germany, this is going to be the tax rate and so on. We have in our to-do list the intentions on looking for a partner in Europe that would be able to, through API, just in the same way as the tax jar is doing it today, come back and return a tax calculation. But Europe presents a new level of challenge, right? It depends sometimes in which city, more specifically, the product is going in some cases, and then the category of the product, right? If you, in the case of France, for example, if you sell a luxury item, it might be taxed at 30-some%, whereas if it's food, it's down below 10%. If it's a regular item, it's at 19.6%. So for us to pre-fill the data, considering where to the product is going and everything was really hard to do. So it's not only depends on the merchants, but also the kind of shipping. So based on your business model, it should be much easier for now for you to say, hey, this is my business model, this is my kind of product, this is where it's going, and this is going to be the tax rate for that region. Eventually, hopefully, we'll find a good partner to do an API connection with. And if you guys know of a partner, I welcome suggestion to look at that.
Nice. So if you guys out there know any company or any app that handle the taxes for the European community, please give us a shout out, put it in the comments, and of course, we appreciate the help. Without you guys, we will not have the product that we have today. So we make it as as a community, as everything. We need to make sure that we get your help. So David.
Yeah, there was a question earlier about the store every 7 days, and this question is related to this one. Is it true, this is from our lovely engineers, is it true that you will take unused stores away if they sit idle and never get built?
Yeah, so eventually this will happen, right? If a store is idle, like essentially if the idea was to create a domain name and take just a store name, eventually, after no activity in a store, after so much period of time, we will make it fall down. I don't have the exact number in front of me, but I know that if there's absolutely no activity, nothing is done with the store, there's no attempt to use the store for the purpose of selling product and to create your e-commerce business, it would eventually be going into some idle status, and you will be notified by email, and if nothing happened, then eventually the store will be removed.
There you go, guys. So there's no need to just go into GrooveKart, create a bunch of different stores just so that you have them. If you're not using them, there's really no need, because we will not keep them on forever. We need to just clean the system, so if you're not using the stores, somebody else would be able to create it.
Right, and remember, before we go to the next question, David, I think is more of an information piece. We build the system so you guys have the ability to do a lot of things, but we also have to consider functionality, server increase, all of that stuff. And if we keep it clean and if we keep it running functional with everybody's help, it will be an easier platform and we will have the ability to take advantage of that. So
the real idea is to avoid abuse, basically.
Exactly.
It's not for the purpose of limiting your business, right? If we see you're putting effort in several stores, to me, it doesn't make a lot of sense, right? I think you should have a very successful store, be good at it, know how to run your business, know how to run your funnel, and then, okay, maybe naturally you can build into another brand, right? But the idea of building 20 e-commerce store, being able to manage it, all that stuff seems almost unrealistic without having one sale on any stores.
And don't worry, guys, if you start working on your store and building it out, it's not going to disappear. So it's just,
right.
Let's say I create a subdomain, franksalinas.groovekart. If I don't go in there and touch it and I don't put effort into it, that's what we're talking about. If you start adding and modifying, it's not going to disappear. So no worries there.
And we have a pretty smart script that looks at, has the logo being updated, as product being added. When is the last time you logged into the store? Have you set up a payment method? Is your shipping configured? Are your taxes configured? We look at so many different items before a store gets flagged.
Nice. All right, let's get to the other question, David.
Yeah, so there's a question from Christine. Any good reasons to create a temporary GrooveKart store for a moving sale, to use GroovePay, etc.? Or would this be redundant with places like Craigslist?
You know what? Interesting question, but yeah, Matt, take it away.
Moving sales. Am I understanding that we're talking about a sale that's just going to be for a few days?
Yeah,
basically.
Probably, yeah.
Yeah. I've never thought of that. I know that for any product that I had that I wanted to sell, I typically put them in my e-commerce store, and try to market it. If you're moving sales, maybe, I hate to say that, maybe Facebook might be better marketplace or something to get your neighbors going, right? If you really want to sell, e-commerce is typically you become successful because you have a product and you can drive traffic to that product. Driving traffic to a single product is not necessarily easy and maybe a wasteful of resource. Something to think about. If you want to create a store for a moving sale and then use GroovePay, more power to you. But usually, I don't know if it makes a lot of sense. I have a hard time to picture a scenario where this would be a huge benefit, especially when you have only one unit of a product. Unless you create a marketplace like, eBay or something like that, and that becomes a long-term complicated project.
Yeah. And I think that coming to adding to what Matt said, unless you have a lot of things that you want to sell, because also you have to consider that if you have a ton of things and you're moving sell, if you're dealing with all your silverware, your electronics, your all of your big stuff, you got to also consider the implications of creating an e-commerce store. You have to think shipping. Let's say if you put your, your microwave into that GrooveKart, and somebody buys it, but they bought it in California and you live in Florida. So those are the implications that you got to think about using GrooveKart on that aspect. Any other input on that, Frank?
Facebook Marketplace, like Matt said, it's probably the easiest. Take a couple photos, list it up there, and you'll get rid of it quick.
There you go. Quick, perfect answer. Just short and sweet. All right, David, let's go with the next one.
Yeah, so there are questions on specific tech questions that are related to support questions, like how do I do this exact thing, and also the when questions for the future that we are going to be talking about anyways. Also, there are some questions on how do I do this and what is it good for, but I believe we are going to be showing that off in our presentation, which is coming. So at this moment, there is not really a question that we could answer that was related to the presentation. So I would say we are ready to go on with the demo of the actual software.
Awesome. All right. So let's just do something. Let's just type, all of us in the comment, I want to see the demo. Let's see how many of you want to see the demo right now. So let's wake everybody up, because now we're getting to the second part of the presentation today of this great session about GrooveKart. And we're about to dive into every single aspect of GrooveKart. And I believe, Frank, do you have everything ready for your end?
Yes.
Awesome.
Yes. I'm just going to probably need some help sharing my screen, but I'm going to go through the bullet points we have on the last slide as far as premium features. I'm going to touch on that, and then we'll toss the ball around whenever you guys want to chime in. And if I start stuttering, you want to save me, just let me know. So I'm going to share my screen, and we're going to go with Michelle Phil's same store. We're going to showcase her store. And by the way, no one's ordered. Mike asked everybody to go there and visit. Listen, if you want to place an order after I take it off of test mode, because we're going to show you that little feature too. And we're going to show you some of the premium features on using Michelle's store. And why? Because there's no customers yet. So just wait to after the Groove-A-Thon is over to order so she can see her first sale. And she'd be so excited for that. She's been working very hard on it. So let's go over. I'm going to share my screen in just a second. I just want to look at the slide. Quantity discount. So I'm going to share and share screen. And we're going to go, going to go here. Let me know when you see my screen. And let me know if you can see the dashboard. Jhon Garcia.
Yep, you are all in, my friend. Now you're in the dashboard.
Perfect. Can you see the slides now that I clicked away?
Yep. Now, now you're in the slides.
All right.
So
now I'm getting familiar again, so I don't freak out. Okay. So first one we're going to cover is quantity discounts. Okay. So let's just go to my products inside of GrooveKart, and I'm going to show you each one of these little premium features that we have, and I'm going to pick the first product that we created, and I'm going to touch on things that I think that might help you. Anything that I see that is a golden nugget, I will try to think of it as we're going through the demos. So let's go to preview the product. And we are here visiting Michelle's Good Vibes Crop Tea, okay? Here's a very simple example of that feature, okay? We're covering the quantity discounts. So if you buy 2, we see here, you'll be able to save 5% off each shirt. If you buy 3, you can save 7%. Now, why would you want to do that? You can create multiple discounts depending on how many products your customers buy. And the reason why you want that is simple. You're enabling the customer to go buy more. We don't like to be sold to, but we love to shop, right? How many of us has gone to the grocery store for 2-3 items and we come out with 100, right? It's in our nature to want to keep going, right? So you want to make it easy for your customers to spend more money. Why? Well, it's going to make you more money, more profit. And so you want to make it easy through this feature. And like, let's say if we buy 2, right? I'm going to buy 2 medium, and I'm going to add to cart. And that's going to take me to the checkout. They have, we have a feature here that'll show the float cart. In this case, I turned it off, making some tests before I went live today, and I forgot to turn it back on. But here's a quick example of showing you, oh, look, it normally would cost me $61. I'm saving 5%, and now it's only $57.95. Now, again, you want to incorporate this in your products. Why? So people can spend more. I'm going to give you a quick on my store. I have where I'm selling a hat, right? And it's a very specific hat. And I have these discounts. And about 40%, I kid you not, about 40% of my customers are buying 2 hats. Some of them are buying 3 hats. And the most I've seen is someone has bought 5 hats. Now, why is that cool? Well, I make more money. And when I drop ship from AliExpress, I get discounts. And if they're going to the same place, I save on shipping. So I end up making more profit when customers buy more than one of the same items. So you want to make it easy for them to spend more money. And one of the quickest ways to do that is through the quantity discounts. Now, where do you edit this? Well, let's go into the product to edit. And I'm going to show you where you do that. All right. So you go into pricing and variance, and it's very simple, quantity discounts. So let's see if I say I want them to get, I don't know, let's give them a bigger discount, 15%. You can choose the dollar amount or percent. I like doing percent, and then you hit apply. So what does this mean? Very simple, okay? If they buy 4 shirts, they get 15%. So let's go back to the cart, to the checkout page, and let's add 2 more, okay? I'm not a medium. I'm more of an extra large. Thank God I used to be a 3X a couple years ago. 2 more. Go to add to cart. And let's see here, okay? So now we can see that 15% has been applied to the all 4, okay? As you can see that, okay? So it's very simple. You want to incorporate this feature because it's going to make a very simple way to increase the average order value, okay? It's super simple. It's a premium feature built in, okay, into GrooveKart. So let's go find out. Let's go back and let me show you. You can delete these very simply on the fly like that. If you don't like the discounts, you're like, nah, let me give them more of a discount so they buy more right away. So let's say I'm going to give you 8% if you buy 2. And then if you buy 3 shirts, I'm going to give you 10%. And then if you buy 4, well, I'm going to go and give you a bigger chunk. And then if you buy 5, well, let's go crazy and give them 25%. Now, something to think about. If you're fulfilling through, let's say, Tscape, I'm pretty sure Printful does it as well. Same as I mentioned before with AliExpress. If they're shipping those items to the same address, they're going to give you a discount on shipping, right? Because these are shirts that don't weigh a lot. So you're going to make more money because the customer decided to buy 4 because they love to save and they want to get 15%. And you're going to pay less because they're charging you, I believe Tscape is like $1.50 extra per shirt. So they charge you the first initial shipping fee of, let's just say, I can't think of it off the top of my head. Let's say it's $3 in the US. And then for every additional t-shirt going to the same place, it's an extra $1 or $1.50, something like that. So you save on shipping, you're making more money, and your profits end up being bigger. And that's a very awesome premium feature that's called quantity discounts. You can find it when you're editing your product inside of GrooveKart. I love this feature. It just makes me more money, and it's built right into the software. So let's see. One-click upsell. This is cool.
Hey, Frank, let's just start from the complete beginning. Let's just do something that everybody would see. Let's just see how to get into GrooveKart. What do people see when they go into GrooveKart? And let's start from the beginning. What we are doing right now is showing you how to actually maximize the money. But let's just start from where you actually create the store first. Let's just do from the complete scratch. What do you say, guys?
Perfect. Oh, you muted.
We cannot hear you. We cannot hear you, Jhon.
Sorry, my mic decides to mute itself. So I was about, as you were saying, yes, let's start from the get-go, because I think Frank and I got too excited of showing the actual advantages and things that we want to do. But for the sake of making everybody participate and making everybody know what we're all about today, let's just start with logging into your Groove account and create a store. And I think that will be a great start for the next 2-3 hours that we're going to be here, because we're going to demo everything, guys. So, right, I don't know if we can do a little break since it's the top of the hour. Go get a glass of water. Let's just take a look at something else, what everybody else is getting prepared. And then we start. How about that, guys? What do you say? What do you say?
Absolutely. Yeah, I believe we should start from when we actually log into Groove, and then we go from there. What people want to see is how to get started, also the money making, and we'll come back to this one, ladies and gentlemen. Don't worry about this. These are the best things in our platform. We want to showcase you how to get there first, not immediately how to use it. So we'll do a short intermission. We'll see Mike feel same now, and then come back and then dive into GrooveKart from start.
Perfect. All right.
Hi, my name is Mike Filsame, CEO and co-founder of GrooveFunnels, and we hope you're enjoying this Groove-A-Thon. Now, our next speaker is going to be coming up in about 5 to 10 minutes, and now would be a great time to learn more about GrooveFunnels and the GrooveFunnels upgrade. So first of all, if you're watching this on something like Twitch or Facebook Live or YouTube Live, and you're wondering what's going on, you want to check out groovefunnels.com. We have the best software on the planet for digital and e-commerce marketers, and our software is free for people to get started with no credit card required. Now, if you're a little bit more than a newbie, or you know that you will be a professional one day and you're looking to make a full-time income online, you really want to look into our upgrade. So right now in a new tab, you should go to groovefunnels.com/upgrade. Or just look at the link right here on this video. At groovefunnels.com/upgrade, you're going to be able to, for a very limited time, get lifetime access to our entire suite of products. There's over 17 different products for you to be a professional digital marketer and e-commerce marketer. All you got to do, go to groovefunnels.com/upgrade. There's a video there that explains everything. And here's the important thing. Right now, you can become a lifetime member for one-time price of just $1,397. And you'll never have to pay us anything again, ever, period. That means no monthly fees. And if you aren't using GrooveFunnels right now, you'd have to be paying over 17 different software products that would cost you about $1,400 per month. Now, if you do the math for that, you're going to be looking, somewhere between $15,000 and $20,000 a year to run your business, which really isn't bad to run a business. But what if you could pay just $1,397 one time and never have to pay anything again? And all of those tools were the best tools out there, and they were integrated to work with each other. Now, you want to do this today because our grand opening is ending soon. And we don't plan on keeping this lifetime option available forever. The reason why we're doing it is right now we are creating more products, and this is kind of like an extended Kickstarter. So you're going to become a backer and a charter member and a lifetime member by paying one-time payment of $1,397. Just check that out at groovefunnels.com/upgrade. Remember, do this now because this offer is expiring. And after that, our prices will be going to $299 a month or $3,600 each and every year for what you can get right now for one-time price, lifetime for just $1,397. Remember, once you pay that, you'll get access to everything, and you'll never make another payment to us again for anything ever, period. All right, groovefunnels.com/upgrade. Now's the time to do that. Check that out now. You have about 10 minutes before our next speaker joins us. Thank you very much.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're about to now officially start the demo. I know Frank and I, we got really excited about showing you all the actual features that we got carried away. That usually happens in a live setting because, yes, we are live. This is coming to you straight from each of everybody's homes, and we're doing this so you guys can enjoy GrooveKart. So let me just switch to my screen now. Let me just share my screen since I have it ready. Here to get started, let me just go back to the main menu here. Let me just go back. Let me just log in normally. Let me just go to the dashboard here because I know that all of you guys know all about this. You have now the Groove funnels. We have all the apps. And a lot of people have told me, hey, how do we get to GrooveKart from my login? So this is the very beginning. So to get to your stores, all that you got to do is locate this beautiful icon with the little cross or the plus sign and the shopping cart and click on it. Once you click on that, you will see all the stores that you have created. So you can see I have a couple of stores, and this is I'm gonna as long as I go with the presentation, I am going to share the tips that I personally use when I develop my stores. And as you can see, I have 5 stores, 3 of them which they don't have a logo. That means that they're not as active. I'm just working on those, but I'm trying to complete it. But there's 2 that are actually functioning. I am not going to go into those stores, but I am going to show you guys how to create a store and how simple it is. So very first step, create a store. Once you log into your account, either if it's a premium account or a free account, remember, the difference will be right here. Create a new store. If you have a free account, it will be limited to 3 stores. And if you have a Platinum or Pro account, you will have a store. You have the ability to create a store every 7 days. So let's just add a new store, shall we? So add a new store. And let's say I am going to sell sunglasses. So I'm just going to put sunglasses store. Sunglasses store. Actually, sunglasses store. I'm going to check the availability of the domain name or the subdomain, and you will get a message. Congratulations, domain is available. Remember, this is for the subdomain of the store. When it says the domain is available, that allows you to connect it to your own custom domain. So I know language has to be really clear here. When we say the domain is available, that means the domain that is created for your store. So if you create sunglasses.groovekart.com, that means that domain is available. That does not mean that your custom domain can be sunglasses.com, because if it's not available, it will not be able to connect it. That's why we have to differentiate those 2 points. Make sure that the subdomain is when you create the store, and your custom domain is the one that you want to add to identify your store on the internet. So now let's just do this. Okay, new store added to the creation query. The store will appear in your list after some time. So let's just pray to the internet gods that this actually gets speed up, because I know that there's probably thousands of you creating stores right now. So let's take a look. The way that you will go to the next step is very fun. You see right down here, it says this store is being built. That is letting you know, hey, your store is being prepared. You're about to access it. Now, as you can see here, once you're done with the next store, it will tell you this. Create new store. You can create one store every 7 days. So it will tell you how many days you have available. I mean, you have to wait in order to get a new store available. So now let's just take a look to see if the store is ready. Since it says that the store is being built. So pending queue number 0. So I bet within the next 2 to 3 minutes, the store will be ready. In the meantime, let's talk about the beautiful changes that we did here in the look and feel. I mean, I know that you've been seeing this for the past couple of months, but the great, awesome way that this was created, I'm ecstatic about it.
You could also mention we are at the stores tab now. What is the history tab on the top there?
Oh, actually, the history tab allows you to know what stores you have had in the past. Let's say you had an idea. You see my sunglasses. I had this store and I deleted it, because you have the ability to do that. So any actions that you take within the stores, you can actually find it here in your history. Like pretty much like it is like a log of the events, because again, since you have the ability to create a lot of stores, then you decided, you know what, this idea did not go that good, or maybe it's not the product that I wanted to do, and you want to create it. I mean, you want to delete the store. You can delete the store, but it will show a history of it here in this tab. And thanks, David, for bringing that up. I was so excited to show you guys the store being built that I forgot about that little tab. And also, if once you have many stores working and pretty much installed within the GrooveKart platform, you can search for your stores. So you can use that functionality at the top. Now let's just refresh again. And since I was in queue number 0, let's see, sunglass store is still being created.
It's actually at the first one there. You can see it on the top.
Oh, that's, yeah. Was it? Okay, cool. So it is created already. So now once your store is created, then the easiest way to go in there is clicking by the admin dashboard. So once you go to the admin dashboard, you will see the dashboard of your newly created store. So it's loading right now. And what you will see is pretty much the 7 steps that you will have to start in order to create your account. Right now, let's just go to the dashboard. Last in order, let me just go into home right here. And you will see here, this is the starting point. Right now, we have pretty much the 6 to 9, actually it's 9 points that we have to follow in order to complete our store. So let's get to it. Store details. Start by adding your basic store details. So click on the button. And I believe for this test, we decided to sell sunglasses. So let's just add a logo. We don't have one, but we can create one logo really quickly and add it to this portion. And the way that you actually upload your logo is you click to upload and you select any images that that you want to actually add. As I said, since it's a test and I didn't know what product we were going to sell, I didn't have a logo per se, but maybe if Frank or David can help me out with a graphic. No, you don't have a graphic. I see a lot of chicken heads. So it's okay, but you get the idea. You get, this is how you can upload the logo. And here at the top, guys, this is very important. This is the steps that you're following. You've had your store details, your international settings, your shipping, your taxes, your payment gateway, and launch your store. So you can see it's very simple. All that you need to do is complete the blanks and get to it. So we're gonna call it the sunglasses store. Sunglasses store. And the store phone number, you can actually add any number if you want. And the store email. So the store email, and this is one of the crucial parts here. If you want to use your own email, you can do that with a custom domain. So I'm going to call this the sunglassstore.com, .groovekart.com, because we're not using a customized domain for it. But in the event that you decide to do that, you can create that. And later on, we will show you how to actually add the MX records so you can use your custom domain for your store. Your store address, a lot of people don't want to put their home address or identify the location, so you can put maybe a city. Let me just put Hollywood. Displaying all of my addresses there, but let me just see. Let's just put Miami, Florida. I'm very close to Miami, Florida. So store phone number, if you don't want to put it in, you don't actually add it, then just click next. Now, congrats. You're one step closer of going live. Go next. Now, languages is English, and I know there's a lot of people waiting for this. And I had a meeting with Max and a couple other people. Languages are coming. And David, I believe, if you don't mind jumping in on the call right now and giving us a little bit of an update on languages.
Yeah, so what we're working on is we will use an automated way of translating the actual store. This is coming real soon. We'll have more information once it's live, but you'll be able to come in here and just type in the language that you're using and that you want to actually offer for your customers to see. And then this will be just a search bar for your language. You click on the language you want to select, and that's basically it. It's going to be very simple.
Nice. And so languages are coming, guys. So that's an exciting announcement that once we have all of the languages will be announced. And of course, currencies. Right now, currencies are also available here that you can select. For this example, we're going to use the US dollar. Now, here is something that we definitely encourage people to take a look at before they even start. It is great to have an international store, and it is great to start selling products everywhere, but you have to learn the implications of it. So for my personal case, which will be different for each of you actually out there, you have to understand your geographic location. So where you want to sell? You want to sell in all of the countries? You want to sell only the United States, Canada, or maybe within your country? So it is a great way to select your working area, to call it somehow. So we're gonna start deleting the countries, or we can actually just select here the United States. I believe is there. So let's see, show all. Oh, well, this store is actually set up to sell internationally. So feature here, if you don't want to sell in certain countries, you just click in the countries that you don't want to sell. Seems to be a lot of work, but you can do that here at the start, or you can actually do it at the settings, which I'll do it momentarily. So let's just click next. And what we'll do now, Yahoo, congrats, another step closer. So now let's talk about shipping. Your store is set up with free shipping by default, but let's talk about shipping. Let's talk about the shipping methods. And you have some of the popular carriers, but here is to simplify the options on shipping. You can create, maybe let's just do regular shipping. The description, it will be the USPS regular 2-day shipping. As you can see, I'm just typing it up, but then you can make the selection. And this is an important step, because I always tell all of our customers to make sure that you get the correct pricing, how much it will cost you to actually ship a package. And I know it varies, and I know depending on the size of the item and the pricing that you want to select, always make sure that you have into account the shipping cost. So if shipping a product is let's say $3.50, you will actually put that in there. But if you want to make a little bit of money on the shipping, you can charge anything that you might feel is acceptable when setting up your shipping. So
also, I want to jump in and just say that you can actually click on the logos that you want to use. If you want to use FedEx, you can click on the FedEx icon or the logo, and it pre-populates the fields below.
cool. Thanks, David. I did try. I think I did a third click, but you see, so let's just do USPS, the description, and on the option title, and I'll put the standard shipping. Perfect. Now let's just do the pricing. So set up the prices. Pardon me. So here you can include the product for additional shipping fee. If you turn these off, these prices will not be considered, because that will be include the product with additional shipping fee. And throughout the experience, the user experience within GrooveKart, you will see these little eyes in a dot, which will indicate what exactly they are. So if you turn this off, you will not see any additional shipping fee. So it's always good to have it on and make sure that you set it up. So if the price of the product, and let's just go to the total price. Let's say if the price of the product is, let's say $19.99 up to $49.99, and you determine that according to your costs and according to your shipping charges, it will be okay to all countries to charge $19.99. Once you click in here, it will populate with $19.99 if I'm correct. You see $19.99. That's what happens. So it will populate it with all countries. However, as we know, not all shipping charges are the same. So for any products that are sold between $19.99 and $40.99, you want to maybe increase the price to Africa, destinations in Africa, in Asia, Central America, Europe, North America. So you have to make sure that when you set these numbers up, are the current cost for shipping. So for the lieu of example, we can use that as a generic number. But let's just make sure that depending if you are using an international store that sells everywhere, let's just make sure that you connect and you can actually investigate the pricing for shipping. So you don't open a store with the wrong shipping charges, because then you might, experience a lot of charges for shipping that might not be the right ones. But just for the sake of argument and for the sake of the demo, let's just put $9.99 in all of them. Let's see if perfect. Now let's just go next, and we're gonna get the little announcement that we're one step closer. Now let's just go to the taxes, and here is the part that a lot of people were asking earlier. How do we actually handle the taxes? We do have the recommended step, which is joining Taxiar. So once you actually create the account, it will pretty much ask you a couple of questions about your business, where your location is, where your state, and you can actually use that. Or you can actually manually enter the tax rate. This is recommended to some extent if you have a good handle on taxes and how to do your taxes and how to actually proceed with all the intricacies that taxes will bring to your business. And here, automatically calculate taxes according to for Canada and United States. So here, you select the country, which will be USA or Canada, and then you select the state. So in my case, it will be USA. State, it will be Florida. It will be automatically calculated. I'm going to put Miami. Actually, let me just put Hollywood. and 33021. So this is the tax area that I will have. Now that is for United States users. Other users can actually manually use the tax situation. Now, payment gateways. Once we click next, payment gateways, you can actually add any of the ones, since this is the upgrade account. On the free account, you will be limited to PayPal and GroovePay.
Hey, Jhon, would you like, I can pass you in the chat through Skype my GroovePay API just so you can show them how they could use GroovePay if they already went into their GroovePay account and grabbed their API.
Sure, let's do that. So that's perfect.
I'm going to pass it to you in Skype, not in the public chat.
Perfect, no worries, that'd be great. So let me just have that.
And it doesn't matter because I can always change the API later. I'm not worried about it, but I'm going to step out. I just sent it to you in Skype in our Groove-A-Thon chat.
Perfect. Let me see if I can open it on a separate window here and then bring it in. So give me 1 second. So let's just connect GroovePay right away. So let's just connect GroovePay. And it will start running right now. So thank you so much, Frank, for that key. Now let me just go here again and copy that information. Also, don't forget to send me the email. Let me just check. Did I click again here? Oh, settings, API key, paste, and save. Now, guys, we have connected GroovePay, and again, we get that beautiful screen that says congrats, and now we can launch our store. Congrats, you have completed your steps. All of the 6 first steps are completed. Then we are pretty much ready to sell. Now it's moving along to edit the store, to play with the look and feel, and talk about all the new features that are available for GrooveKart. Now, this is it. Let's get ready to start, and we're going to start from top to bottom on the icons, and we will see about our products, where to handle the orders, of course, our builder, the rest of the apps, and the settings. And for this next section, I am going to start from the bottom. I'm going to start for the settings, so we cannot tie up everything from the get-go. So let me just go to the settings of the store. Now, for all of the old users for GrooveKart, and when I say old users, I'm talking about all the original bot carriers and the people that actually started with us from the beginning with GrooveKart, you will see a lot of difference. You will see a lot of the way, a lot of differentiation when it comes to the UI and how things are presented. For example, here you have store information, your payment gateways, your domain, shipping, taxes, international settings, staff accounts, mail templates, pixels, email marketing, and legal pages. There will be one extra if you have a free account. You will have a link down here that is specified certain things. But since we're looking at a pro account, let's just start with the legal pages. And we're going to start from top to bottom in every single aspect of the settings. Legal pages are important. Some of them are pre-populated because remember, when you have a store, especially if you are connecting to a merchant like GroovePay, they do require that you have some sort of terms and conditions. You have your terms of service, and those are already here and they're pre-populated. So you have the ability to do that. Then you can change anything on those according to your products, according to if you have your own terms of conditions, you do have that ability, that option to change that information. So you certainly can do that. But this is one of the most important steps. And that's why I started from the bottom. Why? Because in every single store, and let me just go back here for a second, and let me see if I can go to the storefront and show you why they're important. So this is the theme that the store that we created, Sunglass Store at GrooveKart.com. Every single place will have this: the best deal, the privacy policy, terms and conditions, and return and refund policy. These documents are, if not the most important pages in your store, they take the top 3 on the importance, because these are the pages that a lot of people that are going to go into your store and check them out. You need to make sure that you put full information on the processes, your policies, and your terms and conditions. Where you do that right here under the settings in the page. So I'm going to save this content right here. And we're going to go in and take a look at the very next step. Let's just go here to settings again. And we're going to go to email marketing. And in email marketing, we did a couple of changes. And a couple of you maybe know this. And David, I know in the past, a lot of people talk about this, about the export functionality and about the collected emails that we have. So here it is. You actually get all the collected emails. And once we go into the builder, I will show you where all those emails come. Once you create, let's say, a newsletter sign-up field, all those emails will come here. And email export services. So you have also the options that you can use in order to increase your list. So MailChimp, Klaviyo, SendGrid, or the CSV export. So all those functions are available. Due to the fact that this is a new store, I don't have customer information, but we will definitely try to test with a couple of names like we have here. Now, we have covered legal pages, email marketing. Now, this is an area that I will certainly bring out Frank and David, because it's extensive. But I want to touch as much as I can on this, because for retargeting purposes and marketing, it is definitely a good point to learn more about it. And it is all of the extra coding, the pixels, and all of this stuff that we definitely should use in order to maximize the functionality in our stores. Now, for example, here in embed codes, you have, and I think early on, Frank mentioned that when you connect analytics, you can connect any kind of script using these embedded codes. So you can add it either in the head section, the body section, and the optional sections, or the CSS. It's actually to modify only CSS. The CSS is the styling sheets from the actual cart. So here is the embedded codes. David, Frank, you want to elaborate a little bit more on this section so we can actually work together to inform all of our audience how to properly add this?
Yeah, so there is a lot of things that you could use this area or this section of GrooveKart for. In case you have some external apps that you would like to connect to GrooveKart. Let's just say that you have a very, very cool pop-up software that you want to connect to GrooveKart and display all sorts of different things as pop-ups. At this moment, we don't have a pop-up system inbuilt to GrooveKart. And let's just say you want to bring in your own. So you just get the embed code from your pop-up software, you place it here in this section of the embed codes in GrooveKart, and now you're basically done. You have nice pop-ups that you brought over from different places. You could also bring in a lot of different codes and a lot of different tracking pixels and things like that. We have separate section for that one, but there is a platform. There are platforms out there like Pinterest, for example,
Right.
and then Google and all sorts of different stuff where you will need to put in something in the body section or the head section of your store, of your pages. And this is the place where you do that. Also for CSS, in case you are familiar with CSS, you can change any color, any settings, anything really that is even not allowed inside the builder yet. We are still developing the builder and making it better every day. But for example, if you would like to modify the color of your header or the buttons for the write a review button or things like that, that there's still not an option inside the builder, you can just do a little bit of tweaking with the CSS, paste the code here in the last section of this screen of this area, and then you can actually modify all those colors, all those settings with the settings that you prefer.
Correct. Frank.
Yes, I think if you scroll up a little bit, Jhon, if you can see for the users where we can add the Facebook pixel. If you're doing any kind of Facebook advertising, of course, you can go there. You can activate the app that connects. So you're going to go grab your Facebook pixel from your Facebook Business Manager. And of course, this is a start to finish full training, but we're going to show you as much as we can. You would go into Facebook and then grab your pixel, and you can embed the pixel and use the app to put the ID there. Once you put the ID, you don't have to copy all the code. You just put the ID. It's a string of numbers. You put it in there. That way, the pixel will track all the activity of your visitors. You would do the same thing for here. You would go and connect to Google Analytics, and then same thing like I mentioned earlier. If you're going to start advertising, you start making sales, you want to have a presence in as many places as you can. So you definitely would want to retarget those people, and you could do so by setting up your Facebook product feed. You also want to connect your Google Analytics so you can see what's going on, demographics, where the people are coming from. So you'd set up your analytics. And then same thing, you want to do Google Shopping ads. You'd set up your merchant feed. And then, Jhon, touch on the sitemaps, because like I mentioned before, I'm more direct response, setting up ads, testing campaigns. Sitemaps is very important for SEO, I believe, right? And this is where they could edit that as well.
Correct. Yeah. And yes, definitely sitemaps needs to be activated. And if you have a structure that you know how to manipulate, you have the ability to upload a file with the site structure. So you can do that here as well. But let's just activate some of these so we can actually show them where they need to put the actual information provided by Google and by Facebook. And I think it's important that, unfortunately, it will be sensitive information for whoever is activating this, because right now I will be able to show, won't be able to go into my Facebook account and try to copy all the pixels, but you guys actually can do it yourself. It's easy to activate. All that you do is catalog ID in English, and then you can actually just keep and fill up the blanks. In here, Facebook product feed, same thing with the pixel tracking and the Google Analytics. All that you got to do is just log into your Google account. You will get that ID from all the pages that you have created within your Google Analytics account, and you can get the ID. I have an old one here, and then you can start tracking, and it will start tracking every single aspect that, of course, you're gonna be measuring in Google Analytics. And Google Merchant Feed, the same case. And as Frank mentioned, always take a look at what each one does. So confirm the ownership of your domain use if you have a custom domain. And also, Google Feed is using the GrooveKart summary description. If you have very specific information that you want to show in that feed, you can actually regulate it. Here you can enable for Google Shopping, export non-available products, and allow products with UPC or manufacturer. These three settings are actually very interesting because sometimes Google Merchant Feed will require it. So that's why we have the option to either activate them or deactivate them. And of course, the sitemaps, as Frank actually mentioned. So this part of the settings will cover all that. Pixel feeds, embed codes. And remember, guys, if at some point during this process that you really want to connect everything, that you're having an issue, you can always contact us at support.groovedigital.com, and we will be able to help you. Now, moving along, let's just go with the mail templates. The templates are for every single action that is required to be sent an email from your customer. So you have the ability to modify and edit all those areas. So let's say this is your contact form right here. Let's say this is also your contact email template, your email forward. And as you can see, you have the ability to change and kind of avoid to use the same for everything. So you can actually manipulate the text, the variables, and make sure that every single form, that every single mail template that you want to use is actually, it has your personal touch, your store touch, your colors. So you do have the ability to do that. Right here, for example, if you want to just send an email, a guest to customer. So this is once a guest becomes a customer. So this is your message for them. Your customer account creation, your guest account has been transformed into a customer account, and then you can add any other text. Thank you for creating your guest account, to convert your guest account to a customer account, and add any verbiage that you feel appropriate. So this will allow you to do that. This area on the mail templates under your settings allow you to do that. Frank?
One thing I wanted to add, this is the only one I would edit would be the order confirmation, because what I would do is you can take advantage, click on the order confirmation, and they've already ordered. Once you include a coupon code just for existing customers, and you could say, hey, thank you for making your purchase. Below, like Jhon mentioned, you can add text. So you could put in a coupon code, highlight it, make it bold, etc., and say, come back right now and enjoy this 25% coupon, or something like thank you 25, TY 25. Something simple. You can modify that with the email templates. That's all I wanted to say.
No, great. No, awesome. And also remember, you can actually add that with the abandonment sequence. So when you have the abandoned sequence, you can actually also reinforce that as well. So pretty much information here is completely up to you guys. You can manipulate all this information, create the message, the right verbiage, as I said, to kind of just deliver the message that you want to do for your customer. So I don't believe that we need to touch in each of them, but we will get to the rest of the stuff. Now, staff accounts. A lot of people have asked me, hey guys, how do we limit the actual access to certain people in my store? Or I'm hiring a VA to actually just get and help me process my orders. So here, that kind of resolves the problem with the staff accounts. So let me just add a new employee really quickly here so you'll see the functionality. So we're going to add a new employee right here or in the center button. And you start with, let me just put, somebody help me with a name, Tim. A last name, anybody? Gomez. Let's say Tim Gomez is going to help me at processing the orders. So I'm going to have his information here, tim@gomez.com. You assign a password. So let's just do very simple password. Of course, you're not going to see it, but I type in a very simple password, which I will inform the person that is receiving this email with the invitation to become part of the team here in this store at the Sunglass store. So language English, activate. And here's the important part. What kind of permissions you guys want to give this person? And you have a couple of areas that you want to just give them access to. Either process the orders, customer support, additional products, or store administration. Have in mind, the store admin function will give access to all areas. He will be able to see orders, prices, products, all there is in GrooveKart. So let's just think, whenever you hire somebody, or if you're going to get external help, make sure that you give them in the right area. If you're hiring somebody to process the orders, of course, you only want to go with the virtual assistant process the orders. So let's just go BA orders. So, and you click save. Now, once you click save and you get the green notification that this person has been added, oh, the password must be at least 8 characters long. So that password that I type in did not work. So it's going to be 8. Now, hopefully that will work. And I believe it did. It's 8 characters. So now you have one staff account. Now all of the orders shall be processed by Tim Gomez, and Tim will be able to work on the orders and help you to process them. Now, let's say Tim is a great person. He's a great employee in your business. And you say, you know what? I trust Tim actually to help me to manage the full store. So you can actually go in actions and edit and you can change at any time the role that actually Tim has. So Tim now is a store admin, and he will have the same privileges to actually manipulate every single settings in the store, so you guys can communicate together with Tim and let him do his thing as an admin. Now that we have covered staff accounts, David, Frank, anybody wants to add something in those two? Or perfect, I see a lot of shaking hands. Let's just move along. Let's just go with international, because this is where the fun starts. And a lot of decisions and a lot of decision making is now started to go in place, because there's four or five settings here that we really definitely take a look, depending on your personal case. So right now, my languages is English. As David mentioned, soon we're going to have more languages. I believe it's Portuguese and French, and later on the rest. Currencies. What currencies do you accept in your store? So the currencies, right now, you will see a whole list of currencies. And the cool thing about this is GrooveKart is globally accepted everywhere. You can create a store anywhere, from anywhere. If you are in France, if you are in South America, if you are in Asia, you can have a store. Cool thing is that you have the ability to manipulate your currencies. So in this case, as you will see here, the US dollar is active. That's because I chose to actually have my store locally in USA. So if, let's say, you want to add the euro, all that you got to do is click on the X to activate the euro. Recommended? Not really. If you're in the US, let's just do one single currency, which is the United States dollar, for conversion purposes and also for other reasons. So, but depending on your geographical area, you have the ability to select what currencies you want to actually be able to accept. Now, let's say, I actually accidentally activated the Australian dollar. So you say, nope, I didn't want that currency. So you can select in the actual boxes of the currency, and then on the actions, you can disable them, enable a currency or disable them. So you can do that here, or you can do that individually. So let's just do this individually again. Let's just do the Australian dollar, and let's just disable again the euro. So it's very simple. It's just click, and instead of an X, you will see a green check mark. Now, let's just do something interesting, that is zones. And for the zones, this is your shipping zones as well. You see, earlier when I started to send the shipping areas, if you're not shipping in some areas or some zones, you can just disable them. Let's say you don't ship to Oceania or Central America, you can uncheck those, and those areas of the world will not be shown in your shipping section. So you cannot just narrow down your shipping abilities. So if you only want to work with North America, same thing, you just disable pretty much the rest. And the way that you disable it, you can edit it, or you can just click on the actual, you see Europe active, this is to deactivate it. You click save. This is to deactivate any of the zones. You see here the X. So, and then if you don't want the North America, you can just click on the check mark, and it will be disabled. But let's just reactivate it now for the sake of this demo. Now, let's just move along. Countries. This is another very important one. Why countries? It's important for two reasons. You need to make sure that your limitations. What are your limitations? Are you selling exclusively in a couple of areas, in a couple of countries? Let's say, and again, for the sake of this demo, we want to just sell in the United States. So you can you see all the countries are active. And I believe at the beginning, when I set up, you saw all the lists of the available countries. So let's just take a look at the list. So we have 244 different countries. This is how big and powerful GrooveKart is. Depending on your country, you can activate that country and use it there. So, but since I'm going to be only using the United States, I am going to go up here and I'm going to select the countries that I don't want. Yeah, so let me just take a look and see if we can action select all. Here, I'm selecting all the countries on this page. Let me see if I can do all the countries right away. So this step is a little bit easier to go. So you'll see all the countries. So now I am going to select all countries, and then I am going to disable the selection. So I'm going to disable all countries because then I'm going to pick only one. Let's say I only going to sell in the United States or Canada. So now you see that all of the countries that were available have X's. That means that they're not available. Now you're only limiting yourself to sell into certain areas. Now let's just select back again, everything again, actions, unselect all, and let's look for the United States, which is right here. Then you can either click the box and activate it, or you can simply click on the X, and now your store is only selling in the United States. So very simple, it just takes a couple of clicks, but hopefully you will understand that the limitations that you have geographically and depending on the products that you're going to sell, it's always wise to make sure that you understand the implications of having every single country in the world going to orders. Because remember, everybody will be able to access your store. Now, having the ability to sell to certain countries might have certain implications like shipping, taxes. So make sure that you analyze those before you go live. And that's the reason why we keep the US stores here, as you see in this example. So now that we have selected the country, now let's go to the states. I selected the United States, and now we have the list of the states. And maybe you want to sell products that might not be, that you don't want to sell to certain states. So you have the same situations here. You can go into the actions, edit, and disable certain state. Let's say you want to disable Alabama. So Alabama will be disabled here. And as you can see in the list, it's also disabled. So if you want to activate it again, you just click on the X and it will be activated. I don't see a lot of reasons why you shouldn't be selling in certain states, but there might be products or items that might not be available in certain states. So you don't want to go and offer them in states that you have. Let's say you're selling large items and you don't want to ship it to California, so you just make sure that California is not in the shipping states. So that's pretty much part of the international and local information. Now, David, anything else that you would like to add in this section?
Yes, I just want to point out something that Max actually wrote out. And Max is one of our developers in GrooveKart. And he says, be very careful with setting up zones, shipping states and countries. Sometimes users disable all the zones or countries, and that makes the shipping step on the checkout empty. So you may not want to do that because somebody, when they come to your order page or the checkout page, the shipping step will be empty. So be careful of that. We cannot hear you. We cannot hear you, Jhon.
Oh, sorry. It's just, again, my mic, every time you talk, seems to go mute. I don't know why. It's just...
It's a good mic. It's good mic.
Yeah, it's a good mic. He knows when David's talking, everybody else should be quiet. Smart mic. All right, so let's just now move to taxes. And we're covering, if you're joining us, guys, we're covering a full in-depth demo of every single part of GrooveKart. So we're going to be here for the next couple of hours. So brace yourself, go get some coffee, tea, or whatever is your favorite beverage. And let's move along. So taxes. Nobody wants to deal with taxes. That's a fact. But we do have to do it in order to conduct proper businesses. So the sales tax settings, as I mentioned earlier, you have, and as I did it in the beginning, you can enable taxes or disable taxes. Do we recommend to enable taxes? Of course. We all have to make sure that in any single business, Uncle Sam, in the case of people that live in the United States, is happy with you. You don't want to go in any unwanted situations with Big Brother. So you have a lot of options. You have manually enter the tax rates, automatically calculate your taxes, and use TaxYard. We do recommend the use of TaxYard because that will take away the pain of dealing with sales taxes and all of that stuff. For the sake of example, I'm going to just automatically calculate the states, and it will tell me the city as I just put it in here, and that will calculate the state in every cell. So stepping away from the sales tax situation, we're going to go to shipping. And I believe we covered that at the beginning. We created the sections, and we created a couple of things. But here's a couple of things that sometimes we want to add in our stores. Whenever we have a product that we want to have an additional shipping fee or handling fee, needs to be added here, or a specific category. Let's say you have additional shipping apply in a single quantity. So let's say you have a product that you want to add a quantity, an additional shipping fee. You activate that and you add the set cost per product. So you can do so here. Now, shipping methods. As David helped me earlier, you have the UPS standard, which you can leave it alone, or you can actually create a new shipping method, depending on what you have available. Again, you have the option title, let's say it's FedEx, and you complete the information. I'm going to save it because I'm going to use only one, but you have the option to add more options for your shipping. So now let's just go to a cool area, which is called the domain area. That's where a lot of questions recently have come into our support desk, because a lot of people will actually connect the domain to the stores or to other areas in the Grooverse. And I know David and I worked really hard last week to do a couple of videos and documents so we can actually set them up properly. Now in GrooveKart, it's very simple. In GrooveKart, all that you need to do is select the domain that you have available and actually connect it. And I'm going to connect, let me just check here in my GoDaddy account, see if I have a domain that I can connect just for the sake of the actual demo, so you see the full process. So give me 30 seconds here. David, if you want to help me out while I do this and kind of just elaborate on the domain settings and the domain connection, I'll appreciate it.
Absolutely, yes. So what we have currently in GrooveKart is that you go into your GrooveKart store and manage your domains. And Jhon will show you currently how we are doing it. But very, very soon, within the next couple of weeks, we are going to be taking the domains out of GrooveKart and allow you to manage the domains in the domain settings of your Groove account. So it's not going to be store specific, so that you go into the actual GrooveKart store and manage your domains there, but it's going to be account specific to your Groove account. So you will go into your Groove account, connect your domains there, and then basically just select which store you want to use that domain with from that domain settings. We have gone through the domain setup and in the day number 1 and the day number 2 of this Groove-A-Thon, and we also have a lot of help desk videos and articles on how to use that. We'll expand on that once we have the GrooveKart domain setup with the new version of the domain setup there. But now Jhon will be able to show us how to do it with the current settings.
Perfect. Just give me 1 second. My GoDaddy account. Okay, now I got it. Perfect. Give me 1 second while I just I'm doing that off screen. I do have a couple of sensible information that a lot of people might not want to know.
Yeah. And I want to elaborate on something that I saw earlier in the questions for the domains. At this moment, you can connect a domain to the root domain. So domain.com can be opened with your, basically, when you type in domain.com, it will open up your store. That's one of the options. The second option is that you use domain.com for your website and you want to use store.domain.com. This is called a subdomain setup. That's also already possible and will be possible with the extensions of the domain settings in the Groove dashboard. However, the question was related to why cannot we publish stores in a funnel? sorry, not a funnel, folder? Why cannot we publish the store as a folder? So domain.com/store. The reason is that it requires a lot of database modifications, and it's just a very, very complex task, and it doesn't it would not be good, because when you are setting up your store, it needs to have its own directories, it needs to have its own different settings inside the actual GrooveKart side of things, and it would not work well with a folder setup. So we decided that we'll do a subdomain setup and root domain setup, and folder setup at this moment will not be available.
Perfect. Thanks, David. And now I'm going to bring into the screen parts of my GoDaddy account, and we're going to use a domain, a generic domain that I have for many years, and I will update the DNS entries so you guys will know how to do it. But have in mind, it's not the same subdomain that I'm using in the store. I'm using a custom domain for this, and let's just pretend that I'm going to sell sunglasses with this domain. So let me bring this to the screen, and this is the same settings that you will see. Once you go log in into your GoDaddy account or your name silo, your Namecheap, any register will have the same information, the one that you need to change within your Groove store. So I want to do this here. Let me just move this a little bit. So the domain settings, you'll have a big question right here. Do you have a domain that you would like to use with GrooveKart? I'm going to say absolutely. So now what you need to do is enter your domain name. As you see here in this example, I am going to connect this domain name casaprima.com. And I am in the back end of my GoDaddy account. Under domain settings, you'll see the domain name, all the information about your domain, and of course, your additional settings. What you want to do here is actually go into Manage DNS. And this is even before, and the way that I do it is get this information ready so you only change the screen once. And perfect. So I have my name servers here at Cito Parking, but I'm going to change it. Now, why do I have to change this? Because once I type the domain here, casaprima.com, I click Save Domain, you will receive a set of DNS names. It will take, as it says, 1 to 2 minutes, and we will get that information right now. So as you will see here, you have to have these two guys right here. These are your domain name servers or your DNS. So what you need to do, you need to copy these two names, try to copy them in order, otherwise it might not work properly. So if you see Apollo or on top, so we're going to change Apollo here. You see, choose your name servers. I use my own name servers right here. Then we copy the second one. Now we're going to do this. Copy the second one. And we save. Once we save that information, it will take a couple of hours. It could be a couple of minutes. So hopefully the internet gods are with us, and GoDaddy will take a look at my domain and they'll just point it right away. So I'm going to click yes. I consent to the name service. Remember, in every single register, the waiting time might be different. GoDaddy is fairly fast. I will say maybe within the next 5 to 10 minutes, we can come back and the domain will be ready. However, in some other companies, it might take a little longer. So don't get desperate. Don't get frustrated if you don't see it right away. If you feel that you made a mistake or you don't know how to do it, please do contact us at support.groovedigital.com. Now, it says here that the records have been updated. And let's see what happened here. Why am I showing this to here? I believe I deleted and updated. Let me just... You see, some things like this happens. In GoDaddy, in Namecheap, it's always best to refresh that page so you know that it's only these two. So now that we have confirmed that GoDaddy has the correct DNS, we can come back here. So let's just go here. Now you have pretty much connected your domain. Now you have your connected domain as casaprima.com, even though we're going to sell sunglasses. Now, of course, this is for the sake of the demo and the dive in. Now, a lot of people have asked us about DNS records and how do they work. Each of the records have very specific information, and depending on what you want to do, especially if you want to connect your email for support, which we'll do that once we get to that point. But I want to recognize the presence of the DNS records, which we can control since we have given GrooveKart the ability to control said DNS. So now let me just check something here, because usually I get lucky and some of my domains they populate really quickly. So let's see.
And Jhon, I have to say this casaprima.com domain is pretty cool. It looks very, very, very nice.
Believe it or not, I have this domain. Yeah, it's being updated, because right now you can tell that it's giving a little bit of an issue. I got that domain for a restaurant, believe it or not. It was a family restaurant. Casa Prima means first home in Italian, but also in Spanish means like your first home. So it's kind of cool history behind that domain. So while that actually propagates and we get the access to casaprima.com to take a look at the domain, let's move along. So let's take a look at now payment gateways. All of these steps, guys, remember, we did them at the beginning, but I want to make sure that we cover it inside the platform so we get a macro view of everything that you can do within the settings. And I know that there's a lot of information that you're taking on right now, but remember, there's a video recording, since we're going to leave that out there for you guys to take a look. So right now, I remember we set the test payments with GroovePay. Since this is a pro account, we have all of the different ones, but we're going to just touch on some things that I find really cool. And this could be announced as a feature that was requested for a long time. And David, if you want to touch base on this beautiful thing right here in the cash and delivery, it's all yours. If you want to address how we can actually just connect this one, or maybe Frank, so people don't get tired of looking at me and my voice.
Yes, absolutely. So cash on delivery is something that was asked for quite some time for it to be added to GrooveKart. And what this means that you don't actually need to have only products that people pay on spot with their credit cards. You can actually offer some products that are maybe too big or to ship, or maybe even too small to pay online, or something that needs to be something that is maybe local and you want to receive the money on delivery. Now you can very, very simply turn on the cash on delivery, and that will be an option on the checkout. So the people will be able to select a payment method. Would it be credit card as an option 1, PayPal as the option 2, and then cash on delivery as the option 3. As what you're seeing right now on the screen is where you can manage the different words and how it will shown on the actual checkout process. So in case you want to use some of your own wording, like let us bring this home to you, or pay when we deliver the product, or something like that, you can actually change the words of that option right here.
Perfect. And yeah, it's very simple. So once you activate it, you can change that. So we're going to just leave it here for cash and delivery, and we're going to click save. So that is another option that a lot of people were asking, especially those who were actually working in their local market. So they have a small website and they want to make sure that they can accept payments once they deliver the product. So do you have anything else to add, David? I can hear you.
I just want to say that Casa Prima is good now.
Oh, great. Awesome. So let's take a look. So let's take a look at the domain, casaprima.com. Yep, it's actually running. So you see, guys, once you connect the domain with the very simple steps that we have been kind of just letting you know, is there, is ready. So now with that very simple step, pretty much you got your custom domain ready to go in GrooveKart. But we're going to just keep it in the download for now while we continue with the demo. So now we have other payment systems that, depending on what you need to use, and GroovePay, as Frank mentioned it, and we have seen in the past days that the Groove-A-Thon actually just takes the lead. And we do have now connected GroovePay for this purpose. So I believe that to this point, we're pretty much ready to go and finish up the settings. Let me see if I have anything else. We have,
Jhon,
yeah, Frank?
I through Skype earlier, I made a real quick, dirty, ugly-looking little logo through Skype. I made you a logo and then a favicon just so that users, viewers can see how we do that. If you check Skype, you'll see it. And then I also wanted to touch base real quick on this in this setting. Here's where you can enable the test payment gateway, basically, so that once you have your product set up, you enable test, and then you can go through and experience it as a customer would, so you can see if everything's looking the way you want it, and then you can even incorporate your one-click upsells so that you can see, oh wow, this is how it's going to work. So because you never know, if you experience it as from the viewpoint of the customer, you might get an idea or you might see something that you don't like. When you enable test payment, that enables you to get that done. And this was a very cool feature that I think makes it, because when you're using Stripe, if you don't go and get the test keys, then it doesn't work right away. So this way you can just click the button, doesn't matter which gateway you're using, and you can test it right away.
Awesome.
Yeah, and to add one more thing to it, I think it's a very good idea when you have a merchant, when you have a little bit of traffic on your website, you should really test it daily, right? Run at least one transaction, buy yourself a quick product, use a real credit card, make sure it works, and then issue yourself a refund. You should do that every now and then. We typically in a lot of websites, I did it daily just to make sure everything is good and there's nothing funky. But, you can do it a little bit less often. It's a very good idea to run a test transaction every now and then, look at your funnel, look at the whole experience, see what your customers are saying, and once in a while, run a live transaction, but you can do a lot of tests as well.
Oh yeah, and it's actually recommended. So you guys will need to definitely and constantly make sure that everything is flowing normally, that your payments are getting in there. So great tip, guys, and thanks, Matt. So I want you guys to see something. You see that as I go along with the settings, something happened. These three top areas are actually now in red. That means that they've been completed. So if you need to change those, you can, of course, go in there and change on the store information, which since Frank actually sent me a nice logo, we're going to just update that right now. So let me just upload the logo. I have saved it here in my downloads. I believe this is the logo. So let's just open it. Let me just make sure that we do this. And as you can see, it's very easy to center the logo or the areas that you want the logo to be captured. And we use the crop selected, and the system will do the rest. So this is very simple steps, guys, but when we said deep dive, we're really in the deep end right now. We're going to every single step. So for those that are joining us just right now at the top of the hour, you guys are learning how to start from top to bottom, from the creation of a store and how to edit all the settings. Right now, you see you have the song, let's store the logo. Let's just upload the favicon. And I believe this is the one. So thank you, Frank, so much for that. That's awesome. Look, solo favicon. So then once you have the two pieces added, then you have now your logo and your favicon. So let's take a look. Let's take a look in Casa Prima. And let's see how it looks. Now we just recently added the domain. And oh, look, a nice logo. Thanks, Frank. Appreciate that. That is a very nice looking logo. And of course, the favicon right here in the corner. Kind of suits the whole site.
Oh, I sent you, I'm sorry, I forgot to tell you, I sent you a blue one. I think the third image I sent you, just so that I remember, depending on the browser, a blue one I think would come out nice. I know it's a small thing, but.
Hey, perfection is on the details, my friend. So I appreciate that. So now we have a domain, we have a store with a logo. So let's continue. So let me just close this one because this is the same store. And something that I want you guys to pay really close attention, and this is one of the tips that I've been telling people a lot. Sometimes when we work in our stores, we see this sunglassstore.groovekart.com. You're working directly with your subdomain. Now, if you want to work on your domain, always type in the domain that you selected. try not to go to the lengthy process of having to guess your actual subdomain. Just go to the domain, or you can actually access your store directly from your backend at Groove Apps. So now let me close this thing for a second here. Let me just go back to the GrooveKart. So I think the settings are now done. So yes, it was a lengthy explanation, but we went step by step in all of the 9 to 11 points on the settings. And this is the important part, because this is how your store is being identified. The settings for shipping, for taxes, for your international, if you're working internationally, as well as your domain and the payment gateways. So now let's get to the fun part. Let's get to some of the apps, some of the app managers. Now, David, will it be okay if we take a little bio break, because nature is calling, and we continue with the section of the apps once we come back from the message?
Absolutely, yes. So we will take a short break, ladies and gentlemen. We'll see what Mike Filsame has to say about all this, and then we'll come back in just a couple of minutes.
Hi, my name is Mike Filsame, CEO and co-founder of GrooveFunnels, and we hope you're enjoying this Groove-A-Thon. Now, our next speaker is going to be coming up in about 5 to 10 minutes, and now would be a great time to learn more about GrooveFunnels and the GrooveFunnels upgrade. So first of all, if you're watching this on something like Twitch or Facebook Live or YouTube Live, and you're wondering what's going on, you want to check out groovefunnels.com. We have the best software on the planet for digital and e-commerce marketers, and our software is free for people to get started with no credit card required. Now, if you're a little bit more than a newbie, or you know that you will be a professional one day and you're looking to make a full-time income online, you really want to look into our upgrade. So right now in a new tab, you should go to groovefunnels.com/upgrade. Or just look at the link right here on this video. At groovefunnels.com/upgrade, you're going to be able to, for a very limited time, get lifetime access to our entire suite of products. There's over 17 different products for you to be a professional digital marketer and e-commerce marketer. All you got to do, go to groovefunnels.com/upgrade. There's a video there that explains everything. And here's the important thing. Right now, you can become a lifetime member for one-time price of just $1,397. And you'll never have to pay us anything again, ever, period. That means no monthly fees. And if you aren't using GrooveFunnels right now, you'd have to be paying over 17 different software products that would cost you about $1,400 per month. Now, if you do the math for that, you're going to be looking, somewhere between $15,000 and $20,000 a year to run your business, which really isn't bad to run a business. But what if you could pay just $1,397 one time and never have to pay anything again? And all of those tools were the best tools out there, and they were integrated to work with each other. Now, you want to do this today because our grand opening is ending soon. And we don't plan on keeping this lifetime option available forever. The reason why we're doing it is right now we are creating more products, and this is kind of like an extended Kickstarter. So you're going to become a backer and a charter member and a lifetime member by paying one-time payment of $1,397. Just check that out at groovefunnels.com/upgrade. Remember, do this now because this offer is expiring. And after that, our prices will be going to $299 a month, or $3,600 each and every year for what you can get right now for one-time price, lifetime, for just $1,397. Remember, once you pay that, you'll get access to everything, and you'll never make another payment to us again for anything ever, period. All right, groovefunnels.com/upgrade. Now's the time to do that. Check that out now. You have about 10 minutes before our next speaker joins us. Thank you very much.
And we are back, ladies and gentlemen, and we are continuing with the fun part where we go into the designing part of your store. So let's bring Mr. Jhon Garcia back, and let's continue with this lovely demo.
Thank you, David. And well, as you said, we're gonna just jump in a couple of the apps, and then later on we're gonna go in depth into designing your store and connecting pretty much everything. the rest, I should say. So let me share my screen again. Thank you. All right. So now we learned how to work with the settings. Let me just come back to the screen here. We went through all of this. Now shipping, app manager, designer app, and Groove Quiz. Groove Quiz is a great way to actually just create fun references to create your mailing list. I'm not going to really go into deep, but you can create a quiz that actually results in somebody adding their email, and you get it in the actual email settings here. So let me just go here now to the app manager. Oh, I actually jumped in the designer app. Let's just go into the app manager here. And here are all the apps that you have available. And again, for the sake of the demo, we might probably use explore ones in deeper, depending on the functionality, or we might probably just mention the functionality about them. So let's just start from top to bottom. So the favorite apps, Shopify migration tool. So we're just going to mention that it's there. And what it does is it will help you to bring your Shopify store from Shopify to GrooveKart. And to activate, you actually click on the actual little wheel there. And you will have, you will have the ability to bring products, customers, orders, and so forth to your GrooveKart. However, there is a couple of steps that you have to have in mind. You have a connection for the migration. So you need your Shopify URL, your API key, and your password. You can get that all from Shopify. Then you have to configure it. You have to configure what exactly are you bringing in and what you need to accomplish. So let me just go next here. Let me see if I can, if I can go there. So on the configuration, you will see the order statuses and other options like the manufacturers, categories, products, customers, orders, and of course, everything else. And here, this last setting right here is to clean your GrooveKart store. Pretty much by activating this little tab here, it will clean your store. So please be very careful when activating this, because if you're bringing products from another store and you're working in a current store in GrooveKart, you will delete everything. And we don't want you to do that. We want you to make sure that if you're bringing your Shopify store, you do it the easiest way possible. This will work great in new stores. If you have a new store, a fleshy store installed with the one that we just did, you can click or move that tab and set clean GrooveKart store. It will delete all the sample products, categories, etc. And it will bring the information that is required or needed, depending on the options that you provide here, into the configuration of this app, and it will bring the store. So once you complete that, once you click next, you will see the status of the migration at the end. It is recommended, guys, and this is very important, since we don't have a Shopify store to do this with. I want to mention something. It's recommended that when you do a migration, that you don't close or you don't reload or you don't move away from that tab. You want to make sure that you see that the completion of the migration is done. Why? Sometimes when we have large stores, we have seen cases, the stores with 3, 4, 5,000 images, it might hang. So it's recommended that we keep in front of the screen. I know it might be a longer process, but it's recommended that you check that the full process is completed. So please be really mindful of that part when it comes to the Shopify migration. Now, let's go back to the apps, to the app manager, and let's take a look at a couple of other ones that are really cool and that I know for sure that you guys will be using it once you get to experience GrooveKart. Migration tool, the import tool. And David, I am going to give you the pleasure to actually try to see if you can give me some insights on the CVS product import tool.
So, ladies and gentlemen, CSV import tool is available. What this means is if you had a store on WooCommerce, on Square, what's the name of it? Squarespace, or the Wix, or the other platforms that you may have been using, like Shopify or PrestaShop or BigCommerce. I don't even know what all the platforms are, but all of them will give you an option to export your products. And most of the times when you export your products, they give you a spreadsheet file, which is called CSV. This is a CSV file. What we now allow you is that you actually take that CSV file and upload it to GrooveKart. There's a little sample CSV file that Jhon is now showing off on how it actually looks like. When you save it, it should be styled similarly to this one. We can import a lot of different CSV files, and it's simple to just map the fields, but we also give you a sample CSV file to model in case you want to make sure that you're following the GrooveKart rules. But it's basically that you upload a file and you bulk import all your products that you had on a different platform, or you may have from a web catalog from somewhere. You want to import products from a different supplier or a product provider. That is now available for GrooveKart. This was not available before. This is a new feature that just came out recently, and it's going to make a lot of people very happy. So there you go, ladies and gentlemen. It doesn't matter what platform you're coming from. With a CSV import tool, you're going to be able to sell your products with all the bells and whistles of GrooveKart with just a simple import.
Awesome. Yeah. And actually, as David was giving us the explanation, I try to open the file, which is going to open in a second. And here, for example, this is the product information sample page, sample document. It will have your product ID, your product name, your product default category, your short description, your long description, your images, the manufacturer, if you have any, and it will cover every single field that is needed in order to populate your GrooveKart store. So this is not really technical. It's just more of the ability to use a spreadsheet software like Excel. But if you have 20, 30, 40 products that you want to probably add manually, add it to that page, add it to this template that is available here. I just downloaded this file from the CSV sample. And once you have that completed, all that you do is you upload the file. And then, in turn, you will receive all the products and all the categories and everything that you have addressed here. In your file, it will be converted into your store. So this was, as David said, a feature that it was long waited. Now we got it done, and it is amazing. So now we have talked about the product import tool, and let's just move along, and let's just continue with the rest of the apps. We have still a lot of other couple of little apps that we want to cover and we want to talk about. And export data is here. So pretty much the same situation.
Jhon, before we actually go away, we do have, you have your cursor on the export data app right now. So ladies and gentlemen, if you would like to maybe create a duplicate of a store, for example, you created one of your stores, you populated the data with products and things like that. You can just create another store, maybe on somebody else's account, export your data from one account and import your data on the other account with the CSV import tool. You can just clone your products to a different store, which is something that people were asking for. And I just got the idea from Max here in our internal chat. So there you go. We can clone stores basically.
Nice. So you see, it's a little bit of surprises every day here, because we every day are trying to improve the GrooveKart and every other app in the Grooverse. So now let's just talk about Taxier. Taxier, we know, is for the taxes. You can actually click here to create a Taxier account. If you open there, you're gonna go, of course, to Taxier. You complete the forms, and they will give you a couple of IDs, which in turn you will connect here in your apps, and then you will deal with the taxes. That's pretty much it.
There is one thing I want to mention real quick about TaxJar. It's such a simple way to resolve a lot of your tax problem. So you have two options, right? You can use a basic plan from TaxJar, which is going to allow you to basically And what is it? Is it $29 a month or 19? I don't know. One or the other, I believe. If you want to double check for me, that'd be cool.
Yeah, let me check.
Right, and what it's going to click on pricing. Let me see. 19
bucks.
Cool.
Yeah.
And what it's going to do is it's going to basically connect and calculate every sales tax for you, right? And you look at that, it says 200 orders, right? So the order doesn't even matter, right? So every time somebody goes to checkout, it's going to come back and calculate the tax, take into account your product type, where you're shipping from, where it's going to, your local fire station if it applies, right? Whatever it is,
right?
It's going to calculate it for you nicely for $19 a month. But furthermore, one thing you can do with tax jars that is really, really cool is say, so to be in compliance with taxes, it might be, and it depends with every state, that's why it's kind of tricky. And we did an integration with tax jar. It might be that you might need to file taxes everywhere you sell product, or in a lot of places for it. And Nebraska might say, hey, in order to ship product here, then you need to file taxes if you have a salesman here. If you don't have a salesman, you don't need to. Some other state might say, hey, if you have a presence here, and again, I'm making that up in terms of what Nebraska rules are, but basically every state have different rules. So the good thing about, technically, if you sell to a bunch of states and you sell a bunch of product, technically you have to fill up, I don't know how many sales tax forms that shows your sales in this specific state, on how much you own in taxes, how much you collected, and so on. But with a tax jar, they can actually do that automatically for you, file all your paperwork, so you don't have to worry about filing taxes. So if you do a little bit of volume, it's one of the best tools I can think of to make sure you stay in compliance with, local state laws. They'll just do all the paperwork as well for you. It's not part of the $19 plan. For just $19, you're charging the right amount. You still have to file the paperwork. And for the other plans, it's going to go in and file it for you automatically, which is really, really cool.
Perfect. Yeah, and so a lot of us will get that situation covered. Thanks, Matt, for that information. It's always great to hear that we have extra apps that we can actually just offer you to deal with taxes, for example. Now, continuing the rest of the apps, we're going to just kind of touch base in a couple of them. Product reviews. As you can see, it's also active here in this store. And let's just go to Casa Prima. Let's take a look at one of the products that we have as a sample product. And as you can see here, in the product reviews, let me see, they will be here. So if I activate the product reviews here, which they are, if now I deactivate them, let me see if they will actually not show. So you can activate the product reviews. Oh, let me see. I have to clear the cache on the store as well. Yeah, I might probably have to do that. But you have the ability to either add the reviews, the Facebook pixels, which we saw earlier, the product feed, which we saw earlier, as well as the Google Analytics. Here in the apps, you can control them separately. So you have the ability to do that and activate it quickly or deactivate it if, let's say, you're testing something. You can come back here and deactivate it and then set it up or maybe do some changes. So I'm not going to go into this because we'll need a Facebook account or a Gmail, a Google account for the analytics. So just for the sake of the demo, we're going to limit the functionality for these. Now, as you can see here, these are the enable apps, and then here the disable apps. You will see that in your store as well. Any app that you activate, it's another advantage that you have in your arsenal on your store. So if you have the winner coupon, if you activate it, if you have MailChimp integration or the GDPR compliance, the spin wheel, any kind of app that you want to implement, once you turn it on, if I just refresh my store, it will actually be on the enable apps. Of course, in the other hand, if you don't have it any other active, it will be disabled. You see now I have more apps here active and I can set them up. So that's one of the greatest parts of the apps. So now that we have investigated a little bit of the apps, let's just move along about the builder. I know David is very excited to show a lot of the improvements that we have done in the builder. And right now we have completed 3 hours and 30 minutes on the session today. And we will be within the next probably hour and a half will be done and completed. So all of those that have been accompanying us for the past few hours. Thank you. And I know that you're going to get great value out of this because we're showcasing what we have as an update for GrooveKart and pretty much the new stuff. So let's just jump in the builder. So you can see as soon as I click on the builder, it opens in a second window, in a separate window. Reason being that you're going to be playing with a lot of drag and drop, a lot of elements. And this is where you can have your creativity take over and make sure that you do the best store possible. So, David, you want to start by showcasing the features, the new features, or let's just transform casaprima.com into a nice sunglasses store? What do you say?
So what I would do is basically just go over the different options that are available in the builder and just explain what they're used for. Most of these things are very similar to Groove pages. For those of you that are familiar with the way we build pages and sites and funnels in Groove pages, the builder is kind of the same experience, and that's what we wanted to do, the same experience. So when you go from one app to the other, that you don't have to relearn an app, and we can just go very quickly over everything that we have, and then we can try and make this page like a little bit more customized. What do you say?
Perfect. That's great. And we can probably select a different theme since it's just a single product. Let's just say a very specific type of sunglasses. So yeah. I know Frank can actually just, since he sent me those incredible nice logos, so let's see if he can capture a couple of images that we can use for the slider and maybe for one or two products, so we can showcase every specific function once we add the products and we create the categories. So maybe one or two products, one female, one male, with different styles would be a great option. So I know Frank is nodding his head in agreement, so let's move along. So guys, this is the store editor, and we have a couple of things that is very simple to do. I mean, when I saw the first time the editor from what GrooveKart was, I was in awe what Max and the other developers did. So let's take a look how we can change this, because in here we have the ability to change at once the way that the store looks like. And the way that we do that, and I'm going to start from top to bottom again. I'm sorry, from bottom to top. It's in the pages. Right now, you're looking at your page. You're looking at pretty much your store. Now, you have your navigation, which is right here. On the top, home, best deals, contact us, and guest tracking, which is these 4 links. But also you have the pages. In the pages, you have your home pages, your category page, product, shipping, checkout, upsell, thank you page, and maintenance mode. I'll talk about maintenance mode at the end. So let's just decide, or let's just venture on editing the homepage. Some of these elements are pretty much easy to remove. The way that you remove an element, all that you gotta do is locate the element. I don't like this image. Let's just remove these little elements here. So we're gonna delete these images here. But let's say if I don't like that block, so you have the ability to delete entire blocks as well. All that you gotta do is select anywhere in the area. You will see that the block is selected, and then you can just click delete. This will actually increase the speed of where you actually are editing your store. Now, before I continue, I'm going to show you something really cool that a lot of people are asking, and it's been out for a few months, but a lot of people still don't know how to use it. So let's just go to the homepage, and here we can use a template. And this, if you are somebody like me that loves the speed and loves to try to get everything fast, you will love this section, because once you use the template, you will see how with just a click of a button, the whole store changes. So let's just come back to this. Let me just do not save. Let's just go back to pages so we can show you where exactly it's at. Pages, homepage. Let's just use template. Now, once we click use template, here's the cool part. You will see a bunch of different themes that were created, or templates, rather. Pardon me. And then you can select any template that you believe that goes with your product. So in this case, it's sunglasses. So let's just make it a couple of, let me see, we have baby, bikes, cosmetics, cases. dropship, electronic, fashion, minimal, nutritious, one product, shoes, sports, tea perfect, electronics, watches, and uplift. So watches and glasses are accessories. So let's take a look at this one. I am going to activate watches. So now I have selected the theme or the template, and I'm going to click the big check mark here on top. Once I click the check mark, what is going to happen is automatically it will populate the page with the new style, with the new template. As you can see, it's more related to a product, specific product, watches. But let's say, oh, you know what? I don't like this one. Let me take a little one. So we can, let's see if electronics might be a better fit. So you click in electronics, and guess what? You have now store that actually is electronics. We can actually use this one for the sakes of the time. And you can add products, and you can actually just see that it's a different look and feel. But the advantage of the templates is great because it will save you a long time just defining what you want to do. So are you guys in agreement, David and Frank? Should we use the electronics demo, or do you have any other recommendation that we can probably try? All right, I'm getting the thumbs up from both of them. So let's just add this one. So now we have decided what template. Let's just go back to what elements we don't want in our homepage. So I think too many bestsellers. Maybe it's just 8. Maybe we can change the background here on this menu here. I mean, on this block. Or we can probably add something else. So let's go now to the elements and the blocks. So we know now the pages, where are they located in the navigation, what pages you're working on. Have in mind the page that you're working on is identified by the color with this magenta color here. So if we're going to just go into the category page, let me just save the changes that we made so we don't lose anything. And now I'm just moving to the category page. So you can see this is the category title. This is the category products, then your product page. In your product page, this is the cool part here also. In the category page, you have the ability to control exactly what you want to show to your users, to your possible customers. So we have the product layouts with bumps, a product layout number 2, 3, 4, and 5. Each of them have different features. For example, let's just take a look at one of them really quickly, and each of them really quickly. So the product layout with bumps will feature your product image, your description right here, your pricing, your color, your sizes if you have variables, but also this. Also will have the actual bumps. So you want to actually add that and use this layout. Now, let's take a look at product number 2. I don't want to save this. So product layout, this is more centered. This will give you space to actually drop any other kind of additions that you want to see. But prominently, this is for the image, the descriptions, and as you can see, this one has the instant checkout. Also, you see here that you have the more you buy, and I believe this is the part that Frank was starting to talk about when we did the start of the demo. So this is the part where in your product page, you will be able to see that as well. So you have these 2 options, and of course, your reviews and your details. On the product layout 3, very similar. Picture, the product title. As you can see, this one doesn't have any kind of description at the top, but it does have at the bottom. Those are the sort of differences depending on the product that you're selling that you want to make sure that you take advantage of. And let's just take a look at the other 3. So this is a different one that you have the order form right away. No much of the details, and product number 5. Pretty much very similar. However, you can still create your very own. How are you going to be able to create your very own? You can click the plus sign and add a new product layout. But for the sake of time, let's edit one. So we're going to just add the product layout with bumps. So you can see once you have the page, you can click in every single element. Such elements like discounter, you can actually keep or you can delete. Oh, let's say I want to bring back that element. All that you want to do is keep in mind what page you're working on, which is the layout with bumps, and go to the elements and pick the elements and bring them in. So I believe this was a product element, and I believe it was the how many people were viewing the product, which you can actually select from this menu. You can add a video, for example, into the product page. So you can drag and drop the video, and as you can see, the video selection will be added here. How do you edit the video? All that you gotta do is click on the video area and go into the style and settings and change that information there. Sizing, alignment, pretty much drag and drop, and you can do that. Recommended to have video if you have an instructional products, or if you want to have a demo of the product. If you have the ability to demo, let's say you're selling a lamp, how to turn on the lamp, and feature the product. Have in mind one thing though, that this video will be presented in every single product. So video products, it might not be recommended because this will be in the product page. So every single page will have the same video. Have that in mind. So be really mindful when you're adding the video to any page. But you can also add any other aspect on the page. For example, here in this page, which is the layout with bumps, we don't have the option to add more products, so, or the quantity. So let's just go here into the product elements, and we go, actually, I believe is content. Nope, it is other cart and pricing. I'm sorry, the quantity selector. The quantity selector will allow the customer, once you drag and drop it, to select how many units they want to purchase of a specific product. So let me just move it down here. And now it's below it. Now I can just click on this, on the settings, entity. But you can manipulate the actual message that you want in your product, in your quantity selector. So you just click save, and this is the element that we added to that page. Now you do have a lot of elements that you want to do. Some of them, at some moment once you're developing your pages, you might find that some of them are required. So you'll get a little alert here in the pages that you need, for example, the purchase button or the call to action, just to click on there, and then you will go to the add to cart. And if you have variables, your color, your sizes, and any other variables that you might have. So have that in mind when working with the actual editor. Other global elements. Let's say in this page you want to add more text or maybe a general message. Remember, any product page will be seen in every single product. So this is like the template for every single product page. So if you want to identify one specific product, just be mindful of that might not be the best tool to use in that case. Frank?
Yeah, I just wanted to add here with this section, let's say you have a new store and you know it's already started selling. No one submitted reviews yet, and a specific review for every product. You could add text here to the elements and then set up 1 or 2 or 3 reviews so that it shows up on every single page instead of enabling the customer review app and then waiting for people to submit. You could just add something like, for example, I moved a store over from Shopify. It's a brand new GrooveKart store, but I have some reviews, so I'm going to just manually put them in, Mary J from Portland, Oregon, whatever, and set them up somewhere at the bottom. It'll show up on all the products like, oh, I love your customer service, this, and that, or whatever. You can set them up here on this page so that any product you add, they're going to be at the bottom for everything without having to wait for people to manually add reviews. And you touched on some product elements here. You removed it earlier. I, like to use like direct response stuff. So some of those features, like people are viewing, it makes them feel like, oh my God, there's 89 people looking at this now. So it's kind of like social proof. You can add like grab this discount. You can set the timer so that it counts down from midnight or for a set amount of minutes. And I encourage everyone, just go in here. You're not going to break anything. You can always do the little arrow back to revert everything, all the changes you made, but so that you can get to know how this builder works. That's why I love it so much, because you can just do so much with it that you can't do out of the box with Shopify. And you have that. If you can touch on, go to the product elements. Oh, scarcity. There you go.
Yeah, right here.
The countdown. Show them the line where it makes the little line that scrolls down. And so when you're viewing the product, it'll be like green, I believe, and it'll go to red. And you can just add all sorts of stuff. I kind of like that stuff because it's been proven if you add that kind of stuff, it's going to increase your conversions. And so when they're looking, they get this feel like, oh my God, I'm going to miss out unless I buy this now. You can set this up under settings to count down from how many hours till midnight, things like that. So you can do it that way, or you can do a clean site where there's no social proof, there's no timers. I'm more of an aggressive kind of person, kind of like strike while the iron is hot. And you know what? They like it. They're here. Let me help them cross that line as fast as possible.
Perfect. And I think that all of the elements that we have, they make complete sense in the product page, because that's where you want to, as you said, hit them where it's actually hot and make sure that they convert and they order your product. So you have different elements. And for the sake of the demo, it will be hard to demo everything. But as you can see, this is the countdown timer. You also have the countdown line that Frank was mentioning right here. See, it's this line right here. Very simple yet powerful. And also the Facebook checkout. Also, you can add a lot of the elements, but moving along from the product pages, you can edit every single page, but the product page is one of the most important. There's a couple of elements that you definitely need to make sure they're there. Your descriptions, your short description, and your long description. Of course, your quantity selector, if you have a product that sells more than one quantity, visible pricing, and your variables. David?
I just wanted to expand on this. If you could click into the pages and then go to the pages again. Here, ladies and gentlemen, you can see that there are product pages, category pages, checkout pages, upsell pages, and things like this. These are pages which are dynamic. These are pages that you don't design and you don't type in the actual product title yourself. You don't put in the pictures on the page itself. You just create how you want the page to display the products. Once you just set up how you want to show the products, the system will automatically populate the products that you either imported from other platforms or that you added into GrooveKart. So what you're doing right now is just designing how you want to showcase the product. So you just put in the price and the different colors and the different options, like do you want to have a size selector, a color selector, do you want to show reviews on that page? But it's not actually that you will go in and set, oh, I want to say allow that many quantities, or I want to actually put in this picture or that picture. So whatever you're doing on this page is just designing how it looks.
Perfect.
What you need to do if it's something product specific, let's just say you want to showcase a video of a product, you want to showcase an image of a product, that you do on product per product basis. Here you just design the layout of how the product will show.
Correct. And thanks, David, for bringing that up, because I kind of missed the explanation on the fact that the video element, because somebody was just asking, how about separating videos per product? Yes, you can do that. Once you put the product, you can add a video as well. But the video element needs to be there in order for each product to be shown. So now we have talked about the pages. So the editor pretty much allows you to do a lot of stuff, but I want to just focus on a couple of things that were done to the editor to improve those changes. So let me just go back here to the navigation, and I'll probably just talk about navigation. David, right now we're closing to the top of the hour as well. It's 2:50. Want to do a couple of questions because I see the questions are piling up, or let's just move forward? All right, that's cool. Let's just keep moving forward. And let's just go now to the blog section. Now, the blogs are actually just pretty much parts that are pre-done for all your stores. So let me just go back here for a second to the home page, because we're gonna now start working with the home page. And let me just save the changes that I did. This is for the product page. Now let's just go back to the home page, and you'll see how you can drag and drop some of the blocks that we're going to be using. So here, for example, we have the elements. We have the rows, the text, media, product categories, content, buttons, and scarcity. All of the tools that we'll be just showing in a second, which kind of did already. But also the blocks. So the blocks would allow you to do pretty much put together your own theme if you like. So you can actually, you see, have pieces of content that you might want to add into this experience right here for your store. So you can actually have maybe the look and feel of the electronics, but maybe have this because you like this layout a little bit better than this one. So I'm going to just replace this by grabbing this layout right here, this block, and dropping it here. So now it will show that these different categories. So that doesn't mean that when you select a theme or template, you have to get married to that and just no, you can actually use different elements or blocks. So as you can see, you will have the same functionality. You will have pretty much the same aspects of the working in unison with your store. So let me just delete that, but let me just cancel. Let me just delete this right here. And the shop by category as well. Frank?
Yeah, I just wanted to add, especially for if you're not design savvy, this will give you a lot of cool ideas. You just go through and click on all of them and say, man, I like this layout. And then you can just all of a sudden in a few minutes create a totally unique store on the homepage. And then you can go and change the products later. So you can go through these blocks to get ideas and look at the layouts and oh, I like these this trust badge image block that they have, and so use that as well. So that once you're done setting all this up, you use the blocks to help you get the creative mind flowing. That's all.
Awesome, perfect. Thanks for that tip, Frank. Now we pretty much have discussed the elements, the design blocks, and the pages. Now let's just go back to casaprima.com and let's take a look. Casaprima.com. Now the domain is connecting. Everything seems to be working fine. So now let's take a look at the changes. You saw that earlier we activated a couple of the apps. In this case is the spin wheel, which allows you to set up a couple of things, which we'll touch base a little bit later. But this is pretty much it. Give your visitor the option to put their email address. That's at test.com. And once they try their luck, they get a coupon just to spin the wheel. So you see 15% off. You can control all the aspects on that as well. Oh, look at that. Fireworks. Nice. That is cool. I have not seen that before. So we can save this coupon and continue, because now we're going to go. Oh, actually, let me just go back. We're going to copy that coupon. So we're going to continue. This will actually copy, and then it will close and it will open in your store. So just a little bit of a gamification there, if you may, to the store. Now, how about if we just add a product? Now we know how the elements work, how the actual interaction is with the editor. I know that we could explore a lot of avenues in how to design the page properly and how to actually just give it more color. And it will be completely up to you guys to decide what colors, how the look and feel will work for you. But for the sake of time and for the sake of the demo, let's just add some products, because we have a couple of products here that are added into the default. But let's just get into adding products. So David, anything else before we wrap up this area on the actual builder? Anything that you would like to add? All right, let's just move along. I'm getting the thumbs up. I think everything that needed to know was covered. But before I move along, I just noticed something that it is a great tip, and it just caught my eye. This little button, a lot of people have asked us, what does this button do? And this is the always welcome undo button. So if you made a mistake, if you, let's say you brought in this blog into this area and it made your page completely look in this array, or you don't like it, or something happened, you can either delete the blog or simply just press the undo button. That will just put back and move and remove anything that you have done wrong. So this is a very useful button. So now let's just move away from the actual editor and let's just go back to our products, which is, as a matter of fact, the very next section. Right here, let's just go to products, and then we go to orders. So products. Adding products in GrooveKart is super easy. Let me just check on that alert. Why is it super easy? It's a process that will take you approximately, I would say maybe 10, 11 minutes per product. I have done it in less time because I haven't done all the details, but I'll show you the steps to create a product. Every single store will come pre-populated with, I believe it's 8 items, 2, 4, actually 6 items. And those are just to give you reference in what you can actually do with the store. However, you have the option to delete these items, and it's recommended that you do delete those items so you're not ending selling products that you might not have. So what I always do, we're just going to clean out the actual store. I'm going to delete the products. You can delete it in bulk. Let me just do this again. So you can delete all of them at once, or you can delete maybe 1 or 2 products that you just don't want. You just click delete, and it will delete the products. Also, you can do the same process as you saw by selecting 1 or 2, or you can do it here in the action box in the actual product list. You can delete here, and this product will be deleted. As you can see now, it's deleted. So now I'm going to leave only 1 product alive so we can take a look at some of the things, but I want to delete the rest. Why is it important to delete the products that are there in the demo? Because you don't want to sell something that you don't have. Maybe you don't have that, so you don't want to keep it there. Are you sure you want to delete the product forever? Yes, I am sure. Now, let's just add a product. Now, I believe, Frank, maybe did you send me a couple of images maybe for the product?
Yeah, I sent you in Skype a link to an AliExpress product with some images. I don't know if you wanted to go into how to use AliConnect. I mean, it's up to you if you have it on your browser.
Yeah. Let's do. I do have it. I might have to switch my browser because I have it in incognito mode, but I will be more than glad to do that in just a second. Let me just see if I can. I believe I do have my. Yeah, I do have it active here. So let me just log into that store in a different browser here. Well, in the same browser, but in a different setting.
So while you're doing that, if you want me to, I can just touch base on different ways you can add a product. One is manually, right? Setting it up like you're selling your own custom paintings. So you set it up and just do everything manually. Another way is you're connected to Printful, and you created the design in Printful. Now you're going to import it. And then another way is using AliConnect. You're basically importing the product details from the supplier on AliExpress. So those are three ways to do it.
Awesome. So give me 30 more seconds here while I actually.
Yeah, and so what we're going to demonstrate here in just a second is I gave Jhon a AliExpress, and then when he's on the listing, I'm going to give you a couple little tips when you're looking at suppliers that I think will help you if you decide to do drop shipping, because of the fact we know many of the products, if not most of the products, actually come from China, but there are suppliers that have US-based warehouses, and those are the ones I recommend. However, if you have to, there's no one with the product that you want to sell that's in the US, you can still do AliExpress through China. I recommend that it's something light so that it can go through ePacket, which means that it will connect to the US Postal Service and it will get to your customers usually in 3 weeks or less.
Awesome. Give me, because my
Sure, no problem.
browser is acting up right now, of course. Give me just a couple of more seconds here while I get logged into the right account.
So once we get this going, we're going to show you how to do that. We're going to be selling a pair of men's sunglasses, and Ali Connect is an app that we had created, and the developers created it. It connects with your AliExpress account. You can go create an account at AliExpress for free, and then set up your payment profile in there so that you can drop ship easily. Now, when we go to AliExpress, I'm going to give you those tips that I mentioned, and hopefully we'll be able to see how quickly the import feature works using Ali Connect.
Perfect. I think I'm ready, Frank. Thank you so much. I think I am logging in right now into my dashboard of my account in my regular browser. So you'll see a couple of things, but so you can see we'll come from pretty much from the beginning. And you see you have 24 visits. A lot of curious people out there already checking out Casa Prima and see how we're doing during the demo. So that's awesome. And as you can see, guys, it takes everything in the analytics in account. So you have the unique visitors, abandoned carts, pending orders, visits, messages, shopping carts, as well as an online visitors and new customers. You can also have all the information here in different stages: previous month, year, day, current year, current month, and current day. So you do have a lot of analytics. But now let's just go back to the product sections right here. This is what we want to do. And Frank touched pretty much a good base when it comes to drop shipping. We're going to connect the product that he actually sent me. Let me just see. I'm gonna take a look at the products and see how we're gonna add it. So for the sake of the demo, let's take a look at the products here, and let's just go to print on demand and drop shipping. So for this exercise, I believe we can add one print on demand product, one drop shipping, and one regular product, one just products that you can create. Let me just go back here to drop shipping, and I'm going to activate the Ali Connect app right here. So you can see I can click learn more, and I can activate it. And I will definitely take a look here at the AliExpress importer local wants access to the site. So it is, I already have installed it. But if you don't have it installed, no worries. So all you do is click on the actual wheel, and you will be able to download the actual extension and actually add it right here. You see URL for Chrome extension, you go here, then you use username and your token. So let's try to get connected with this store. So these are the 3 settings that you need. This button will install your extension. So let's just try it. I'm gonna see if I need to install it or not, but I believe it's already installed. So let me just add it. I think I had the Ali Connect, but not the AliExpress. So let me just add the extension. It will be added right here. You see, it's in the blue. AliExpress GrooveKart importer has been added to Chrome. So that's awesome. So simple step, everything was added. Now we can start. So now let me just go to my extensions here. Let me just pin it into what we need, which is right here. Access required. AliExpress to GrooveKart. Right here. So let me see if I can activate it here. Okay, this is maybe not the one. I had 2. Let me take a look at this really quickly here. AliExpress, let's just remove that. And let's just pin this one and unpin the one that I had active. Maybe this is. Okay, let's take a look. Install Chrome extension. Let me just delete that. Let me just do the process properly because I think I just reinstall it. So let me just remove this. Remove from Chrome. Let's just remove it from Chrome again. And let's just install it again. Install Chrome extension. Add to Chrome. Add extension. Now it's in here. Now let's just go here. And let's just refresh and make sure that we can add the connectivity. Okay. Now, why is it not showing in my Frank, do you have it active in your screen in your computer? Can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay. I do have it active. I just don't have access to your store. If you want to add me as a...
Oh, yeah, let's do it. That'll be a great time to do it. So while we're working here to resolve this, I don't know why my browser is not allowing me to.
I saw you add it and everything. I just... it should be there. I think it's just being weird, but I think it's there. You installed it, so it should work in the background.
Jhon, head over to AliExpress. It needs to have some sort of activity. At this moment, it shows there next to LastPass, if you can see it. It just needs to understand that there is activity on there you go. That's the one.
Okay.
So once you visit the product page, then it will show up. You can see there's a click to set up Ali Connect below.
I think it's just cache why it's red because it's blue now, but it's the same one.
Yeah, you guys are correct. So I guess what I needed was just to access the page into the actual account or connecting to the Ali. So we're gonna set it up. So thanks, David, for that. And also, let me just get the product that Frank asked me to add. So let me just copy that. Let me just do this. And we're gonna look for wooden black walnut polarized sunglasses. So we have a lot of situations here. And I'm gonna give you a couple of tips that we have mentioned earlier. So let's set it up first. So as you can see here on the GrooveKart Ali Connect, we have the URL for the extension. So we're gonna use this part. We're gonna copy this. And we're going to go here to click Set Up Ali Connect. We'll have this, replace it to the store. Now we're going to go the username, copy the username, replace it here. And lastly, the token. So the token will actually be the last piece that you need. We're going to replace that, and that will generate the connection. Now, successfully authenticated the connection for the site. So now, have in mind, you're going to keep seeing that unless you actually enter a product. So let's say I want to sell these glasses. But before I sell these glasses, since my store is actually based in the United States, I want to make sure that every single product that I select is from the United States. As you saw, the actual options lowered. There were many products from China, but here is the crucial part. As Frank mentioned earlier, once you want to offer a product, just make sure that you ship it from the US. If you, in fact, are based in the United States. So now, let's just click on the product. Have in mind that you see he's still here in blue, so you can ignore that until you enter a product. Once you enter this product, you'll see that that same extension becomes green. And it will be right here. You see, you have in green a couple of options. Import reviews to GrooveKart, as well as add product to GrooveKart. Yeah, Frank?
Yeah, I just wanted real quick, guys, this is what I was talking about earlier. Look for stores that have high ratings. This one is what, 98 point something. If you can hover over the top brand with your mouse, Jhon, see how it's all green under item as described, communication, shipping. This is what I was talking about earlier. This is what you want to see. If you see red, I typically don't use it. Why? Because you want to increase the chances of having satisfied customers as much as you can, and this store passes my test as 97% or higher, and then all green lights. That's all.
Perfect. Awesome. Now that we have established the connection, now that we know that this is a trusted seller, we're going to be ready to bring the product. But before we do that, let's just go back to GrooveKart for a second, because now we have set up the Ali Connect. But I missed a step, a very important one. In my products, where am I going to set this up? And I'm going to do it before I bring the product, because I want to show also the functionality of the categories. These are very important. So for example, in categories, you can add the category and add it to, depending on the service that you want to, the product that you want to sell. In this case, we have only best deals in categories. But here, for the sake of the demo, we are going to add a category called sunglasses. So let's just add the category in just a second. So name sunglasses or men's sunglasses. Now the category is going to be displayed, the parent category, description of the category, meta title should be men's sunglasses. Meta description, the friendly URL. As you can see, these two are actually for SEO purposes, and then click save. So we're going to have that category ready when we bring the product. You can also create the category once you bring the product, but I wanted to do it this before we bring the product to the actual store. So we're going to go back to products, back to print on demand and drop shipping, and have that ready, because we're going to be jumping into an area that we might take a look. So now let's just go back to AliExpress. We have selected the product. We have selected everything. We checked that the product feedback is great. Yes, David?
I just want to chime in very quickly. So the Ali Connect application works that way that it scans the information that is loaded on the page. So at this moment, we saw this upper part of the AliExpress offer. But if we scroll down, we'll start loading in more and more pictures and more information, and this details related to the product. And the more you load down, the more information our Ali Connect app will be able to gather and import to your own store. So this is a little bit different than other importers and how they work, but it basically needs to understand, it needs to see the information and then understand that it's there. Then once you click the import, then it's going to import all of this information in there.
Right. And part of the next step, which I will show, is that some of this information might not be relevant or necessary. So you might have to edit it out, and we will do it once we actually edit the product. So let's bring this product in. Let's just add this product to GrooveKart. So once you have selected the product, you click on add the product. You always want to check on the name. For SEO purposes, try to make sure that you don't bring the same name that you have or that you found in AliExpress, but you just make it cool. So we're going to just put Barcore men sunglasses, men wooden sunglasses. You can see it's way shorter. The title is actually at least readable. Then the prices you'll have here and the combinations. You have pretty much the values and the combinations. And if any event you don't want any of these combinations, you can always check it off. So you can just click here and delete that combination. For the sake of the demo, I'm going to remove maybe this one, maybe this one, maybe this one, because I want to show the ability of the importing. So now on the value, chips from, we don't want them from China, from Czech Republic, from Poland, from Spain. We want to make sure that this is actually shipping from the United States, and the frame color or any other product details that you want to avoid, you can always remove or add. So now once I click submit, what will happen is, as David just mentioned, it kind of syncs the product information from AliExpress into your GrooveKart. So it will be a couple of seconds. And once that little clock stops spinning, you will see the product within GrooveKart. And as we wait, let me just go back here to the GrooveKart. Let me just go back to our product list and see if that I have clean. I believe I only left one product as a sample, so we can have that there. Perfect, guys, here. So now we're gonna be able to see this. Now you see here, guys, that once I came back to the AliExpress.com page. It says product safe and authenticated successfully. So everything seems to be going all right. So now let's just go here into the products. And I believe we have one step left in order to add that product into the product list. We're going to go back here to the actual print on demand. And this is the part what I call the bridge that actually allows you to control the products into your store. So once you go to Ali Connect, you'll see a list of all the products that you brought in, which is right here into products. You see the credentials here in the Ali Connect and all the products that you have brought in from Ali Connect, from AliExpress, they will be listed here. So you can see Barker men wooden sunglasses. As soon as I click add to my store, it will start the process of bringing them in.
Jhon, I just wanted to mention for users, I know this is common sense, but I just like to give a tip here and there. Always have one tab open so that how Jhon showed you the process. That way you can save some time by not having to drill back in and click on POD and all this. Always leave one tab open, and so that you can have one tab for the products, one tab for Ali Connect or whatever app you're working on, just to save time.
Yes. Thanks for the tip, Frank. Yeah, definitely it's something that I always go back and forth, but I always forget to open one. So that's a great tip. So we all can, go back and forth without having to open more windows. So right now it's adding to my store. And remember that we mentioned that when you have a lot of images, the product might probably take a little longer to add, is because he's doing that right now. It's pretty much bringing a lot of the images from the actual manufacturer. So depending on the product, depending on how many products you're bringing in, have that in mind when you add it to the store. Make sure that you can edit it, that you have the right product, the right partner or the right distributor for the product, so you have that there. So now, as you can see, the product is listed. Now it says remove from my store. But now, where do we actually add the product? Edit the product. How do we do all this craziness? We're going to go back to products. And as soon as I go back to products, in my products list, you will see that we will have 2 products. A second ago, I showed you we have only one. Now it will be 2 products. Right here, we have the Barker men sunglasses and this product that I left in. Now let's just go into the next part of the product edition, and we're going to edit the product. This is the fun part, guys, because I believe that once everything is properly set up and you have a product properly done, you will definitely be able to start moving your store. We have 6 steps here, but within each step, there's a couple of details that you want definitely to pay attention to. So in this case, we have the product name that we brought in from AliExpress, which is the Barker wooden sunglasses. It is a standard product. And I'm going to make a stop here really quickly, because since you have a standard product, there's also the option to have digital products. In this case, since this was a product that was brought in from a drop shipping app, you will not be able to change that option. So the tags, you can actually add sunglasses, men's, and any other detail that you want for that product. Then the product categories. In the product categories, this is why I created the category 4. It will be sunglasses. And as soon as you type the first 3 to 4 letters of the category, you will see it, men's sunglasses. And then it's important. You want to make sure that this home, and when you have a separate category, click on the category, so the category will be the default category, in this case, men's sunglasses. Or if you want to create a new category, you can do so. Now, let's take a look at the descriptions. As you can see, I'm still in the first step, but we're going to go descriptions. And then you will see the pre-population of all the descriptions of the product. And here is the part where you want to make sure that you check, especially when you work with products from AliExpress, that all of these images are edited or maybe removed, because you don't want your customer to scroll all the way down. It has a lot of content. So you want to just select the image and just press delete, and it will remove some unnecessary information there. So you want to make sure that you keep your page flowing and of course, that you don't provide too much details that will make sure that the customer has to, scroll down all the way. So we're gonna just maybe leave a couple of the pointers here on the product description, since this is the long description. But we're gonna be editing a lot of the images. So I'm removing a lot of this because I can safely do this because all these product images are already there, are already added into the system within the product images. So I'm gonna just leave the description, and maybe we can edit it later. Now you see the descriptions are done. Then SEO. SEO, you can use pretty much all the information that you have about the product, the name, and this is the snippet. This is how it will look like in the search engines. So you can be mindful of the information that you put in there. Now, let's just go to the advanced settings. That is if you have your product with width, heights, or depths, that depending on your shipping situation, you can use that information. That's why it's optional. Now, let's go to the second step, images and videos. As you can see, it brought up all of the images that imported, except the ones that I didn't select when I brought the product. So in this image, you can select in bulk to remove any pages. So you can now check this. This is actually a feature that was also requested. And it was a deletion of bulk images in the image and video section. So we can actually do that. And if we can delete, we just want to delete. Or if you want to make the cover image, you can actually do that as well. So you see, once I select 1 or 2 or 3 images, you can actually write captions or delete as well. So now we're going to leave the images there. And here is the part where we can add a video for this specific product. All you got to do is click on the plus sign. And if you have a video on YouTube or Vimeo, you just type the video ID. So let's just, for the sake of argument, let's just do it really quickly. And let's just search for Barcore, see if they have a video of the product. And let's see, Barcore sunglasses. Oh, as a matter of fact, let's take a look. They do have a video here. We can use this video, or if you have your own video, we can just copy the ID of the video and add it to your product here and save. And let's take a look. Video successfully. Oh, I added it twice. So let's just move along. David, any way that we can remove one of the videos?
You should see a menu when you click on it. Can you click on it?
I don't, maybe because I'm using it. No, I don't see the video, but hold on. So let's just see if we can remove this here. All right, it's not allowing me to remove for some reason. But let's just move along with the pricing and variance, because
I wanted to look into it. It could be just a glitch with this product itself.
Yeah,
could be something with the software. We'll have a look into.
All right, perfect, thanks. And so let me just click save so we can move along with the next step. Pricing and variance. This is really cool because we have a new feature here, but I will not show it here, but in the next product when we do a manual product. So let's just move along. If you have a specific SKU or reference that you want to do in your product, you can use this, and you can have actually an option to put your wholesale costs or any additional shipping fees. Variance. This is actually the area where you will see and you can change your prices. And this is crucial. This is very important in every single process when you edit your products, because here is where you actually make your money. Here you'll see all the variants: the gloss black wood, the dark gloss, silver. These are the colors or textures, where it ships from, and the frame color. Now here are all the possible variations. So let's say in this lenses color, the sky blue, you want to charge this for $15.99. So you can modify your prices, and just for the sake of argument, we're going to just put it at $15.99, but the sell price or the compare price, it will be at $25.99. You can use one by one. You can just do one price and make sure that every single product have a different price. However, if you highlight everything and you can edit the variance, you go compare price $25.99 and the sell price is $19.99. If I click apply, everything will be populated. So if you have a product that has a lot of variance, this little trick will save you a lot of time. So now we have decided the price, we have the variance, and let's take a look at discounts. Here is something that Frank actually wanted to mention on the at the beginning when we started. You can create discounts. You can create pretty much any kind of optional pricing here. So you can, if you actually order 5, you get a 10% discount, let's say, and the type will be percent. So let me just see if I just have 10. I'm going to apply. You can see here there's a 10% discount if you order 5. I saw a question there. Somebody mentioned, how do I do global discounts? This is the way in a specific products. This is one product. Then we can probably take a look at other global discounts. But let's just keep moving along. Now we have the settings. So we're going to click save.
Hey, Jhon, just to mention, in the images and videos, the videos need to load in. It takes a little bit of time. Once it loads, then it allows for deletion. While it didn't load yet, then it doesn't show up the actual trash can icon. So maybe we can go in there, go into the videos and just have a look.
Perfect. Let's just take a step back, and it's still probably loading.
Yeah.
I don't see the trash can, but let's just finish the whole process, and then the last one will be to delete that video. So pricing and variance, we covered. We have now your discounts. Now let's go to the settings. Settings is pretty much where you are going to show the product. And we have selected that each product will have a variation. So if you want, once you are done designing the pages, as we showed you earlier, you have different layouts. So you can have the 3, 4, 5, or the layout with bumps. We're going to just go with the layout with bumps. Now, one-click upsells, this is actually if you want to generate upsells. These are a little bit different layouts, and if you have any product that you want to sell along with it. Bump products, pretty much the same. If you have an extra product or another product that you want to sell along with it, and kind of just promote it. So you can have on the product page is a bump, on the checkout page, on the float card. So if, let's say I want to sell the other product, I think it was in let's see, a t-shirt. What's a lady, that's why I left that product active. A lady, the bump element. I cannot find the product, but let me just check something here. Bundles, I cannot change the product. Okay. Let me see, upsell products. David, need your help here on the bump product.
Yeah, so basically it's a search. So we'll need to know how the product is called. So there is some the ladies. I don't know what.
Yeah, I was trying to type ladies. Let me just go to Casa Prima and take a look.
We need to know the name of the product, and then it will show up as a search result.
Perfect. Because I was just typing. Let me see. We have the 2 products here.
Something with groove, I believe.
This girl loves to groove.
Ah, there you go. This girl loves to groove. So that's why I couldn't find it by girls or. So this girls. Let me see this. There you go. I was just okay. So let's just put this as a bump product on the product page, and you can use the same thing in the checkout page. Let's just, for the sake of the demo, let's just keep it in the product page. So now then the bundles. If you want to bundle that product, you can actually do that. You can add new bundle. You can select the product. So we can just put sunglasses here. And then this girl loves groove. And the discount for purchasing this product, let's say, is 3%. So we can create the bundle. And of course, right here, 3% bundle will be presented as well. Instant checkout, you can pretty much use it as well in any of the pages. And related products. This is actually a cool feature. Related products is if you have another selection or another product that you want to showcase along that same product within this product right here, so you can select it. But for the sake of the demo, let's just keep promoting These Girls Love to Groove. So now we're going to click save, and then we're going to go in reviews. Now in reviews, I believe, Mr. David Lemon, that we have an announcement to make. Correct? The ability of adding reviews with certain dates, if I'm correct. All right. So you want to do it, or you want me to do it? Okay, I do it. All right. So the reviews actually are kind of cool because it allows us to kind of just power up our products a little bit more. And as you can see, we have two options. We have either import reviews from AliExpress or create our own reviews. So we can write a review here. The review title, let's say, this sunglasses are amazing. Why my computer's acting up? Amazing. Display name is Mr. Lemon. Let's just take a look at this. I love my wooden sunglasses. Love how they feel. Look. Total helpful boats. You can actually add that. Ratings. I'm gonna give it 5 stars. Certified buyer, yes. And the day added. This is the cool feature that we wanted to kind of showcase. We have now the control of make sure that we can put any date on the review. So we're gonna just select this review and click save. Oh, total no helpful votes. Let's just put 0. Save. Review added successfully. Now, whenever this product is displayed, it will have a review. Will it help to convert in your sales? Of course, because if it's a well-written review, of course, people will read that. Now, let's just click save. And last step, we're going to finish in a second here. And I believe the last step is pretty much to close up the process of adding a product. In here, you have the settings, display product on the website, just to display everywhere. And here's just 2 cool things. And I'm going to elaborate a little bit longer than probably would here, because the buy button embed code allows you to embed this anywhere. So if, let's say, you happen to have a funnel created in Groove Pages and you want to add a product, you can actually do it using this code right here. Or any other platform. If you're using WordPress, you can actually add that there as well, as long as your page permits to add the code. So you can create the code and you can modify the way that the actual product shows. So for example, let's just take a look at we're going to add the code really quickly, show product name, show the image, show the dashboard, the border, the border color you can select it. So let's just click blue, and then show prices right at the bottom right here. And then if you want to change the image. But once you have select all these things, if you generate the code, you get this code and you embed it anywhere else, you have a product that you can actually order from any other source and provide with the order in your store. I'm going to just skip that part. And let's just click save. Let's go back to settings. And let's just click save. And it will tell me that the product now is ready to be added to the store. As you can see, settings updated. Now, let's just take a look at the preview. Let's see how the preview of the product looks like. So as you can see, men's sunglasses, the category, name on the product. And let's take a look. Bar cursor wooden sunglasses. As you can see, all the different products, all the different sections, all the different images. And let's take a look at the end here. I believe the video, yeah, it's showing twice, but the video will show at the end of the images. And of course, you can play the video and enjoy the product. So this is great if you have an instructional product. Let's say it's a digital product that you would like to add something, or if you want to add an option to for your customers to be able to manipulate the product if it's something that you got to put together, or maybe to showcase the features of said product. So this is pretty much it. And you see right here at the end of the page, so you can see I deleted all of the images. So all the clutter and all the stuff that you actually have that you might not need, you have that. In this page also, we have the bump product. So we have this product if we want to order it, and we can claim the offer depending on the size. As you can see, you don't have to go to a specific product or to a specific size or material, whatever is your variant. You can do it directly from here. So this is the way that a product page looks like. So now that we know how to add a product from print on demand, we have already a product. And for the lieu of time, I know we kind of extended a little bit more than we intended. Let's just continue on marching on by just going to the next section. And let me just go back to the admin section. Now, David, Frank, anything that you would like to add in order to, for the product page or the product edition?
I wanted to just elaborate a little bit on where you said display product everywhere. So if you could come back to that place where we actually showed that option. So here in the settings, as you can see in the middle, there is a choose where to show your products. Search only, Facebook only, URL search only. So if you create a product specifically for an order bump, or if you create a product specifically for an upsell or a downsell or something like that, you probably don't want this product to be searchable and found inside the whole product catalog. So this is where you can manage if you want to show that product or if you don't want to show that product on the in the search or the actual URL or on the product website, but you still can use that product as a bump or an upsell and things like that. So you search it from the results so that nobody can click and only purchase your upsell if you choose to do that. But you can manage this yourself. It depends on the type of the product that you are actually doing. And yeah, basically that's it.
Jhon, I just wanted to add, based on what David was saying, this is great for, you can just duplicate a product and give them a deep discount. So they're selling one widget, it's normally $39.95. Right now, add as many as you want right now for $10 off each one. And so no one can find that, but you offer it in the upsell.
We cannot hear you, Jhon.
David, I don't know what is it when you start talking, my mic just got mute and
it's just like
exactly.
No words.
What's going on? But anyways, moving
yeah.
along.
One more thing I want to add. There was a user here who was asking about it. Can we do free plus shipping products? And we can. So how would we go and create a free plus shipping product, Jhon?
All right, let me just exit this. And I believe, let me just go here. Let me just exit for a second. And free plus shipping. Let me remember, because I'm trying to. Do you mind taking that over? Because I don't remember exactly.
Frank knows more about that.
Far too well. No, okay. So let me give you some. I've done this before, and there's a caveat. Be very careful. Make sure you're working with a good supplier. Make sure they're getting it out the door right away. But it's very simple. Set the price to 0, and then so go in to edit that product, Jhon.
Yeah, let's add this girl
loves. I've actually done free plus shipping on T-shirts using Tscape. Okay, it works.
Nice.
Works. Yes. Why did I use Tscape? Because in the U.S. and they get it shipped out fast, so they get excited because they get it quick. Tscape is very quick. So let's set the price for all variants to 0.
All right, let's take a look at that variants, and let's just go.
Let's keep the compare price. So select all of them, keep the same compare price, but let's put a 0.
So it will be $11.99 and the price to 0. Okay,
so hit apply. and then go back up,
I'm up.
and then go to flat shipping fee.
Right here.
Yeah. So here you just do, I don't know, what are you going to charge? $9.95. Let's just say $9.95. They're saving
$9.95.
Yeah, let's just act like the price was $29.95. They're saving $20. Oh my God, I gotta have it. And what this does, if they see the price zero, there's gonna be a lot more adds to cart. So if you're doing retargeting and things like that, you can take advantage of that also. So just be very careful based on what Matt Sarasso was talking about before. You want to keep your chargebacks low. So only do this if you're working with items that are going out quickly. I've done it before. I do not recommend doing it with China stuff because you just never know. There might be delay in shipping and things like that. And you can quickly start getting refund requests and then the dreaded chargeback. I'm not going to lie. It's happened to me many times. And so we've adjusted. And I've done this in the past with other stores. So you just got to be mindful of that. It's not unheard of and you can do it. I just recommend working with vendor suppliers that can get the stuff out quickly, so that you don't have people waiting.
Perfect. And those are great tips. David?
And I have a question on that one, Frank. What if somebody buys, I don't know, 2 of these free plus shipping products? How would that work? Like one would be probably free.
It multiplies. It multiplies it. So if it's $9.95, it'll be $19.90 or whatever. So okay, don't try this at home unless I've had people buy 7 of an item and we're charging $17.90 for shipping. Listen, they want it and they buy it. So what I did is I modified the cart page to show the price on the button so that they have no questions about what they're paying to check out. So you can set that up so that when they go to buy, it shows the price on the button so there's no confusion about, oh, I didn't know this. Now, do you have people emailing you? Yes. So you just refund them real quick.
Exactly.
But with that being said, if you want to be aggressive like that, just know that you're adding more risk. So you got to work with suppliers that are quick. You got to let people know it's normally, $29.95 for the shirt. So you're paying $17.90, you're saving $10. Because think about it, you go buy a shirt that has something that somebody wants, they're going to pay $27, $29.95 nowadays, plus $5.95 shipping. But there's many ways you could do it. You could also just say, this shirt is normally $29.95. Right now it's $19.95 with free shipping. I would rather do it that way so they still see a savings, and everyone likes free stuff. So hello, the most powerful word in marketing is free. You're offering them free shipping if they order today only. Now, they don't know if they come back tomorrow, it's free too.
True.
But I'm just giving you some ideas of how you can do this.
I
Guys,
also have one of these ideas, and I've seen this, and I purchased something from this free plus shipping offer. Basically, the first item is something that you think that is high value, but then when you see it's free, then you buy it, and it's just like $9.95 or something. So if you allow only one of these to be purchased, so no quantity selector or something like that on the main offer, which is free plus they pay the shipping as we set it up right now. You can also create a duplicate of that product, but the product will itself have a cost. It will not have a zero price, but it will have $20, $19.95 or something like that. And there on that upsell product, you allow the quantity selector. So the first product that they got, they only pay the shipping, but then you get them to an upsell, which is the same product. They can just buy multiples of that one, and then you can bundle that order up and basically order from the supplier as a one order, but they actually did the 2 products. That they did the main offer, which is free plus shipping, and then the upsell. So you can bundle that up and send it to the customer. So this is how it is done usually.
There's many ways you can do this, and it's just exciting with GrooveKart. It allows you to just think outside the box and try it. One marketing campaign may be way more successful than the other, and you won't know unless you just give it a shot.
Yeah, let's take a look how it looks. A free product plus shipping. So right now here, we're loading the product, and we have the variables, and it says not free. So let's just go take a look at the shipping stuff. You see, it's free here.
Still free.
Still free, people. Okay, let's see. and it will kind of show us here.
You got to add your shipping. Hey, they're still in the cart. Hey, let's see. Let's fill it all out.
I believe I have this as a test, so let me just, I have written this. Let's see how it looks like once we move along to the actual shipping portion of it.
Hopefully we did everything on the back end so that it comes out okay. And if not, then you guys can slap me later when you see me in person. Let's see.
It's okay. Maybe
Yeah.
yeah.
It'll come through in a second.
Oh, it's loading. It's loading. Look at that. $9.95. So there it is, guys. So the shipping is at $9.95 because we set that up at the beginning. So it's taking the main shipping. So that's how you do a free plus shipping. Awesome tip, Frank. Thank you so much. Now we know that a product can actually just be added as a free product with pretty much only the shipping charge. Free plus shipping, as they call it. So awesome. So now we have the two examples. We have now the product pages created. We have taken a look at a couple of tips and tricks here. Now let's just go back here to the main sections here on GrooveKart, and let's take a look at what else we should actually just be talking about. We have the products categories, the discounts, and of course here on the orders. I'm going to just jump here into the orders, even though I don't believe we have any orders in the store. But there's a couple of updates with the order section, as well as a couple of, but we will need an order to showcase that. So now we can, David, if I'm correct, we can process refunds directly from GrooveKart, correct?
Yes.
Awesome. So that was one of the things that I wanted to kind of address, that once you have orders that needed to be refunded, you don't have to go to 3 or 4 different places. You can actually just refund them there. There's a button that eventually you will see once you get to that situation. Now, let's just go to the abandoned carts because since it's in the same section of the orders, the abandoned carts is one of the most important sections. Now, we'll learn how to add the products. We'll learn how to set up the store. Right now, we're closing into the 4th hour of this session. And we're closing in into maybe another half an hour, 45 minutes. And I wanted to cover a couple of more things. And then we're going to just do a couple of minutes of QA, and we'll wrap up this session for today. Abandoned carts is one of the most important, if not the most important part of your store. Why? Because that will give you the ability to contact your customer that did not complete the purchase. So you have something called the sequence. And the sequence, you can actually activate them here. You see this status is actually active, it's inactive. But you can create a couple of messages with different stages of your offer. So in this case, you actually offer a coupon code here for 15% after a certain amount of time, which is here 10 hours. After 1 day and 12 hours, you send a second email that actually says, hey, no discount, recommend after 1 hour. Or you can change it to a more recommended situation, which we'll explain in a second. And a third and last, you can actually add maybe a deeper discount and continue the actual sequence. So how do we actually add all these things? First of all, we have to activate at least one of them in order to start the sequence. So we're going to activate this one right here. We're going to edit it so we can actually see, and we can select the template. So you see here's the 2 templates, the 3 templates that we have. Minimum order value, we don't really need a minimum because we want to recoup that sale. And we're going to enable that option. So we're going to click save. And you will see that now it's enabled. Now in here, we have the ability to change the contents of, I'm just clicking the wrong place. Let me just make sure that this is still enabled. You just go edit again. Yeah, still enabled. Perfect. Now, let's say you want to activate the second one or third. So let's say instead of 10 hours, you want to jump on the 3 days or maybe the next one. So we just go here and edit and we activate. And we can change the messages as well. And here it's a little bit more of the discount values and the information that you want to actually provide. Oh, sorry for the noise there. My iPad is ringing for some reason. It will be off in a second. And I bet it's probably one of my kids calling. My apologies. So you can actually have the different discount values and minimum cart amounts if that's what you required for your sequence. And of course, the delay. The delay of the message, you can make it from 1 day to 3, 5, whatever amount of days, or even hours. So let's say the second message, you want to send it out after 48 hours. You can just put 48 and click save, and you will see, 0 days, 48 hours. Oh, actually it's 24, the limit. So let's just do 24. So here we know now that after 10 hours, you get a message. 24 hours, you get a second message, and third. And you can add more steps, but I believe the recommended is 3 to 4 steps. Now, let's just take a look at where do we find that. So you see here, there's a customer, Mr. Max Romanoff, that actually added the account as a guest, and he did not complete the purchase. So you will see all your abandoned carts right here. So then you can actually send the non-discount email, send the discount email, view the products that he did not order, or delete this customer. So you can start the process from here on the abandoned carts. Now, let's say we want to see what product was Max looking at. So he was looking at the actual glasses. So we know that he wanted to order the glasses, and we want to send that coupon. So we're going to send the discount email or the non-discount email. So you have those two options. Let's say in the event that Max review the email and he does the conversion, he will have the information here. It will be under the converter cards, and you will see the information here. And that's simply how the sequence work. In very few minutes, it was just very easily to explain. Now, David, would you like to elaborate here what pointers we should offer or our viewers today in how to create a nice sequence? Or Frank, since you guys are masters at that.
So what I always do is, and I always say that money is in the sale, but more money is in the follow-up. So whenever somebody comes to your page and is kind of interested, but for some reason they didn't just check out, create a nice sequence to bring them back. That could be a 5 email sequence, a 7 email, 10 email sequence. It depends on how much you want to push for that sale, but try to have at least 3 different categories. One is just, hey, a reminder you forgot something. Second, hey, your offer is expiring, like a little bit more push. And then the third type of email is, here is a coupon code. Your offer expired, but here's a coupon code. You still can get it. So like reminders, a little bit salesy, push, your offer is, or your products is expiring, and like a full-on coupon offer that you bring them back and get them to pay. So these are the 3 types that I use personally in these follow-up abandoned cart email, but there is a lot of different techniques that you could use. I'm pretty confident Frank has its own style of setting up the sequences.
Yeah, to be honest, I've never added any more, but you can. And like David said, you could use that to maybe have another one where it says, we see you haven't ordered yet. Just want to explain to you how we, make our shirts or something. It can be anything, just because now, hey, here's our customer service email. Here's our 1-800 number, etc. By the way, we still, here's a coupon code. And so you can just elaborate even more and go beyond the 3 that we have here. And you can just, I wouldn't go crazy and add 50 of them, but just, you can add to the series if you'd like to. And it's just smart, which reminds me, I'm going to go add at least 2 more to mine.
Well, I can tell everybody here, whenever you are using an e-commerce store with GrooveKart, we set up a default abandoned cart sequence for you, I believe. And there is not a lot of things that you need to change. You could go in and create your own email sequence, but there is a nice, pretty good one already in there. So even if you don't change it, it's already there.
Yeah, and just to elaborate what David was saying, you can actually do so right here in the email templates. Then you can actually edit. And as you can see here, there's a list of variables. All that you have to do is just copy the variable that you want to use with the message, and you have the ability to do all that. You see here, hi, first name, you did not complete your order, limited quantity is left. You can change the message to whatever you want. Hey, hurry up. You want to order this now because it's about to get out of stock. Or maybe another compelling message that you believe that depending on your product and your niche, you can actually use. So you can edit all that into the email template editor. So now that we have known, now that we checked the email sequence for the abandoned carts, let's just move along with the other part. So customers, here is another cool part, and we're almost pretty much done when it comes to all the areas for GrooveKart. Here you have a lot of the customers. So you have here all your data. So these are just test emails and test emails. So we don't have a lot of information here. Let me just move this one really quickly. And you can export this information at some point. So, but all of your customers are listed here. So you will see all that information, or you can even add customers as well. So if you need to have somebody that is trying to make an order, or you know somebody that maybe called you, you can actually just create the customer and interact with it and pretty much process the order. Also, in orders, let me just show you. Just go here. Oh, I have to. Since I created a customer, I have to now create a customer. Let me just start to see if I can get out of here. Yep. So now let's just jump into the orders. I believe another feature that is now to be announced is the ability to create your own order. So as you can see here, you can manually add orders. So this is a feature greatly asked for all those that have their own products that maybe do have customers that they might have called in, or maybe send an email like, hey, where do I order? If they want to probably just create the order manually, now they have the ability to do so. So let's just search for a customer. I know it was a test customer. Let's see if I can find it. You see, we can choose the customer. So this portion is actually, I believe, a request that it was done several months ago, and now it's a reality. We can find out the customer, and we can create manual orders. So we can choose this customer. Let me just choose this one since it's a test. Then we're going to go to the cart. What exactly does the customer has? And here in this area, you will see if this customer, since we select the customer, if he has any orders. If this customer has any orders in the past, you will see them here. Now, let's just go to the cart. What product does this customer wants to order? So let's just do this. Let's just see for this girls love the group. You see, this is the product. And we're going to add it to cart. Now, once we add to cart, this is ready to go. If we have any discounts or new coupon, then let's just go to the shipping. The delivery option will be standard. You can actually select here if you want to offer the free shipping, because these manual orders can be used for anything. You can be probably somebody that called you, as I said, or maybe you want to make sure that that customer gets in a special order with free shipping. You can actually do that here. So now let's just go next. And here's the cool part. On the payment, the customer will receive a link to pay. So let's say you created the order, you spoke with him on the phone or her on the phone, and they said, well, but how do I pay the order? No worries. Once we process the order, you will receive an email to actually pay the order. So this is a great function, and I believe this was announced before, but now we're going into deep into kind of just demo it. So here is the total price of the product. Since this was actually a free plus shipping product, it will have the $9.95. And you can go onto the payment page to process the payment, or you can send an email with the link to payment for the customer. So you can see here the group pay and the order status. So let's say once you send the email to the customer, you can set up the status, either shipped, refunded, processing progress, payment error, back order, pay, no pay, deliver, cancel. So let's say this is in progress. So once I send the email to the customer to the link to pay, of course, this test email will get an order. It will let you know that the email was sent, or go onto the page. So it will actually open up on the page to go into the order. You'll see it in a second here. So you can see it will process everything. It will pre-populate everything, and the customer, all that he has to do is pay and be done with the process. As you can see, the customer information is pre-populated, and is the test customer right here. See, everything is pre-populated because we have selected a customer that I created earlier. So that will happen also with your customers. So let me just go back here to the dash and kind of just wrap up this part with the order processing. Manual orders are now a reality, and you can do so by creating a new order. Now, David, anything that you would like to add in the new process for manual orders at all? All right, I'm getting a nod, so we're gonna keep moving forward. Now we have the orders, then we have customers, and now we select the product categories, discounts, and we kind of touch on drop shipping as well. The process for print on demand is kind of the same. Now, right now it's 4 o'clock. Let's just take a look for a little break. Let's just take 2 minutes. Let's play the commercial. And I believe for the next half hour will be a good option to do Q&A. David, Lemon, and Mr. Frank, what do you guys think? Should we just wrap up the session with a couple of questions? And let's just roll the actual commercial, and we'll be back in 2.5 minutes.
Hi, my name is Mike Filsaime, CEO and co-founder of GrooveFunnels, and we hope you're enjoying this Groove-A-Thon. Now, our next speaker is going to be coming up in about 5 to 10 minutes, and now would be a great time to learn more about GrooveFunnels and the GrooveFunnels upgrade. So first of all, if you're watching this on something like Twitch or Facebook Live or YouTube Live, and you're wondering what's going on, you want to check out groovefunnels.com. We have the best software on the planet for digital and e-commerce marketers, and our software is free for people to get started with no credit card required. Now, if you're a little bit more than a newbie, or you know that you will be a professional one day and you're looking to make a full-time income online, you really want to look into our upgrade. So right now in a new tab, you should go to groovefunnels.com/upgrade. Or just look at the link right here on this video. At groovefunnels.com/upgrade, you're going to be able to, for a very limited time, get lifetime access to our entire suite of products. There's over 17 different products for you to be a professional digital marketer and e-commerce marketer. All you got to do, go to groovefunnels.com/upgrade. There's a video there that explains everything. And here's the important thing. Right now, you can become a lifetime member for one-time price of just $1,397. And you'll never have to pay us anything again, ever, period. That means no monthly fees. And if you aren't using GrooveFunnels right now, you'd have to be paying over 17 different software products that would cost you about $1,400 per month. Now, if you do the math for that, you're going to be looking, somewhere between $15,000 and $20,000 a year to run your business, which really isn't bad to run a business. But what if you could pay just $1,397 one time and never have to pay anything again? And all of those tools were the best tools out there, and they were integrated to work with each other. Now, you want to do this today because our grand opening is ending soon. And we don't plan on keeping this lifetime option available forever. The reason why we're doing it is right now we are creating more products, and this is kind of like an extended Kickstarter. So you're going to become a backer and a charter member and a lifetime member by paying one-time payment of $1,397. Just check that out at groovefunnels.com/upgrade. Remember, do this now because this offer is expiring. And after that, our prices will be going to $299 a month or $3,600 each and every year for what you can get right now for one-time price, lifetime for just $1,397. Remember, once you pay that, you'll get access to everything and you'll never make another payment to us again for anything ever, period. All right, groovefunnels.com/upgrade. Now's the time to do that. Check that out now. You have about 10 minutes before our next speaker joins us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mike. That was a great introduction. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are increasing the amount for the lifetime deal after this Groove-A-Thon finalizes and finishes. So, if you are not an upgraded member yet, now is the time to go and click that upgrade button. You saw in the past couple of 2 weeks what we have created and what we are planning to create, and it's just getting better and better. And if you don't want to pay in the future for this, just get on it now. Now's the best time. Before we actually go to Q&A, guys, I would like to maybe get a chance to talk about all the things that are planned in the future and where we want to see GrooveKart. I can also see here the original founder and creator of GrooveKart here with us. He'll be able to jump in and talk about this very soon. But from your opinions, guys, let's just start with Frank and then go to Jhon. Where do you see GrooveKart positioned in the market, and what do you know that it will achieve in the future?
Frank?
Well, I see GrooveKart just growing by leaps and bounds. I know our developers are constantly adding more things. They're quick to implement requests and ideas that our members have. And listen, we want GrooveKart to be the go-to place, right? We want to topple and just obliterate Shopify, okay? And with GrooveZilla's help, we're going to be able to do that. And GrooveKart, listen, we're here to stay. We have GroovePay that integrates with it seamlessly. We have the GroovePay team there so that you can get approved. GrooveKart, I see all sorts of stuff, especially when I'm working on stores and I've seen other Shopify stores. I take all those ideas. I'm kind of like your advocate, and I say, hey, can we do this? Can we do this? I'm kind of like begging Matt all the time. Can we do this? How about this? He's probably tired of me in Skype. But I see it right now, what you see compared to where it was before, it's ready to go right now out of the box, right? You can use it, you can sell stuff, but the future with what's coming as far as the apps that we're connecting to for print on demand, I'm going to make sure every account possible has all premium features in there that helps. Number one, makes it fast. Your stores already load fast, but we're going to keep on pushing the envelope when it comes to the cutting edge so that you can have a store that converts like crazy and you can just get up and running. I believe, David, you're going to go over some of the stuff they can expect coming down the road that's happening in the next sprint. And I'll shut up now.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree with what you're saying. We are not stopping anytime soon. Before we jump in to talk with Jhon, I wanted to see Matt, if you would like to join in and then just join us in a conversation of where we want to bring GrooveKart towards. Like, where do you see the future of GrooveKart, and what is kind of the goal we want to achieve with this platform?
Well, I think one of the most important things is to continue to improve, right, and create more features. There are a few things that I'm super excited about, right? In a very near future, we're going to have an integration to ShipStation, which is going to open the doors to many things and to facilitate fulfillment, right? But even better than that, to really stay a little bit more general, but to look at really what's going to be incredible for GrooveKart is the development that's going to take place here early next year, which is going to be the ability to create SDK. All right, so what does that mean? Does that mean we're basically going to have a software development kit? We're going to have a a manual, right? That's going to tell people, hey, if you want to code, add features, do stuff to GrooveKart, you can follow this checklist and these parameters in order to be able to do that. So now companies out there that want to work with our customers, our merchant, I should say, to be clear, will be able to create modules, they'll be able to create code, they'll be able to create some cool features. If somebody's got a really, really cool idea, they can actually code to GrooveKart and add that. So I think the real path to success here is now to create an SDK where people are going to be able to add features for free to our users, just because they're going to want to work with our users. And some other company might decide to create an app that they're going to sell to give additional feature within the software, right? So basically kind of like a marketplace, something similar that you would see on the app stores. It's going to be, the GrooveKart store, whatever it's going to be called. But the opportunity to do that is going to open up so many features to our merchants. It's going to give so many opportunity to designers, creative people to make revenue by, selling stuff that our merchant would like and additional features. And it's going to give our merchant the ability to do so much more, even more with their e-commerce platform, right? So say I'm a brand new warehouse and dropshipper or a new print-on-demand company. I can go ahead and code directly to GrooveKart, and now the GrooveKart customers have access to that print-on-demand features, right? So I think this would be really, really cool, and I can't wait for that to be done. It's a lot of work. We want to do it the right way. We want to do it in a way that it keeps the software secure, keeps the software performing fast, meaning I don't want somebody to write some cool codes and everything gets slow, right? So we have to take all this into account, make it easy enough so that it doesn't require crazy skills to be able to add some cool features, and also make it so that it's very interactive with our users and they can easily find new features and stuff that they can do. If we can solve all of this problem, which are really not even a problem, right? All of these asks, all of these needs that we need to do, then I think it's just going to be incredible. And that's just I just can't wait for this to be done. So that's what I'm really, really looking forward to. And we're working really hard behind this as a scene in getting done. Of course, we're doing, as you guys saw, right, even from the last demos that we did, there are so many new features and new stuff we can do today. But the big one, what's really going to be the father of all, it's really going to be the SDK that's coming out next year. I mean, that's going to be just incredible. And it's not just on GrooveKart, right? We're going to do that across our platform.
Nice.
Absolutely. SDK will open the doors, and if we have a look at the comments right now, and when will we be able to do this? When will we be able to do that? Shopify and the other platforms don't allow half of what we are doing right now. They just rely on these external connections. We built a very, very good base, and this is what our developers will be working on fixing the bugs and basically making sure that the base and the structure of GrooveKart is great. But all of the other extra features that shouldn't be on our backs to develop, this will be coming from other companies, and then the growth will be exponential. Like, it's going to grow like massively.
I think we've got, I'm sorry, we've got so many users that are asking for this feature and this feature and these features. But one thing that merchants have to keep in mind, and I don't know if it's fair for me to even say that, but one thing that's really happening in the back end is every time you add a new feature, you add a new click, you add a new button. And if you add enough click and enough button, it becomes bigger and bigger and bigger. And in a way, it gets perceived to be more and more complicated, where many of those features could actually simplify your life. But you get into the software, you're like, oh my God, what is this, right? And so we have to find the right balance where we have every single feature the customer needs to be successful and more, right? A lot of cool extra stuff. Like, you could be successful without doing upsell, but you can really be successful with doing, post-checkout upsell. So we identify those features are absolutely crucial, those that are great, those that are needed. But every time we add a new feature, it's an extra button, an extra switch, or an extra thing to configure. So the real challenge is, how do we keep it where it doesn't get too complicated, yet it has everything a customer needs? And I think doing an SDK is going to resolve a lot of that. People are going to know that this app does this app does that, and there's going to be kind of a layer on top of the software. It's going to hopefully keep the software simple, yet very efficient and very strong. So that's part of the challenge, right? It's not just how do we make it accessible, but how do we make it so that we don't make it too complicated. And in that sense, Shopify did good, right? But it's also very, very limited on what you can do. They took an approach that's more similar to, we're going to keep things simple, KISS, keep it simple, right?
Yeah.
But in another hand, it really limits the features. So I think we've taken a few steps where it's a little bit more featureful. I don't want to say complicated because it's not the right word for marketing. I'm probably going to get hung by the marketing team here. But it does create a lot of extra switches, a lot of extra challenges, a lot of extra things to use and learn, right? That's why I'm a big proponent of using software like TaxJar, right? That's why GroovePay sometimes makes your life easier. That's why the Wheel application, where it's one click. But every time it's a new thing and a new, what if and what that does, right? The page builder, the more function we put into the page builder, the more it can get a little bit confusing. And so this is this balance that we work with every day. And I got to say, our dev team, David Lemon, they have done an incredible job in taking this complicated and simplifying it as much as they can every day. But it's a real challenge, right? And the first version of GrooveKart was much less powerful than it is today and had about 2 million more switches. So that gives you an idea about how we always got to work it in trying to find out the just middle.
Awesome.
Yeah. Some of the things that I know that we are thinking about, I will just mention them. Like we will have a subscription option and installment plans for payments within GrooveKart. This is a thing that is definitely coming. It's not a question of if, it's a question of when. Another thing that I know that we were talking about and we are really wanting to do is the affiliate part, like an affiliate program for GrooveKart, so that every creator, every store owner can have an affiliate program offered to the customers. So that's also
where affiliate is a perfect example of what we've been battling in the back end between finding what feature we offer with flexibility, right? So what do you need for an affiliate program? Do you just need to keep track of the affiliate? Or do you just need to keep track of the affiliate and the ability to pay him out? Or do you just need to keep track of the affiliate and the ability of pay him out and maybe sell only on the first sale? Or do you need to keep track of the affiliate, the ability to pay him out, pay him on the first sale and then a different percentage? Do you need the ability to pay different affiliates different? And all that is just additional switches, right? So that's a very good example of some of the challenges in the back end. But yeah, affiliate marketing and tracking is coming down the pipes. Recurring payments as well.
Yeah. So these are the stuff that we want to do. These go into the base, as I said, the base functionality, and then people, when they bring their own stuff, it will be built on top of what we will have already. But yeah, it's a very, very exciting future with GrooveKart, and it already can do a lot of things. And if you just saw, guys, right now, what we created is a create an order option. It's like what you have with PayPal. You can create an order and just send somebody a link for them to actually pay that order. It's built into GrooveKart so that you have upsells, downsells, everything else basically built in. You just send them a link, and then you can customize an order with all of the other bumps and upsells, things like that. It's Shopify cannot do that. Definitely cannot do that. And I don't even know if there is an app that would be able to do that in Shopify. So
yeah, unless you pay for it.
Well, I don't even know if there is one.
Even if you do, it gets tricky because it's how much information Shopify really releases, right?
Exactly.
And lets you connect to. That's why creating a payment processor for Shopify, you can't really do it on your own, because how much is Shopify really let you get access to? And it's very carefully measured and calculated. So it's very tricky on Shopify.
And it also indicates the progression that we have seen as a company, that we try to compete with the right tools. And that manual order, when I saw it, I was just blown away, because I remember the old days of GrooveKart when we actually had to do, as you mentioned, with so many switches. Now we can actually just do this in simplified process and be as effective. So if you're on the phone talking with somebody and they decided to, hey, you know what, let me make an order right now for you. Oh, I'm not in my computer, I'm in my phone. No worries. What are you looking for? Oh, I'm looking for this product. Perfect. I can process the order for you, get it done, and you pay me later. So that's awesome. On top of that, the whole COD, the whole cash on delivery. If you're a local place that you have a small shop, brick and mortar, you can create the order online, and once you deliver the product, get paid. So those are the broad and the macro vision of the company: simplify processes and make sure that you maximize your
Let me
profits.
ask you a question. With a COD, you can put text right in there.
Yes, correct. You can actually
I
change
don't
the
know,
message.
maybe a Bitcoin address or something. Just an idea.
Hey, start throwing ideas. Maybe we can actually just do that in the future and just add more buttons, as you said.
But I mean, the problem is if you put your Bitcoin address and you have to find a way to reconcile which customer paid and didn't pay. So
Exactly. But hey, that's more ideas to the dev
Just a
team.
small idea.
Yeah.
Hint.
So, Jhon, platform will achieve, and where do you want to maybe see it, or where do you know it's going?
Oh well, where I know it's going, we're only going up. We're only going to keep growing. I mean, I remember back in the day, 2 years ago, when we started working with GrooveKart, we started with 100 stores, 200 stores, 300 stores. Now to have this massive amount of customers combined with the power of Groove Pages, Groove Funnel, and everything else that was coming the pike, it kind of runs out everything. So I think it makes perfect sense for people to make the decision, if they haven't, to start upgrading. Why? Because not only prices are going to change, but also you have a tool that is going to last you for a lifetime. And those are the things that we haven't really spoke about today, because GrooveKart is for a lifetime. I mean, you have a store that you can pass on to your great grandkids, and hey, keep making money because they're going to be there. So those are the great advantages. So not only I see the growth, but also I see the potential of more innovation. I mean, right now we're discussing about the ability to do a process online from the same place. And I think what the secret of our success is that, yes, we're taking a lot of stuff and we're going through a lot of changes and a lot of updates. But at the end of the day, the end result, those who actually are going to benefit for not paying a monthly fee, they're going to be those who said, you know what, I'm going to save a lot of money because they grew with us, they're starting the process with us, and they're benefited at the end of the day. As far as of GrooveKart, I see having maybe 1 million stores now in the next year, 1.5 million stores, just to start competing with the big players. And with innovation, we're going to have more implementations, more integrations with other companies. Those are right now in the infancy, but we're going to get there. Like we just promised 2 years ago that we're going to get to the point that we are right now, not only with GrooveKart, but with all of the other applications. So in my macro vision, I'm moving everything that I had in personally stores that I had in WooCommerce, in other platforms. I'm moving everything in. It's taking me a long time because I had one of the busiest departments in the company, which is support. And we try to also work every day with you guys to provide the best service possible, answer questions. So personally, I have taken a little bit of time off on that end to make sure that we dedicate. And as we grow along, make sure that everybody gets a good support. So GrooveKart support, Groove Pages, and all the rest of the apps.
Yeah.
But
I can tell you guys. Sorry, you want to continue?
No, that's fine. Go for it.
I want to tell you where I stand with GrooveKart, and I can tell you that if you haven't made a choice yet to switch to GrooveKart, you should. Let me tell you why. Imagine a platform where you can put in your products and start selling online. Yeah, we saw that already. Like there is tons of these platforms online, but the biggest thing that makes Groove stand out is that it's interconnecting everything. So you create a store, you put in your products, you create the upsells and downsells, and you create these proof pop-ups and make sure that you maximize the conversions on your store. Now you can actually also collect leads into GrooveMail and send out marketing campaigns through GrooveMail. You can also send them SMS campaigns to bring them back to your store. Now that's already connected with only 2 platforms, GrooveMail and GrooveKart. Let's connect Groove Video. You put in your Groove videos about presentations of products. You can also upload all your images in the Groove image library that's already connected in there. You can also use platforms like Groove Pages to create a specific landing pages that could just go maybe wild, or you can create specific pages for Instagrams, like these little bio links as they call them, where you have the most like the most frequently purchased products on your store. So these are only a couple of products already. You create a blog for your store. This is already built in. Then with platforms like Groove Webinar and Groove Stream, if you were there yesterday, what we're planning is basically you're doing a webinar or a stream presentation like what we're doing right now, and you can put in the products to be actually clickable on the screen. Like your customers can click on the screen, open the actual product and purchase it while you're doing the presentation, with countdown timer, progress bars, automations in the background. We also connect to other platforms out there. This ecosystem, and also not to forget the payment platform. We have GroovePay, cheaper, faster, better, and more accessible within the Groove platform than anything else. So to be honest, there's really no other platform that can do this, even right now. And it's just, in order for somebody to start something like this, they will need to eat a lot of beans in order to achieve what we achieved so far. So exactly, that's powerful, as Omar says. So there is just the future is ahead. There's nothing less.
Oh yeah, there's going to be a lot of changes, a lot of updates, a lot of upgrades. And remember, and I talk to a lot of people every day just with issues and questions. Rome wasn't built in a day, yet Rome became an empire. So that's what we're doing. I every time somebody tells me, oh yes, this is not work, it's actually in the works. It's going to happen. I mean, and we will gonna keep adding more stuff. And with, as you said, with Groove webinar, with the Groove member. I mean, Groove member. I as a matter of fact, yesterday I had a customer. How can I monetize my Groove member? I don't want to only sell my membership. I'm like, well,
Groove member is pure money.
How? It's pure money. How else can I monetize it? Simple. Create a store. If, let's say, you're selling a course of how to be a great realtor or how to talk to your customers, send them a product, a mug, maybe a laptop sleeve that you can create in Printful, a mug, some things that you want to monetize more. That's perfect. You want to start making your marketing ideas? Go for it. So the vision, the macro vision within the company is amazing, and GrooveKart is going to play along with it. And I know that a lot of people are going to take advantage now that they know all the updates that we have done. And I know that all of the people that were in this session today are going to go and take a look. You know what? Let me start my store. Let me see what can I do to maximize my money. If they already have the premium, they're going to start, okay, you know what? Let me think of ideas. And if they're free accounts, I know that they're going to just go in there and take a look and take a deep breath and say, I want to do this, and do it. The sky's the limit, guys. So let's just go for it. Frank, you want something to add?
Yeah, and if I were you watching this, I would definitely think about upgrading right away, because in the coming, I'm not sure if it's weeks or what the time frame is exactly, but coming very soon, free members are going to have two store max, right? So once you launch your first store, let's say it's a general store where you're just testing different products and you're selling random stuff like a Walmart type stuff, and then you create one all about poodles. Well, there's your two stores, and that's it, right? So, and once you start getting experience, you start testing, running Facebook ads, Google ads, etc. You start making money. Then you're like, oh my God. You'll be watching a TV show and you get inspired. Well, you're not going to be able to set up a store, right? Because you have the free account. I would recommend upgrading so that you can take advantage and build out a new store every 7 days. Eventually, hey, you could be sitting here with a team of 10 people that are just cranking out specific stores for specific niches, and you're just going crazy. But you won't know and be able to take advantage of that unless you're upgraded so that you can have the capability of launching one every 7 days if you needed to. And the future is bright. I mean, GrooveKart, Groove CM is where we're going to be for a year from now. We won't even, if someone told us now, we probably wouldn't believe it. So I can just imagine where it's going to be, where you're going to go.
Yep, that's completely true. I mean, none of us that have worked since the company started would fathom how fast we have grown, how incredible the tools are, and how many lives we have impacted. Just take a look at our affiliates. Our affiliates love us because of that reason. We have changed the way that they do business. We have kind of just compressed all the tools that they have into one, and we're going to keep doing the same. So it's great to be part of a situation like Groove, a company like Groove, and we're going to keep rocking it. So, David, should we just do the last couple of minutes as just a couple of questions that you believe that might be beneficial to address, or you want to call it a day?
No, definitely. We want to answer a couple of questions. I was Max and I were answering questions as fast as we could inside the comments on Facebook and YouTube. So most probably most of your questions are answered. There are some that just came in during the time when we've already finished the demo. Like for example, Rick's question: will we be integrating with Zendrop? To be honest, I have no clue what Zendrop is, but I can tell you we already integrate with Zapier. So if Zendrop integrates with apps, we already probably integrate with it through Zapier. Will we have a direct integration with Zendrop? I don't know. If Zendrop uses our API and creates an app connected to us, most probably. But at this moment, as Matt explained, we have plans to create the bulk work from our end and give ability for companies and customers to create their own platforms and connect with us. And that's the way we are going right now. We don't want to integrate ourselves with each and every single platform in the world. We want to do it bulk. We want to do it in a big way. And this is how we can do it. We create the code, we give you the access to the code, and then the actual customers, users, developers can create connections to us. So that's the answer for will you guys be integrating with this and that?
And remember, one of the things that I wanted to mention is that as we grow and as we see the needs of our users, they will always have the option to say, hey guys, make the recommendation to actually add this or get this done. Once the SDK and the APIs and the webhooks are completely integrated, it will be easier. But for now, what we have is as we go along, and if you have, as a user, if you have any recommendation that you might find interesting, like, hey guys, you should explore to see this, send us the comments, send us the recommendations. Contact your support team at support@groovedigital.com or support.groovedigital.com as well. So you can have that option, because at the end of the day, we are building the platform for you, for our users. So take advantage of all that and let us know.
Yeah.
Any other question?
Yeah. So again, there is a couple of questions about integration. I believe I answered that one right now. For example, what about the digital download of a painting I have done? Can that be downloaded so a customer can print it out in GrooveKart?
Yeah, actually, that was covered we did a session with digital downloads. You can actually upload the file. Let's say it's a PDF file. If you have, let's say, that painting in a PDF file that you want to deliver, you can actually add that as a product in GrooveKart as a digital product, and people can actually just print it out. So definitely is doable. Once you select your product, David, if you want to give me a chance here to display my screen, I can show him really quickly how to actually change the product. So let me take a look. So I'm going to go back to products, and let's say I'm going to create a new product, and I will show you where you actually define that digital product. So you can definitely do that. I mean, that's great. So let me just do a new product, and in the very first step of the new product, we will see that. So let me just give me a second. Right now, it's opening to create a new product, and in this section right here. So let's say you have digital product. Then instead of a standard, you select digital product. And if your digital product has a file associated with that you want your customers to download, just click yes, and then you upload the file. So it's as simple as it is. All that you do is change the product type, make sure that it's digital, add the file, and the number to allow downloads for each customer should be 1. And let's say they have only 14 days to download that file, and you just put the file name, and you'll be done. I mean, that's as simple as it is. And then you complete the process just as we did earlier. So hope that actually that answers your question.
Frank, I have a question for you, since you are most you're familiar with all of these options that we offer. So there's a question from Donna Zimmerman. What dropshipping companies do you suggest we use for shipping from the US?
Well, I mean, you can from the US, if you want to do, you can do drop shipping with Printful, which is print on demand, but I mean, they're drop shipping it for you. They create it and they send it to you. So I would definitely use that. And then Tscape does print on demand as well. And you can revert back after this replay, look at what we did before with the sunglasses. That was a warehouse in the US. They had other warehouses around the globe. So that's one way to get around it. You can look to see what they have on AliExpress, where the warehouses are at just in the US, so you can get them because they'll send it through the US mail. And that's one way to stay clean, keep your customers even more satisfied. And print on demand, if you want many options, go with Printful. If you're doing t-shirts and hoodies, look at Tscape. They're very simple, easy setup. You get the design uploaded, and you're within less than 2-3 minutes, you can have a product set up.
Awesome.
I have another question similar to this one from Trick Funnels. Can you explain what is Groove Layer App integration, please? Shipping time, cost, location. Did any of you guys use Layer App already with fulfillment?
Layer App was actually used at the very beginning, and a lot of people are still creating products. Layer App, the manufacturing is actually in China. Destination times, it could vary as Frank mentioned, around 14 to 21 days, and you can design the products. You just pretty much do the same process as in Printful or in Tscape. You just select the product, you upload your image, pretty much the standard print-on-demand procedures.
The goal for the coming months is to find something. Didn't you say Printify might be an option? There's others. There's talks happening with hopefully bringing on other competitors similar to Layer App that can do the same thing with like custom shoes and things like that. I, for one, know that is really a hot market when you put someone's interest or passion on a customizable product like a boot or a shoe. So we definitely can look forward to those options coming down the line. But remember what I mentioned before, Zapier is working like a piece of cake. You could theoretically, if you wanted to go with right now, you can go get Shopify, and you can actually email them and ask them to downgrade you to the just the portal, so you can log into your Shopify. It's like $10 a month. You have a storefront, but guess what you can do? You can install the app. The app for Pillow Profits is $30 a month, I believe, and set up the Zap to where you get an order on GrooveKart. You set it up on Shopify, export it, import it, and then next thing you know, you can work around it and use almost any fulfillment, drop shipping, print on demand app that's on. You can do it with a Zap, and you just got to have an upgraded app account, and that's only a few bucks a month.
And that's just a temporary workaround.
Temporary until
next year, we'll have all of those big apps that people are using in our own store. So that makes me super happy.
Awesome.
There's another question for you, Frank, in here that's literally for you. Did Frank make any tutorials in Groove? How can I find his tutorials for GrooveKart?
Well, yeah, I don't actually have any official tutorials for GrooveKart. You just probably gave me another job, but hey, listen, I like getting, I like talking about this stuff, and I have, tons of ideas. I don't know, maybe we can put some together. I know Jhon and David have an awesome 3-day challenge they did where they go from start to finish. You can go to the YouTube channel for Groove and just type in GrooveKart, and you'll see those there. They cover pretty much everything you need to get started. And hey, you never know, I might come out with some and share some tips with you guys.
Nice.
There's a connection from Mike here asking, is there a connection feed to Google Marketplace?
Yes, we actually covered it in the presentation. And David, if you want to just share my screen really quickly, so let me go there so he can actually see it in action. Well, not in action, but where to find it and where to connect it, rather.
Yeah, and
Let
while
me
you
just-
do that, Jhon, I'd just like to verify that it does work because I did set it up on one of my stores and successfully set up a Google shopping campaign with that feed. So it is working. It works perfect. You just got to have some understanding of how the Google suite of products work, and nothing you can't figure out with searching up the tutorials on YouTube.
Yeah, so
let me.
Oh, go, David.
Sorry, yeah. Let me just explain what this is used for those people that are still new and don't fully understand. Google Merchant Feed and Google Marketplace, this is a very, very, very highly suggested thing to turn on in case you can. Let's just say you are searching for a chandelier and you want to purchase a chandelier and you type in chandeliers in Google. Google will give you options for different chandelier products. Here, shop chandeliers. You saw in the ads, it immediately shows up as a purchasable, as a product that you can buy inside Google search directly. So people can purchase from here and make an order to your GrooveKart store, and it's basically free traffic. Like it's better than SEO. You don't have to rank. These are ads. So you need to work with a paid platform, which is Google Ads, but it's literally up there. If somebody's looking for something, you offer them and it's there. You only pay when somebody clicks on it. So this is good. So definitely try and look into how to use the Google Shopping. They have their own courses. There's tons of different information online. Just Google it, type it on YouTube, and use this. If you're serious about selling, you should seriously look into this Google feeds. So definitely.
Yeah, and the clicks I like to mention, just from my experience, they're relatively very cheaper clicks than trying to target by keyword alone. The Google
right, because these are so these are people that know what they want and they want to buy. Their intent for searching a chandelier is to buy. If they click on it, only then you pay for something. So definitely one of the best things. It's a kind of a secret in the market for this one. Definitely you look into it.
Yeah, and as you both have said, this is kind of where Google wants as far as of the experience. Having worked with a lot of people with Google, what they want to do is make sure that once delivered the content, you get everything easily distributed. Meaning, to just like the example that just David did, chandeliers. You have your regular responses. You're okay, this is where you find chandeliers. But here in the ads, these are the keywords that you're actually gonna bid on for your ads. So you're gonna put 5, 3, 6, whatever amount of dollars, and that will give you a little edge. Because if it's a product that is innovative and nobody else is carrying it, that will give you that big differentiator. So this is a great opportunity for everybody. And let me just show you where to set it up right here. Let me just go back to the store. You set that up in your Pixels feeds and embed codes right under the Google Merchant feed. You just activate it, and you see this link right here. This is what you need. You just generate the feed, or you can copy this information and drop it into the merchant section in Google, and Google then analyzes the content. It will tell you, hey, this product doesn't have a right category. So then you can actually modify it in a way that the ads will be displayed properly. So this is a great way, as Frank said, for anybody to scale their business and start making serious impact on the search engines as far as of their products. So this is the place where you do it.
Yeah. And the same thing for Facebook. You can have a Facebook feed as well. It's just the button next to it. Let me just show you here. There's a Facebook product feed. You click on the same, and it's basically the same thing. It's a purchase, you need to run Facebook ads, but people will see an image and things like that. The difference between Facebook and Google is that Google is pay-per-click and Facebook is pay-per-impression. So Google, in my opinion, is better because people will search on Google for a specific keyword and they see a specific ad, and only when they click on that, then you pay.
Exactly.
If you advertise on Facebook, you basically say, all of these people see my product. Even if they don't click, you need to pay. So if you're starting out, Google is the go-to guy.
And if you combine it with the power of the Facebook pixel, then you can do retargeting. So all of your ads will be pointed towards that specific product. So there's many ways that you can combine the power of GrooveKart into that.
Yep. Do we want to do 10 more minutes of Q&A?
Gentlemen, if it's okay with you, let's just wrap it up at 6 o'clock. It's 4:46. I think we have enough gas to do. What do you guys think? We should go.
I'm open to do whatever you guys want. I mean,
yes, let's do it.
Awesome. So let's just do the next 14 minutes for a couple more questions. And we have Matt again joining us. So that's great. Matt,
Matt, you're muted.
You're muted, Matt.
Donna did something fun. I don't know if we can pull it off. Can we try the rapid round question thing? I thought that was so much fun.
Okay, cool. So let's do that. Let's use the last 14 minutes of this session. Let's just do the rapid questions. So let's
try to get 14 questions in. Is that what's happening there, David? Can we pull that off?
Yeah, let's do it.
Yeah, we could. So let's just start with the first question. I already showed it on the screen. Will we have Groove Mail forms in GrooveKart as the current subscribe form is limited? Yes, absolutely. All our apps will integrate. There will be different ways to pull in information to Groove Mail, and we are going to soon have also elements inside GrooveKart that you can just bring onto the canvas and have Groove Mail forms added on. Next question. Rob Lime. Can GrooveKart spit out an embed code for use web page or anywhere? Yes, definitely. We showed it very briefly, but maybe we can just point to it one more time, Jhon.
Yep, let's do it right away. We have pretty much 45 seconds. So every time you add a product on your products, at the end of your creation of the product, you have a small space that actually allows you to embed the code. So I'm actually going right now to the products, and I'm going to take a look at these products. So let me just take a look at the edit to the Barker Men Wooden Sunglasses. And I'll show you right away where you can get the embed code. As a matter of fact, you not only can do the embed code, but actually you can customize the way that it looks. So if you take a look, you can add a button or the checkout code. So you have the buy button, as it is here. You have the code here. And you can change the elements. You can change the color of the background, the color of the text. If you want to show the product name or even the product image, if you only want to just show this with the variants, you can do that. But also you can have the checkout embed code. You can just do, let's say, sunglasses here. And then the button text, just order now. And then you can just show the product name, product image. And let's take a look at the text color. Let's leave it black. Generate form right here. That is your checkout form. So you can embed those codes anywhere you want. Next.
There we go. Can I use this instead of ClickFunnels? Absolutely.
You should.
Big time. There you go. In ClickFunnels, you cannot really do free plus shipping and all these e-commerce funnels. They are relying on other platforms like Shopify and integration. So if you would do this on ClickFunnels, you have to pay for ClickFunnels monthly, you have to pay for Zapier, and you have to pay for Shopify. So all of these three platforms, basically, you can do with GrooveKart alone. We showed you free plus shipping. We showed you upsells, downsells, order bumps. We showed you all of these things that you need. So ClickFunnels is really not needed in this because GrooveKart handles it all.
Yeah, with the drag and drop builder, you can make an extra page if you wanted to. Let's say you have your normal e-com store. You have a hot selling product and you want to make it more direct response type ClickFunnels. I know exactly what you're talking about. So you can make a new page, no header, no footer, just, very direct to what you're selling, showcase the product, add video, put testimonials, and it's just this long form type sales letter looking product. And guess what it has in there? Built-in upsells, downsells. You can do that with GrooveKart very easily.
countdown timers, progress bars, all of that is already there.
Yeah.
How many people are viewing your product, how many products are there, variants, all of that is built in. So there we go. Let's just go on to the next question. Is it okay if I have .live or .net in my domain, or is .com still preferable?
Ooh, can I take that one?
Oh, go for it.
Okay. Well,
We need a buzzer. Who's going to get us a buzzer?
.com is always going to be king, but you also got to consider something that is not about the extension or the LTD of your domain. It's actually the quality of your page. So don't focus too much about, if it's a .net or if it's a .biz, whatever it is. Just make sure that you have the best looking store and the great system that your customers can actually add. That's pretty much what I'm going to add there.
I want to add
Matt?
one more thing. Well, if there's one advice, and I see it so often on GrooveKart, and sometimes I even a few times picked up the phone and called a few customers whenever I need to it by pure chance. Don't make your domain, I love my big bear and would like a t-shirt.com. Right? What I've seen is people create some very, 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 very long domain name. I'd prefer to see you with a .net all day, a domain that takes 2 hours to spell, right? You want people to remember it, right? So please keep that in mind, right?
Awesome. Next question.
Perfect. Can we add GrooveKart store to Groove page as a subdomain or cart? You can. There is a better way coming soon with a built-in system. So we'll have full-on trainings and recordings and documentation on how to do that. That's still being developed. So what you see in GrooveKart, we're bringing that over to the actual main Groove dashboard. Once that's done, you'll have the videos, the knowledge, and everything. It's going to be all integrated with the other apps.
But I'd like to add, since GrooveKart comes with a full-blown page builder, I'm not really sure there's a need to create a page with Groove pages.
No, they mean if they have the website on Groove page and how to connect a GrooveKart on a subdomain, that's going to be available, but at this moment it's not yet.
Yeah, but you have a page builder with GrooveKart that you can use as well. So unless you already have your page and you feel lazy to redo it, my approach would be, let me build, even if it's a static web page, use the page builder on GrooveKart to do that.
Right. Awesome.
Okay, let's just go on to the next question. How many domains can I run at the same time? At this moment, you can connect, like, you don't need more than one domain on one GrooveKart store. That would not make a lot of sense. So you have one subdomain that GrooveKart itself gives you, your store name .groovekart.com, which is basically built into the system, and then you can connect one custom domain for one store.
Exactly.
What is the customer service option? Do we connect our own email to use GrooveKart? You want to go ahead, Jhon?
Actually, there's a couple of ways to do that. And we do have, and if you can share my screen so I can go over that a little bit. So you have two options. Within the actual settings you have here on the, is it settings? Give me a second. Let me check where it is, because cost your help desk right here. It's actually under orders. You have a couple of ways to actually connect. You can use the subdomain and use it support here. You see you have free support Casa Prima email. Please here to navigate to webmail. So this is pretty much the way that is right now setting. You can set up in a way that when you use a custom domain, you can actually create your own section, let's say, for support, and you can use a custom domain using the MX records. Let me just see if I can go in here and get that set up.
So let me just explain this a little bit. So when you connect your own custom domain to GrooveKart, GrooveKart creates for your store support at yourdomain.com automatically. We already connect all of the MX records and everything that is needed. So you already have a nice branded support email as soon as you connect your custom domain. As you can see, what we are showing right now is that the MX record or mail exchange is pointed to the domain Casa Prima. This is Jhon's domain, and it's pointed to GrooveKart, so groovekartmail.com. And this is basically saying, if somebody sends an email to support@domain.com, let me know about it. This is basically your GrooveKart support email. It looks professional, and that's why we did it. It's free for everybody that uses GrooveKart, and you connected a custom domain. But where do we actually see those emails, Jhon, that are coming in?
That will be in the support area right here. Let me just see if I remember.
It's in order, help desk.
Orders right here. Your help desk. So you will see all of those messages right here. I believe it will be in a page right here that you'll be able to pretty much access all that. So I think we can do that
here. You basically open up a mail client. It's an inbox. You put in your username, password that is offered to you on that page. You can log in and basically have replies to your customers that reached out to support@yourdomain.com. It's automatically
correct. So you will see that support. Oh my God, I cannot type for nothing today. Let me just copy and paste to see it will be easier and faster. That's why it's always wise, as Frank mentioned, to have a couple of windows open, so you don't have to do that. So we're gonna just go here, then I'm gonna go here, and that's pretty much your support area. You'll be able to receive and send messages, and once you use it with your custom domain, you'll be able to do that as well.
There you go. So that's built in. I haven't seen any platform that gives you its own branded email soon as you connect to the custom domain.
Correct. So you can interact with your customers. You can send messages, create messages, even a calendar if you need to contact somebody, an address book. So it's pretty complete when it comes to actually support. So let's go to the next question, since we have 3 more minutes.
Yes. Can I use this as a platform, as an affiliate marketer, to promote other affiliate offers? William, at this moment, GrooveKart is not an affiliate platform. We don't have an affiliate program built into GrooveKart. That's planned in the future. But for affiliate marketing, Groove Affiliate is what you are looking for. It can be used with GrooveKart, but through GrooveKart, you cannot create affiliate offers or create tracking links for promoting other affiliate offers. So you can look into Groove Affiliate for that.
Or exactly, just any other platform that is offered by Groove. So do that.
There's a question from TrickFunnels. Is it possible to change the frequency of showing the social proof pop-up? It pops almost fast and sometimes out of reality. Maybe a specific question, but still.
Let's take a look, shall we? Let's take a look at the apps and see how we can actually do that. So that will be on the apps in the app manager. And I believe it's called the Social Proof app. Let's take a look. And I believe we do have the ability to change some colors and some settings, but let me just check because I need to make sure. So while that loads, and I'll probably just close a couple of windows because my internet is now lagging. So where is it? Right here. Pro reviews. Where is it? Where is Social Proof? Right here.
Social Proof pop-up.
So right here, social proof pop-up settings, you can actually just show products with, I believe the only things that you can change will be the color of the text.
That could be a feature could add. It's up to Matt and the team. We could set a delay and then how often and whether it's random or not.
Yes.
Yeah, so definitely, if you want to have more options for this one, head over to feedback.groovefunnels.com and you can request more functionality. I believe there is already some, so you can upvote it if you would like.
Yeah.
Let us answer the question of all questions, guys. We have a couple of minutes. If you have GrooveKart, why do you need to build a funnel with GrooveFunnels pages when GrooveKart has the capability for bumps, OTOs, up and down sells, etc.? Frank, you want to maybe...
I think the reason why some people want to do it is maybe they already have their digital product business, and so they want a shop.etc.com so they can have their swag or whatnot. So if you're selling e-commerce products and this is what you want to do, then yeah, you don't need Groove pages or anything like that. But let's say I'm Tony Robbins, right? And I have my coaching and my consulting, etc. And I want to have shop.tonyrobbins, which has my swag and my book and things like that. Then this is where I would want to do it in that sort of setup.
Yeah. So if we have a look, GrooveSell is more for digital products and products that need delivery in kind of a membership area and things like that. What GrooveKart is created for, it allows you to create your own products that are physical. You can also import drop shipping products, which are products somebody else created. You can just sell it, and also print on demand products. This is all built into GrooveKart.
Right.
Now, the way you sell it is through the same techniques that digital marketing products could be sold: upsells, downsells, order bumps, and things like that. This is just to maximize the order value, to sell more, to get in more money. But the products is the main difference. You sell digital information products most of the time with GrooveSell, and you sell physical, actual tangible products with GrooveKart, and that's the biggest thing. That inventory in GrooveKart makes a huge difference. GrooveSell doesn't use inventory.
Right. Yeah. So just to add, remember, Groove is designed to make sure that we avail a tool for every single need. And right now with GrooveKart, tangible products, some digital products, especially PLR documents, stuff like you want to sell really quickly. And of course, Groove Sell that actually just pushes all the digital aspect of it. So yeah, I think we cover it all, guys, right?
Yep, that is basically it. So, gentlemen, thank you very much. I believe we can just roll mic one more time before finalizing. But yeah, ladies and gentlemen, what you saw today is GrooveKart, e-commerce platform of Groove. This was the first platform that Groove was built on, basically, and it's just amazing. It has a lot of different features and is just getting better and better. So I would like to wrap this up for today. Don't forget that tomorrow we are bringing in the experts from the Groove Copy Pro app. We are bringing in the partners from the Groove Brazil. We are bringing in Captain Lou for the Groove, for the Marketers Cruise, and we'll be touching on the subject of GrooveCon. So in case you're preparing for any of these events, you make sure that you are here with us tomorrow at 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, basically the same time, same place as any of our platforms before. And let's just meet tomorrow. Guys,
Awesome.
Any parting words?
Yeah, well, thank you guys. As always, it's been a pleasure. It's been a very exciting last 5 to 6 hours. We extended a little bit, but I know it was worth it. A couple of the comments there are actually showing us that, hey, we're in the right direction. We're showing people what they need to do. So it's awesome. Thank you so much for your time. And, from me, thank you so much for just sharing the last couple of hours, learning more about GrooveKart. So, Frank, any parting words?
Just get in there, play around with it. You can't mess it up. You can always undo anything you do. Take action, get in there and learn the system, and take advantage of all the tutorials we have on the YouTube channel already covering stuff in GrooveKart. And just get in there, get your toes wet, and then jump right in. And don't wait to upgrade. Upgrade right away, because in the future, very soon, you only have 2 stores as a free member, and you don't want to miss out on opportunities, because as business owners and entrepreneurs, we know as we get the wheels turning, other ideas come in and you don't want to be missing out. So take advantage, and just want to say thank you, and just take action.
All right.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, guys. And Mike, back to you.
Hi, my name is Mike Filsame, CEO and co-founder of GrooveFunnels, and we hope you're enjoying this Groove-A-Thon. Now, our next speaker is going to be coming up in about 5 to 10 minutes, and now would be a great time to learn more about GrooveFunnels and the GrooveFunnels upgrade. So first of all, if you're watching this on something like Twitch or Facebook Live or YouTube Live, and you're wondering what's going on, you want to check out groovefunnels.com. We have the best software on the planet for digital and e-commerce marketers, and our software is free for people to get started with no credit card required. Now, if you're a little bit more than a newbie, or you know that you will be a professional one day and you're looking to make a full-time income online, you really want to look into our upgrade. So right now in a new tab, you should go to groovefunnels.com/upgrade. Or just look at the link right here on this video. At groovefunnels.com/upgrade, you're going to be able to, for a very limited time, get lifetime access to our entire suite of products. There's over 17 different products for you to be a professional digital marketer and e-commerce marketer. All you got to do, go to groovefunnels.com/upgrade. There's a video there that explains everything. And here's the important thing. Right now, you can become a lifetime member for one-time price of just $1,397. And you'll never have to pay us anything again, ever, period. That means no monthly fees. And if you aren't using GrooveFunnels right now, you'd have to be paying over 17 different software products that would cost you about $1,400 per month. Now, if you do the math for that, you're going to be looking, somewhere between $15,000 and $20,000 a year to run your business, which really isn't bad to run a business. But what if you could pay just $1,397 one time and never have to pay anything again? And all of those tools were the best tools out there, and they were integrated to work with each other. Now, you want to do this today because our grand opening is ending soon. And we don't plan on keeping this lifetime option available forever. The reason why we're doing it is right now we are creating more products, and this is kind of like an extended Kickstarter. So you're going to become a backer and a charter member and a lifetime member by paying one-time payment of $1,397. Just check that out at groovefunnels.com/upgrade. Remember, do this now because this offer is expiring. And after that, our prices will be going to $299 a month, or $3,600 each and every year for what you can get right now for one-time price, lifetime, for just $1,397. Remember, once you pay that, you'll get access to everything, and you'll never make another payment to us again for anything ever, period. All right, groovefunnels.com/upgrade. Now's the time to do that. Check that out now. You have about 10 minutes before our next speaker joins us. Thank you very much.